A buried truth was teetering on the edge of discovery, threatening to upend lives and lay bare carefully concealed secrets. James Thomas, the brilliant yet methodical CEO of Joint Stock, believed he had meticulously managed every corner of his existence. But a single warning, softly delivered by a young nurse, would fracture his carefully constructed world and set into motion a cascade of revelations he never anticipated. Her whispered words would uncover a corporate conspiracy woven with threads of long-hidden family truths. Confronted by betrayal within his trusted circle and the startling identity of the mysterious nurse, James stood at a pivotal juncture where the lines between past and present blurred. As he delved into a desperate search to shield his legacy and untangle the depths of deception, one unsettling reality emerged: everything he thought he knew was a lie. The stakes had never been higher, the risks never greater. The steady rhythm of beeping monitors filled the sterile air of the hospital room. James Thomas slowly opened his eyes, the sharp fluorescent light reflecting off the pristine white ceiling above him. Reality sank in a harsh reminder of his present state and its sobering cause. At 57, the celebrated CEO of Joint Stock had faced countless challenges, but nothing had prepared him for the heart attack that nearly claimed his life. His body protested as sensation returned, a dull ache radiating from his chest. He shifted slightly, and the stiff, sanitized sheets rustled beneath him. The subtle sound drew the attention of a young nurse, who had been silently monitoring his vitals nearby. "Mr. Thomas, you're awake," she said, her voice gentle yet steady. Her presence was calming, her brown eyes warm and inviting. There was something faintly familiar about her, though James couldn't quite place it. The badge on her uniform identified her as Ashley. "How do you feel?" Ashley asked, her tone laced with concern. James blinked at her, his gaze sharpening. Her soft expression didn't entirely mask an air of determination. "Like I've been run over," he replied, his voice scratchy from disuse. "How long have I been here?" Ashley glanced at the clipboard in her hands. 3 days, she informed him, her voice calm but firm. "You've had everyone worried." James' brows lifted in alarm. 3 days, he repeated, his voice edged with urgency. "I can't stay here. There's a crucial board meeting I need to attend." As he attempted to sit upright, a sharp, searing pain jolted through his chest. He gasped, instinctively clutching at his side, the color draining from his face. Before he could move further, Ashley was at his side, her hands gently pressing him back into the pillows. "Mr. Thomas, you need to rest," she insisted, her tone unwavering but filled with genuine compassion. "Your body has endured a severe trauma. Pushing yourself now could jeopardize your recovery." Her words were measured, but her earnest gaze caught him off guard. He wasn't accustomed to being spoken to so directly, let alone being cared for with such sincerity. For the first time in years, James felt an unfamiliar, disconcerting vulnerability. And yet, in Ashley's calm demeanor, he saw a spark of something else, something that would soon force him to question everything he thought he knew. James Thomas felt an unexplainable connection to the young nurse by his side. Something about her presence set him at ease, despite the restless urgency gnawing at his mind about Joint Stock. Against all odds, her calm demeanor seemed to soothe the ever-present tension within him. "The meeting," he pressed, though his tone had softened. "It's critical for my company's future. I need to be there." Ashley Thomas hesitated, her lips tightening as if she were battling an internal conflict. Her eyes darted toward the door briefly before she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a cautious whisper. "Mr. Thomas, I don't think you should go to that meeting." James narrowed his eyes, confusion mingling with his growing frustration. "Why would you say that?" Ashley glanced around nervously, ensuring no one else was within earshot. When she turned back to him, her expression was both earnest and anxious. "I can't explain everything right now," she said softly, "but please trust me. It's not safe for you to attend." Before James could respond or press for more answers, the door opened abruptly, and Dr. Patel entered the room, clipboard in hand, his confident stride a stark contrast to the tension lingering between James and Ashley. Ashley straightened immediately, her demeanor shifting back to that of a professional nurse. Her face betrayed nothing, though James noticed she avoided meeting his gaze. "Ah, Mr. Thomas," Dr. Patel said warmly. "It's good to see you awake. How are you feeling?" As the doctor began his assessment, James's mind churned with questions. What could Ashley have meant? Why would it be dangerous for him to attend a routine board meeting? Her cryptic warning gnawed at him, but he forced himself to concentrate on Dr. Patel's words. "Your vitals are improving steadily," the doctor said, flipping through the notes on his clipboard. "The medications are stabilizing your condition, but there's still work to do. You'll need to make significant lifestyle adjustments to avoid another episode." James nodded absently, his attention straying back to Ashley. She was meticulously adjusting his IV, her movements deliberate, her expression focused on the task at hand. Her silence spoke volumes, as if she were guarding secrets too heavy to share. "When can I leave?" James asked, turning back to Dr. Patel, though his tone carried an edge of impatience. James Thomas, the commanding and calculated CEO of Joint Stock, felt an unusual connection to the nurse standing beside him. Something about her presence offered a rare sense of comfort, despite the mounting tension over the responsibilities waiting beyond the hospital walls. Her calm demeanor, juxtaposed with his urgency, intrigued him. "The meeting," James insisted, though his voice had lost some of its sharpness. "It's critical for the future of my company. I need to be there." Ashley Thomas hesitated, her lips tightening as if suppressing words she wasn't ready to say. Her gaze flickered toward the door before she leaned closer, lowering her voice to barely a whisper. "Mr. Thomas," she began cautiously, "I really think you should reconsider attending that meeting." James's brow furrowed deeply, the hint of a warning in her tone tugging at his curiosity. "Why would you say that?" Ashley glanced around the room, ensuring they were alone, before meeting his gaze with a mix of urgency and anxiety. "I can't explain everything right now," she admitted, her voice almost trembling. "But something isn't right. Please, trust me, it's not safe for you to go." Before James could question her further, the door swung open, and Dr. Patel strode in with his clipboard in hand, his demeanor brisk but reassuring. Ashley instantly straightened, her professional mask firmly back in place, though James noticed how she avoided his gaze entirely. "Ah, Mr. Thomas," Dr. Patel greeted warmly. "It's good to see you awake. How are you feeling?" As the doctor performed his routine checks, James's mind swirled with unanswered questions. What had Ashley meant? Why would a seemingly routine board meeting carry any sort of threat? Yet, he forced himself to focus on the doctor's words. "Your recovery is progressing well," Dr. Patel noted, his tone calm but firm. "However, you'll need to make significant adjustments to your lifestyle to ensure this doesn't happen again." "When can I leave?" James asked, his tone tinged with impatience as he dismissed the doctor's cautions. Dr. Patel hesitated before responding. "Ideally, we'd like to keep you here another day or two for observation." "I can't stay that long," James interjected, his voice firm with authority. "There are urgent matters waiting for me at Joint Stock." The doctor sighed, clearly accustomed to dealing with headstrong patients. "Mr. Thomas, I strongly advise against pushing yourself too soon. Your health must come first." James's expression hardened, the determination in his eyes unmistakable. He was a man who didn't back down from his decisions. "I understand your concerns," Dr. James said, his tone measured, "but I feel much better, and I'll adhere to any outpatient regimen you recommend. Start the discharge process." Dr. Patel exchanged a glance with Ashley, whose eyes reflected a quiet worry, before relenting. "Very well, Mr. Thomas, but please take it easy. No strenuous activities, avoid stress, and follow up with your physician soon." As the doctor left to arrange the paperwork, Ashley moved closer to James's bedside, her face marked by a mix of concern and trepidation. "Mr. Thomas," she said softly, "I know this isn't my place, but please reconsider. I have a bad feeling about this meeting. Something feels off." James studied her closely, sensing a genuine worry in her words. "Ashley, I appreciate your concern," he replied, his voice firm but not unkind. "But this meeting is vital to the future of my company. I've worked too hard to let anything jeopardize it." Ashley hesitated, as though she wanted to argue further, but instead she nodded reluctantly and helped him prepare for his discharge. As James changed from the hospital gown back into his tailored suit, Ashley's warning lingered in his mind. His instincts, honed by years of navigating high-stakes business, screamed that something wasn't right. Yet he chose to push the thoughts aside. His responsibilities demanded his focus, not vague warnings. Before he left, Ashley assisted him into the wheelchair as per hospital policy. James caught her gaze one last time. "Thank you for everything," he said sincerely. "Your care has meant more than you know." Ashley's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Please be careful, Mr. Thomas, and if you need anything, don't hesitate to call. I'll be here." As James was wheeled into the bustling streets of Washington, D.C., the crisp autumn air and clamor of the city assaulted his senses. His chauffeur, Thomas, greeted him with a steady hand. "Good to see you out and about," Sir Thomas said as he helped James into the back of the sleek black sedan. "Thank you, Thomas," James replied, settling into the plush leather seat. "Take me to the office. We have a lot to address." The car wove through the chaotic streets, and James's thoughts fixated on the upcoming board meeting. Unbeknownst to him, a storm of revelations awaited secrets that would shake the very foundation of everything he had built. The Washington skyline loomed ahead, its towering structures a fitting metaphor for the challenges awaiting him. James Thomas, the determined titan of industry, was about to embark on the most pivotal journey of his life, a journey that would not only test his business acumen, but would also force him to confront truths about his past he had long buried. As the car rolled on, James braced himself for the unknown battles ahead, unaware that Ashley Thomas, the unassuming nurse, had just become the key to unlocking a mystery that would forever change his life. The sleek black sedan navigated through the vibrant streets of Washington, D.C., its tinted windows concealing James Thomas from the bustling world outside. Inside, the seasoned CEO of Joint Stock reclined against the luxurious leather seat, his eyes closed in a vain attempt to summon the strength he needed for the day ahead. Thomas, his loyal chauffeur of over 15 years, cast a worried glance through the rearview mirror. "Sir, are you certain about this? Perhaps taking a day to rest at home would be wiser." James's eyes opened, his piercing gaze radiating the unyielding resolve that had defined his career. "Thank you for your concern, Thomas, but I don't have the luxury of time. Joint Stock needs me now more than ever." As the car wove through the chaotic traffic, James's thoughts churned with unease. Ashley's whispered warning lingered in his mind, her words unsettling him more than he cared to admit. What did she mean, he wondered, his brow furrowing. Why would it be dangerous for me to attend my own board meeting? The sedan came to a smooth stop before the towering glass and steel edifice of Joint Stock's headquarters. The modern building gleamed in the late morning sunlight, its facade a symbol of power and progress. James inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the day's challenges. Reaching for the door handle, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him, forcing him to pause. It was an unwelcome reminder of the health scare that had recently upended his life. Sir Thomas's voice broke through the moment, tinged with genuine concern. James shook his head dismissively, a hand lightly gripping the armrest. "I'm fine, Thomas. Just a fleeting spell. Nothing to worry about." Adjusting his tie with a steady hand, he stepped out of the car, his posture exuding confidence, though a trace of doubt lingered beneath the surface. Standing before the entrance of Joint Stock, James gazed up at the skyscraper that symbolized his life's work. Each pane of reflective glass, each steel beam, represented years of sacrifice, ambition, and unrelenting drive. Whatever this is, he thought, his jaw tightening, I'll face it head on. The doors of the building slid open, welcoming him into the marble-floored lobby, where the hum of morning activity played out in rhythmic precision. Employees nodded respectfully as he passed, their admiration evident. Yet James felt an undercurrent of tension in the air, a subtle shift he couldn't quite place. As he strode toward the elevator, his thoughts returned to Ashley Thomas. Her warning was not the idle concern of an inexperienced nurse. It carried weight, a subtle urgency he couldn't shake. Why did she seem so certain, he questioned silently, his hand hovering over the elevator button. The doors opened with a soft chime, and he stepped inside, his reflection staring back at him in the polished metal walls. Adjusting his stance, he straightened his back, silently willing the discomfort to subside. James Thomas was not a man who allowed doubt to cloud his focus, but as the elevator ascended toward the boardroom, a flicker of uncertainty shadowed his thoughts. The path ahead would demand more than sharp instincts and strategy. It would require strength, resolve, and the answers to questions he hadn't yet dared to ask. As James Thomas strode through the grand lobby of Joint Stock, employees paused mid-step, their eyes widening in shock and curiosity. Faces around him reflected a mixture of surprise and relief, whispers rippling through the air like an undercurrent of doubt. "Is that Mr. Thomas?" one voice asked softly. "I thought he was still recovering," another murmured, concern etched in their tone. "He doesn't look well. Should he even be here?" James paid no attention to the low chatter, his focus unshaken as he walked with purpose. He offered a brief, sharp nod to the security guard stationed at the desk and stepped confidently into the private elevator that would carry him to the executive floor. As the elevator began its smooth ascent, James leaned against the wall, his eyes closing momentarily. He took a deep breath, allowing himself a fleeting moment to recenter. In his mind, he pictured the board meeting ahead, visualizing every detail falling into place with precision. This technique mental rehearsal had been his go-to strategy for years, fueling his ability to lead with unwavering composure. The elevator doors opened silently, revealing the pristine elegance of the executive floor. The soft carpeting muffled his footsteps, and the sleek lines of modern art adorning the walls created a quiet air of authority. Ashley, his sharp-eyed assistant, caught sight of him as he stepped into the corridor. Her reaction was immediate. She nearly dropped the tablet she'd been clutching, her composure faltering for the first time in memory. "Mr. Thomas," she exclaimed, hurrying toward him. "We weren't expecting you back so soon." James gave her a faint, reassuring smile. "It takes more than a health scare to keep me down, Ashley. Now, is everything set for the board meeting?" Ashley nodded quickly, falling into step beside him as they moved toward his office. "Yes, sir. The reports have been finalized, and all the board members have been informed of your return. But, sir," she hesitated, glancing at him with genuine concern, "are you sure this is a good idea? You're still recovering. We could reschedule if needed." James stopped mid-stride, his voice firm and unyielding. "No rescheduling, Ashley. This meeting is critical to Joint Stock's future. I've spent decades building this company, and I won't let a few days in the hospital derail our progress. Now," he added, resuming his pace, "catch me up on everything I've missed." As they entered his office, the familiar scent of polished wood and leather wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. The space exuded power and control, reflecting the man who had built his empire brick by brick. Yet for the first time, James felt a faint tremor of unease. Ashley's concern wasn't unfounded, and deep down, he knew the stakes of this meeting went beyond the usual challenges of corporate politics. James settled into his chair, his sharp gaze fixed on Ashley as she began to outline the details of recent developments. He listened intently, his mind cataloging every piece of information, while the weight of Ashley's earlier hesitation lingered in the air. This wasn't just another meeting. James could feel it in his gut. Something was brewing. The whispers of warning he had brushed aside were beginning to echo louder, demanding his attention. But James Thomas was not one to shy away from a storm. Whatever awaited him in the boardroom, he would face it head-on. As Emily began her detailed update, James Thomas sank back into his chair, its worn leather creaking softly beneath him. He glanced over the neatly arranged documents on his polished desk, his sharp gaze quickly skimming their contents. While everything appeared to be in order, a nagging sense of unease tugged at him like a faint shadow hovering just beyond his line of sight. A firm knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Joseph Sullivan, his loyal chief operating officer and friend of over 2 decades, stepped into the room. A warm smile spread across Joseph's face as he approached James. "James, it's so good to see you back," Joseph exclaimed, clasping James's hand in both of his. "We've all been worried about you. Are you sure you're ready for this meeting?" James studied his friend's face carefully, searching for any trace of the threat Ashley had hinted at during his stay in the hospital. All he could discern was genuine concern etched into Joseph's features. "I'm fine," James replied with a reassuring tone. "A bit worn out, maybe, but nothing I can't manage. Now, catch me up what's really going on here. I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye." Joseph's confident demeanor faltered for a brief second, so fleeting that James might have missed it if he weren't paying close attention. "Everything's under control," Joseph said smoothly. "We've kept things on track while you were away. There were a few hiccups, but nothing we couldn't handle." James leaned forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Joseph. "Hiccups? What kind of hiccups?" Before Joseph could respond, Emily, James's capable assistant, appeared at the doorway, her expression composed. "Mr. Thomas, the board members are starting to arrive. The meeting is set to begin in 10 minutes. James nodded, rising from his chair with deliberate steadiness. "We'll pick this up later, Joseph. For now, let's address the board." As James and Joseph walked side by side toward the expansive conference room, James's mind whirred with thoughts. Ashley's cryptic warning, Joseph's subtle hesitation, and other minute details that most would dismiss it all added up to something James couldn't ignore. His finely tuned instincts, honed by years of navigating high-stakes corporate landscapes, told him he was on the brink of something significant. The conference room itself was a monument to the grandeur of joint stock's success. A long, imposing mahogany table stretched across the center of the room, surrounded by plush leather chairs that seemed to exude authority. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows showcased an awe-inspiring view of Washington, D.C., the bustling city below a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside. As James stepped into the room, conversations hushed, and the board members stood, their surprise evident. James exclaimed Elena Winters, the most senior board member and one of James's earliest supporters. Her voice was a mixture of astonishment and concern. "We didn't expect to see you today." "I have to ask," Elena continued, her brow furrowed slightly, "are you sure this is wise? You've just come out of the hospital. Shouldn't you be resting?" James offered a faint but confident smile as he moved to his seat at the head of the table. His commanding presence filled the room, even as he acknowledged their concern. "Thank you, Elena, and thank you all for your worry," James said, his voice steady yet measured. "But joint stock is my life's work, and this meeting is far too important to delay." The board members exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement. James could feel their hesitation, and while it didn't deter him, it heightened his awareness. He sensed that the challenges ahead were far greater than the usual corporate politics. As James sat down and opened his folder of meticulously prepared notes, the nurse's ominous warning echoed in his mind. The road ahead was uncertain, but he knew one thing for sure: he would face whatever came next with the same tenacity that had built his empire. James Thomas leaned back slightly in his chair, flashing his most reassuring smile at Elena Winters, the board's longest-serving and most respected member. "Elena, I appreciate your concern," he said smoothly. "But I assure you I'm perfectly capable of handling today's meeting. Shall we get started?" As the meeting unfolded, James found himself attuned to the subtle undercurrents in the room. Every sidelong glance, every hushed whisper, seemed to carry a weight he couldn't ignore. He noticed how several board members deferred to Joseph Sullivan, more than usual, a shift that pricked at his instincts. The exchange of small nods and the occasional flicker of unspoken agreement between certain members didn't escape his sharp gaze. Midway through Joseph's presentation on Joinstock's quarterly performance, something unexpected caught James's eye. Reflected in the polished window behind Joseph was a document held on the lap of Adam Boyd, one of the more enigmatic board members. The logo at the top of the page was all too familiar: Global Communications, the corporation's most aggressive rival. James's pulse quickened. What was a Global Communications document doing in this room? His mind raced as the pieces of the puzzle began to align. Ashley's cryptic warning, Joseph's hesitations, and now this an undeniable sign of something far more sinister brewing beneath the surface. Joseph James interjected abruptly, his voice cutting through the meeting's rhythm like a blade. The suddenness of his tone commanded the attention of everyone in the room. Let's pivot for a moment. I'd like to discuss the Morrison contract, the one we've been negotiating for over a month. Joseph paused, his expression momentarily clouded with confusion. The Morrison contract? I wasn't aware that was on today's agenda, James. Indulge me, James replied coolly, his eyes methodically scanning the room. From the corner of his vision, he saw Adam subtly shift in his chair, his hand moving to shield the incriminating document. Around the table, other board members began to shift uneasily, the atmosphere growing heavier by the second. Joseph cleared his throat, clearly buying time. Well, as far as I'm aware, negotiations are ongoing. Our team remains confident that we can finalize the contract within the next. That's fascinating, James interrupted, his voice lowering to a razor-sharp edge, because as of this morning, I received word that Morrison has signed with Global Communications. Not just agreed, but finalized. 3 days ago, in fact, while I was unconscious in a hospital bed. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the kind that seemed to magnify every creak of a chair and every breath drawn. The weight of James's words landed heavily, leaving no room for pretense. Eyes darted nervously around the table, some avoiding James's piercing gaze altogether. Adam Boyd visibly stiffened, clutching the document on his lap, as though it might disappear under scrutiny. James sat back, his tone measured but unyielding. Would anyone care to explain how such a significant deal slipped through our fingers? Or perhaps why a competitor's document would find its way into our boardroom? The air seemed to thicken with tension, every second feeling like an eternity as James's questions hung unanswered in the room. James Thomas rose slowly from his chair, his hands pressing firmly against the smooth surface of the mahogany table. His piercing gaze traveled deliberately from one board member to the next, each person avoiding his eyes as though the weight of his fury might pin them in place. Now he began, his voice calm yet brimming with restrained intensity. I will ask this only once. I expect nothing less than the truth. What exactly has been happening during my absence? The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. Around the table, nervous glances darted like shadows, no one daring to speak first. Finally, it was Elena Winters, the seasoned board member whose loyalty James had never questioned, who broke the silence. Her voice was soft, almost apologetic, yet laden with unease. James, you have to understand, she said, her words deliberate and heavy. We were trying to act in the best interests of Joinstock. Your health scare forced us to confront the vulnerabilities in our leadership structure. We felt we had no choice but to explore alternatives. Alternatives, James's jaw tightened, his voice dropping into a sharp edge, and those alternatives included negotiating with our largest competitor. Joseph Sullivan stepped forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture. His usually confident demeanor was noticeably shaken. James, it's not what you think, Joseph insisted, his tone almost pleading. Let us explain. The situation isn't as black and white as it seems. But James had heard enough. The raw sting of betrayal was unbearable, made worse by the fact that it came from individuals he had trusted implicitly. He stood taller, the authority in his presence filling the room. "This meeting is over," he declared, his tone leaving no room for debate. "I expect comprehensive reports detailing every single decision made during my absence on my desk within the hour. Effective immediately, all board members are suspended until a full investigation has been conducted." The weight of his words hung in the air as the board members began to shuffle out of the room, some with faces flushed in shame, others masking their emotions with stoic defiance. James remained at the head of the table, the room emptying around him. He stood motionless, his thoughts churning with a mix of anger, disappointment, and a steely resolve. The quiet hum of the conference room felt deafening as he stared out the window at the Washington, D.C. skyline. The betrayal had shaken him, but it would not break him. The Washington, D.C. skyline stretched out before James Thomas, a vista he had once viewed as his kingdom. Now it loomed as a reminder of how fragile power could be, how quickly empires could falter. With a steady hand, James pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he landed on the number of his personal attorney. As the line connected, his thoughts drifted back to the hospital, the sterile room, the rhythmic hum of medical monitors, and the nurse with the penetrating, familiar gaze. Ashley. Her name echoed in his mind like a riddle begging to be solved. She had warned him, spoken with urgency and conviction about a danger he couldn't yet see. How had she known, and why had she risked so much to caution him? The attorney's voice finally broke through his reverie. James began outlining the series of events that had spiraled out of his control, each word calculated, though tinged with an undertone of disbelief at the betrayal he had uncovered. Yet, even as he laid out the facts, his mind remained partially elsewhere, fixated on the enigma of Ashley. He made a silent vow. He would find her, uncover how she had come to know so much about the threat to him and join stock. But deep down, James sensed this wasn't just a matter of business. There was something more, a connection he couldn't yet explain. Unbeknownst to him, the search for Ashley would unravel secrets far more profound than corporate espionage. These revelations would strike at the very foundation of his existence, shaking his perception of family, trust, and identity. As he ended the call, James stood silently by the window, staring at the city below. The skyscrapers seemed to shimmer with unspoken promises and lurking shadows. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself for what was to come. James Thomas stood on the cusp of a journey that would redefine not just his business legacy, but his entire life. The stage was set. What lay ahead would demand every ounce of his resolve, testing him in ways he could never have imagined. The late afternoon sun poured into James Thomas's office, casting elongated shadows across the polished hardwood floors. He moved restlessly, his pacing a reflection of the turmoil within. The weight of the recent revelations pressed down on him, each step echoing the gravity of what had been unearthed. The betrayal by his trusted board members and the covert collusion with global communications felt more like the plot of an intricate conspiracy novel than the reality of his meticulously constructed empire. For a man who thrived on control and precision, the chaos now encircling him was profoundly unsettling. James came to a stop by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze falling on the familiar skyline of Washington, D.C. Once this view had embodied his success, the city, a vibrant symbol of ambition, power, and the victories he had claimed over the years. But now it seemed to taunt him, reminding him how quickly even the mightiest of foundations could falter. He pressed a hand against the cool glass, his reflection staring back with an expression he barely recognized, one of exhaustion mingled with disbelief. This city, which had always stood for resilience and opportunity, now felt like a fragile web, where even the slightest disturbance could send it unraveling. James's mind raced as he turned away from the view, retreating to his desk. The familiar weight of his chair felt oddly comforting as he sank into it, though the turmoil in his thoughts remained unchecked. He reached for a legal pad, instinctively beginning to jot down possible next steps, strategies, and countermeasures, but the pen hovered, unable to commit words to the page. This wasn't just a corporate setback, it was personal. The betrayal, the collusion, it cut far deeper than dollars or deals. And somewhere, tangled in the chaos, lay Ashley's cryptic warning, a thread he hadn't yet pulled but knew he must. James exhaled, his eyes closing briefly. The city outside continued its rhythm, oblivious to the storm brewing within its walls. For a man who had built his career on turning obstacles into opportunities, James Thomas was about to face a challenge unlike any he had encountered before, a battle that would test not only his acumen but also his heart. The sun dipped lower, the shadows in his office growing longer. The city's lights began to twinkle, a reminder that the world outside carried on, indifferent to his personal struggles. But James wasn't indifferent. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the desk, and resolved himself to the fight ahead. Whatever lay beyond this betrayal, whatever truths remained hidden, he would uncover them, no matter the cost. James Thomas loosened his tie, the weight of the day's revelations pressing heavily on him. He stared out at the Washington, D.C. skyline, the familiar sight offering little comfort in the face of what he had just uncovered. A soft knock at the door broke his brooding silence. "Come in," he said, his voice steady despite the storm within. Emily, his steadfast assistant, stepped in tentatively. She held a stack of neatly bound reports, her expression a mix of professionalism and concern. "Mr. Thomas, I've gathered the documents you requested from the board members, and John is on line 1. He's ready to brief you." James nodded, finally turning to face her. The usual spark in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by a weariness he rarely showed. "Thank you, Emily. Once this call is over, hold everything else. I need to think." With a respectful nod, Emily exited the room, closing the door softly behind her. James picked up the phone, bracing himself for what he knew would be difficult to hear. "John, tell me what you found," he said, his tone firm but laced with apprehension. The familiar gravelly voice of John Pearson, his longtime legal counsel, came through the receiver. "James, I won't sugarcoat it. The situation is worse than we suspected. There's strong evidence of a coordinated effort to undermine your control at joint stock. The board has been in discussions with Global Communications for quite some time, weeks, maybe even months." James's jaw tightened as his free hand balled into a fist. He had suspected treachery, but hearing it confirmed sent a surge of anger coursing through him. "And David?" he asked, his voice cold, as if daring the answer to be anything less than the truth. John hesitated, the pause heavy with unspoken implications. "David appears to be the linchpin. He's been orchestrating most of the moves behind your back." "I'm sorry, James. I know how close you two were." The word struck James like a physical blow. David Sullivan wasn't just his chief operating officer. He had been a trusted ally, a friend through triumphs and challenges. Together they had built joint stock from a fledgling idea into a corporate powerhouse. The betrayal felt personal, a knife twisted into the deepest part of his trust. "What do we do now?" James asked, the edge in his voice betraying his effort to remain composed. "We need to act swiftly," John replied. "I'm filing injunctions to halt any unauthorized transactions. We'll call an emergency shareholders meeting, lay out our evidence, and push to have the rogue board members removed. It won't be easy, but the law is on your side." James nodded, though John couldn't see him. "Whatever it takes. I won't let them dismantle everything Barbara and I worked for." As the call ended, James leaned back in his chair, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on him. The office, usually his sanctuary, felt oppressive in its silence. He closed his eyes, drawing in slow, measured breaths in an attempt to steady his racing thoughts. The betrayal wasn't just professional, it was deeply personal. David had been more than a colleague, he had been family in all but blood. Now, James found himself questioning every shared moment, every handshake, every plan they had charted together. For a moment, James's thoughts drifted to Ashley. The echoes of her warning, spoken so earnestly in that hospital room, came back to him. Somehow his daughter had seen the danger before he had. He resolved to involve her more closely in the fight ahead. This wasn't just about saving the company, it was about safeguarding the legacy he hoped to pass on to her. James opened his eyes, his resolve hardening. Betrayal might have shaken his foundation, but it would not define his future. There was a battle ahead, and he intended to win it not just for himself, but for the values he had built joint stock upon. James Thomas couldn't shake the image of the young nurse from his mind. Her earnest eyes, brimming with urgency, haunted him as clearly as her words. "Don't go to that meeting," she had said. How could she have known? The question clung to his thoughts, refusing to let go. With a determined breath, James picked up his phone and dialed the hospital where he had recently been a patient. "Mountsea Hospital, how may I assist you?" A cheerful voice greeted him. "This is James Thomas," he began, his tone steady but tinged with impatience. "I'm trying to contact a nurse who cared for me during my stay. Her name is Emily." A brief pause followed, accompanied by the faint sound of typing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas, but we don't currently have a nurse by that name on staff." James frowned, leaning back in his chair. That can't be right. She was there just this morning. Brown hair, petite, probably in her late 20s or early 30s. "I understand," sir, the receptionist said carefully, "but I'm looking at our roster, and there's no one named Emily listed. Could it be possible you misread her name tag?" "No," James replied firmly. "I'm certain her name was Emily. Could you check again? It's important." The receptionist's tone softened, sensing the urgency in his voice. "Of course, Mr. Thomas. Let me double-check with our HR department. Please hold." The faint strains of hold music filled the line, but James barely noticed it. His mind raced with possibilities. Had he misunderstood something? Imagined her? No, Emily had been too vivid, her words too deliberate. Her warning had not been the vague pleasantries of a stranger. It had been specific, personal, and deeply concerned. The receptionist returned, her voice tinged with apology. "Mr. Thomas, I spoke with HR. They've confirmed there's no one named Emily currently employed here. Could it be possible you encountered her at another hospital?" "Thank you for checking," James replied, his frustration barely masked. He ended the call and stared at his phone, the weight of confusion settling over him like a heavy fog. Determined to find answers, James turned to his computer. He pulled up the hospital's website, scanning through pages of staff photos. Each image brought a flicker of hope, only to extinguish it when none matched the nurse he remembered. "No, Emily." It was as if she had vanished, leaving nothing but the echo of her warning. James leaned back in his chair, his hand brushing his chin as his thoughts churned. Had she been a temporary hire, someone from an agency? Or was there another explanation entirely one far stranger? The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as the mystery deepened. James Thomas, a man who thrived on control and logic, now found himself grappling with something intangible, something beyond the realm of his usual calculations. Emily, or whoever she was, had appeared when he needed her most. And now, just as swiftly, she was gone. A soft knock at the door pulled James Thomas from his swirling thoughts. His assistant Emily stepped inside, her expression shadowed by concern. "Mr. Thomas, there's someone here to see you," she said cautiously. "She says it's urgent." James felt his chest tighten. Could it be Ashley? He leaned forward, his voice steady, but laced with anticipation. "Is it a young woman named Ashley?" Emily shook her head. "No, sir. It's MS. Winters, Elena Winters." James's brow furrowed deeply. Elena Winters, the eldest member of his board and someone he had long trusted as a mentor, was the last person he expected or wanted to see right now. Her involvement in the betrayal still stung fresh, a wound barely concealed beneath his steely composure. "Send her in," he said, his voice even but firm. He braced himself for another confrontation, the turmoil of the day simmering just below the surface. The door opened wider, and Elena entered with a hesitance that was wholly uncharacteristic of her. Gone was the confident stride he had come to associate with her. Instead, her movements were slow, burdened by what seemed to be the weight of regret. James, she began softly, her voice carrying a tremor he'd never heard before. I owe you an explanation. James leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled under his chin, his eyes, sharp and unyielding, locked onto hers. I'm listening, he replied, his tone measured, though I'm not sure what you could say that would justify what's happened. Elena hesitated for a moment, then sank into the chair opposite him. Her usual aura of authority had been replaced by a vulnerability James found disconcerting. She met his gaze with a mixture of regret and resolve, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I've made mistakes, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Grave ones. But I need you to know I never intended for it to spiral like this. James raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. Mistakes? Elena, what you and the others have done goes beyond mistakes. It's betrayal, pure and simple. Elena flinched at his words but pressed on, her voice growing steadier as she continued. When you were in the hospital, there was panic among the board. Your absence made some of us question the future of joint stock. I let fear cloud my judgment. When Joseph approached us with the idea of aligning with Adam Boyd in global communications, it seemed like a necessary contingency plan. James's jaw tightened. The mention of Joseph Sullivan and Adam Boyd reignited the smoldering anger he had worked to keep in check. So your solution was to align with our greatest competitor? To sell out the very company I built from the ground up? His voice, though calm, carried the unmistakable edge of betrayal. Elena shook her head vehemently. It wasn't supposed to go this far, I swear, James. I thought I could keep things in check, maintain your vision while addressing the board's concerns. But Joseph, he took things further than any of us anticipated. James studied her carefully, searching her face for any sign of deceit. Elena's remorse seemed genuine, but the damage was done. You were one of the few people I trusted implicitly, he said, finally, his voice heavy with disappointment. And now, here you are, sitting across from me, admitting that you played a role in undermining everything I've worked for. Elena's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'm here because I want to help make this right. I've brought documents, proof of Joseph's dealings with Adam Boyd. They detail everything, James. I should have come to you sooner. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folder, sliding it across the desk. James hesitated before picking it up. The weight of the betrayal and the potential truth within those pages pressed against him. You should have, he agreed, his tone cold. But at least you're here now, for whatever that's worth. Elena nodded, her shoulders slumping with relief. I'll cooperate with any investigation. Just tell me what you need, James. I owe you that much. James set the folder down and exhaled slowly, the enormity of the situation pressing heavily on him. Leave the cooperation to Nicole Butler, he said, referencing the investigative journalist he had contacted earlier. If these documents are as damning as you say, they'll be the cornerstone of the case against Joseph and Adam. Elena rose slowly, her movements tentative. Thank you for listening, she said quietly. I'll be ready to help when the time comes. As she exited the office, James sat back in his chair, the folder unopened before him. The day's revelations had left him raw, but one thing was clear: he wasn't going down without a fight. Elena's confession was just the beginning. The storm brewing around joint stock wasn't over, but James Thomas had faced worse odds before, and this time he was determined to win. James Thomas listened intently, his face an impassive mask of control. Despite the turbulence within, he refused to let it show. The words spilling from Elena Winters only fueled the fire of betrayal smoldering in his chest. It wasn't supposed to go this far, James, Elena said, her voice cracking under the weight of her guilt. We thought we were protecting the company, ensuring its survival if you didn't recover. James's jaw tightened, his lips pressing into a thin, unforgiving line. And protecting the company required clandestine meetings with our largest competitor? Undermining everything we've worked decades to build. Elena's hands trembled slightly as she clutched the arms of the chair. You have to believe me. When you had that heart attack, it shook us all. It was like staring into the abyss. We realized how dependent joint stock had become on you. Joseph convinced us we needed a contingency plan. Joseph, James repeated, the name tasting acrid on his tongue. Let me guess it was his brilliant idea to cozy up to global communications. Elena flinched at the venom in his tone, but shook her head. No, that came later. Initially, it was just about securing the company's future, creating a leadership structure that could operate without you if the worst happened. But then Joseph began pushing for bolder strategies. He claimed we needed to align ourselves for what was coming. James leaned forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Elena. His voice dropped, icy and deliberate. And you supported him? All of you went along with this madness. Elena hesitated, her gaze falling to the floor. Not all of us, she admitted quietly. Some of the board had serious doubts, but Joseph was persuasive, and with you in the hospital, he exploited our fear, our uncertainty. James straightened in his chair, his hands gripping the edge of the desk tightly. Fear, he repeated, his voice thick with contempt. You let fear dictate your decisions. Instead of standing firm, you chose to betray me, this company, everything we've stood for. Elena's head snapped up, her expression pleading. It wasn't betrayal, James. It was desperation. We thought we were doing what was necessary to save joint stock. But I see now. I see how far we let things spiral out of control. The silence that followed was deafening, stretching like a chasm between them. James's gaze didn't waver, cutting into her like a blade. For a moment, Elena thought he might shout, unleash the torrent of anger she knew he felt. But instead he spoke, his voice eerily calm. Desperation doesn't absolve guilt, Elena, nor does it undo the damage that's been done. You've jeopardized the company, our legacy. And for what? A fleeting sense of security. Elena's shoulders sagged under the weight of his words. You're right, she said softly. I can't justify what we've done. But I want to make it right. That's why I'm here. I brought everything I could, documents, emails, communications with Global Communications. It's all there. She slid a thick folder across the desk. This should help you understand the extent of Joseph's dealings, and if it helps expose him, consider it my first step toward redemption. James didn't move to take the folder immediately. His eyes remained fixed on Elena, searching for any sign of duplicity. At last he reached forward, his fingers closing around the edge of the folder. This isn't redemption, Elena, he said coldly. It's damage control, but I'll take what I can get. Elena nodded, her voice trembling. I'll do whatever it takes, James. You have my word. As Elena stood to leave, James leaned back in his chair, the folder resting heavily in his lap. Her words lingered in the air, a bitter reminder of the betrayal that had come from those he once trusted most. The door closed behind her, leaving James alone in the suffocating silence of his office. He stared at the folder for a long moment before opening it. Inside was the proof he needed, the evidence of Joseph Sullivan's betrayal, of the board's complicity, and of Global Communications' predatory maneuvers. James exhaled slowly, his resolve hardening. He would fight this, not just for himself, but for the company he had built with his own hands. The battle ahead would be grueling, but James Thomas wasn't one to back down. With steady determination, he picked up the phone. Nicole Butler, he said to his assistant. Get her on the line. It's time the world learned the truth. James Thomas's voice remained measured, each word deliberately controlled. Why now, Elena? Why tell me this at this moment? Elena sat a bit straighter in her chair, the weight of regret momentarily replaced by a glimmer of her old resoluteness. She looked at James, her expression a mix of contrition and determination. Because, James, it's not too late to undo this damage. The deal with Global Communications hasn't been finalized yet. If we act swiftly, we can still salvage joint stock. James turned away from her, his hands sliding into his pockets as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, the city lights of Washington, D.C., began to flicker in the twilight, a shimmering reminder of the countless people whose lives were intertwined with the decisions made within these walls. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Elena. His tone was calm, but a current of guarded curiosity ran beneath the surface. Elena leaned forward, resting her hands on the edge of his desk, as if trying to bridge the chasm of mistrust between them. "We gather evidence against Joseph," she said firmly. "I'll testify about the board's involvement, accept responsibility for my part. With my testimony and the proof we can collect, we'll have enough to remove Joseph and the others who betrayed this company. Together, we can save joint stock." James turned back slowly, his gaze steady as it bore into Elena's. He studied her face, searching for any signs of duplicity. What he saw instead was a mixture of fear and resolve. Beneath the guilt in her eyes, there was also the spark of loyalty he'd once trusted in her. "You realize what you're proposing won't be simple," James said at last, his voice low and deliberate. "These people know our every move. They've had access to our operations, to everything." Elena nodded, her expression unflinching. "I know, James, but I also know this is the right thing to do. I made a mistake, a terrible one, and I'm ready to make amends. Whatever it takes." For a moment, silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken emotions. Then James nodded, his resolve hardening. "Very well," he said, his tone decisive. "If you're willing to stand by your word, then so am I. We'll fight this together. But understand there's no room for half measures, no chance for hesitation. Once we start, we see it through to the end." Elena exhaled slowly, relief washing over her features. "Thank you, James," she said softly. "You won't regret this." James didn't respond immediately, his gaze drifting back to the cityscape beyond the glass. "Let's hope I don't," he said, more to himself than to her. The room fell silent once more, but this time it was a silence of shared resolve, not lingering doubt. They both understood the battle ahead would test them in ways neither had faced before. But if there was one thing James Thomas had always believed in, it was the power of perseverance and redemption. "Let's get to work," he said, his voice firm. "We have a company to save." James Thomas leaned back in his chair, Elena's words lingering in the air like an unresolved chord. Despite her sincerity, a sense of unease gnawed at him. His thoughts drifted once more to Ashley, the enigmatic nurse who had risked much to warn him. There was something about her that seemed intrinsically tied to the chaos unraveling around him, a missing link in the tangled web of deceit threatening everything he'd built. "All right, Elena," James said at last, his voice calm but firm. "I'll give you the chance to make amends. But let me make one thing very clear: if I find even a shadow of further betrayal, I will use every ounce of my resources to bring down everyone involved. Do you understand me?" Elena's face softened with relief. "Crystal clear, James. I promise you, I won't fail you again. Thank you for giving me this chance." She stood and walked toward the door, her gait steadier than when she entered. James watched her go, his expression unreadable, then turned his attention back to the expansive cityscape outside his window. The horizon stretched endlessly, dotted with lights that symbolized countless lives intertwined with his decisions. As the door clicked shut, the day's events finally caught up with him. James felt the weight of exhaustion settle over his shoulders. But he knew there was no time to rest, not yet. The real fight was only beginning. Reaching for his phone, he scrolled through his contacts, pausing when he found the name he needed. Michael Stroud, his most reliable private investigator. The man had proven himself time and again, and James would need him now more than ever. The line connected after a single ring. "Mr. Thomas," came Stroud's steady voice. "What can I do for you?" "I need you to start digging," Michael James said, his tone resolute. "There's a conspiracy brewing within joint stock, and I need names, dates, and evidence to prove it. Start with Joseph Sullivan and the board members I'll send you a list of. And one more thing, find a nurse named Ashley Thomas. She's connected to this somehow. I need to know how." "Understood," Stroud replied without hesitation. "I'll report back as soon as I have something solid." As the call ended, James set his phone down, his mind already working through the priorities ahead. He needed airtight evidence to dismantle the scheme orchestrated by Joseph and his allies, and Ashley, her involvement remained a mystery he couldn't ignore. James's instincts told him that whatever secrets she held were pivotal to unraveling the entire conspiracy. But he had no idea how personal or how deeply life-altering those revelations would prove to be. The stakes were higher than they'd ever been. This wasn't just about saving joint stock, it was about protecting the legacy he'd spent his life building and uncovering truths that could redefine his very identity. James stood, his gaze fixed on the city below. The battle ahead would test every ounce of his resilience, every bit of his cunning. But he was ready. Whatever secrets awaited him, whatever challenges lay in his path, he would face them head-on. As the glow of Washington D.C. city lights danced across the glass, James Thomas stood silently by his office window. The night seemed endless, yet filled with a quiet urgency. He was on the cusp of a journey that would challenge everything he had ever believed about his identity, his company, and the people he had relied on for years. The stakes had never been higher. Joint stock wasn't just a business empire, it was the embodiment of his life's work, his ambitions, and the legacy he had fought to build. The betrayal he had uncovered within its walls threatened not only the company's future, but the very foundation of his trust in those around him. James's mind lingered on Ashley Thomas, the mysterious nurse whose warning had been the catalyst for this unfolding chaos. Her words had been laced with urgency, her concern palpable. Somewhere out there, Ashley held answers he desperately needed, a thread that could unravel the intricate web of deception now suffocating his world. The city below glimmered like scattered diamonds, its rhythm a stark contrast to the storm brewing inside James's mind. He turned away from the view, his reflection briefly catching his eye in the darkened glass, a man driven, yet burdened by the weight of what lay ahead. This wasn't merely about safeguarding joint stock from betrayal or dismantling Joseph Sullivan's treacherous schemes. It was about redemption, uncovering the truth, and reclaiming control of the empire he had dedicated his life to creating. James tightened his fists at his sides, resolve hardening like steel. The battles to come would test his resilience and his capacity to navigate a maze of deceit, but he was ready. The betrayal of those closest to him would not be the final chapter of his story. The stage was set for a confrontation that would force him to confront his past and determine his future. Somewhere in the distance, Ashley Thomas held the key to it all. Whatever secrets she carried, whatever truths she would reveal, James was prepared to face them. The fight to save joint stock and perhaps himself was just beginning. James Thomas stood at the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, the first light of dawn casting warm tones of gold and pink across the room. The tranquil hues stood in stark contrast to the storm of thoughts raging in his mind. He gripped the edge of the desk, steadying himself as the weight of betrayal pressed down on his shoulders. The sound of the door opening drew his attention. Joseph Sullivan strode in with a casual confidence that now struck James as calculated. Every move, every word, every glance carefully orchestrated. James Joseph greeted, his polished smile stopping just short of his eyes. "I'm glad you called for this meeting. We need to clear the air." James didn't return the pleasantries. He gestured for Joseph to sit but chose to remain standing. The decision wasn't arbitrary, it was a subtle assertion of control, a silent reminder of whose office this truly was. "I'll get straight to the point," James began, his tone steady but laced with a simmering anger. "I'm aware of the dealings with Global Communications. I'm aware of the board's plans to restructure joint stock behind my back. What I don't understand, Joseph, is why. Why would you, of all people, betray me?" Joseph hesitated, the confident facade cracking for just a moment before he recovered. He leaned forward slightly, adopting a tone of practiced sincerity. "Betray you? James, you've got it all wrong," Joseph began, his voice low and measured. "Everything we've done has been for the good of joint stock, for your legacy." James's jaw tightened as he fought to maintain his composure. "My legacy," he echoed, his voice cold. Are you seriously going to stand there and tell me that colluding with our greatest competitor is about preserving my legacy?" Joseph sighed, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned empathy. "You have to understand the position we were in, James. When you were hospitalized, it sent shock waves through the company. Investors panicked, the board was on edge. There was no clear leadership. We had to act quickly to stabilize the situation. And you thought the best course of action was to go behind my back," James shot back, his words cutting through the room like a blade. "You could have come to me, Joseph. You could have trusted me as I trusted you. We could have faced this together, the way we always have." Joseph's expression darkened, a flicker of frustration crossing his features. "It wasn't that simple, James. You weren't there. The board was on the verge of a complete meltdown. I had to make hard decisions for the sake of the company." James stepped closer, his piercing gaze locked on Joseph. "Don't you dare make this about the company. This was about power, about greed, about your ambition. Don't insult my intelligence by pretending otherwise." The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension palpable. The morning sun continued to rise, its warm light illuminating two men who had once been allies, now standing on opposite sides of an irreparable divide. "I gave you everything," Joseph James said, his voice softer now but no less firm. "My trust, my loyalty, my friendship. And you threw it all away. For what? A chance to take my place, a bigger piece of the pie." Joseph's silence spoke volumes. James took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "You've made your choices, Joseph. Now, it's time for me to make mine." As James turned his back to the man who had once been his closest ally, he knew there was no going back. The battle for joint stock and for the truth was just beginning. Joseph Sullivan shook his head, exasperation edging into his voice. "You weren't there, James. You were in a hospital bed, and none of us knew if you'd pull through. We had to act fast to stabilize the stock prices, to keep contracts from walking out the door." James Thomas paced the office, his footsteps echoing in the tension-filled room. Part of him wanted to believe Joseph's justification, to chalk it all up to a desperate move made in a moment of crisis. But the part of him that had built joint stock from the ground up, the part that had weathered storms and setbacks, refused to be fooled. "And what about the deal with global communications?" James asked, spinning to face Joseph. His tone was sharp, each word a challenge. "How does selling out to them protect the company?" Joseph hesitated. That fleeting pause was all James needed to see the truth. It was written plainly across Joseph's face. This wasn't just a crisis response. It was a calculated move, a power grab masked as strategy. "Global approached us," Joseph admitted, his voice measured, almost rehearsed. "They proposed a merger, one that would make us the undisputed leader in the industry. James, think about it, with our cutting-edge innovation and their expansive resources, we could revolutionize the world." James's jaw tightened, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "A merger," James repeated, his voice ice-cold. "Or a takeover? Because from where I'm standing, it looks a lot like you were ready to auction off everything we built to the highest bidder." "It's not like that," Joseph snapped, rising from his chair, his posture defensive. "We'd retain significant control. Your vision, James, your dream for joint stock, it would still steer the company." James laughed, the sound hollow and bitter. "My vision," he shot back, his voice rising with restrained fury. "My vision was never about backroom deals or stabbing friends in the back. My vision was about creating something meaningful, about using technology to improve lives, not line pockets. When did that stop being enough for you, Joseph?" Joseph opened his mouth, but no words came out. The weight of James's accusations hung heavy in the air, leaving no room for rebuttal. James stepped closer, his gaze unwavering, piercing through Joseph like a blade. "You didn't just betray me, Joseph. You betrayed everyone who believed in what we stood for. And that I will not forgive." The room fell silent, the only sound the faint hum of the city beyond the windows. James turned back to the skyline, the glittering lights now feeling more like reminders of battles yet to come than symbols of hope. This wasn't just about reclaiming joint stock. It was about restoring trust, about standing up for the values that had built the company in the first place. And James Thomas wasn't about to let anyone, friend or foe, strip that away. The two men stood in the center of the spacious office, the weight of their shared history pressing heavily between them. The air seemed charged, each word spoken carrying the potential to shatter what little remained of their partnership. Years of collaboration, trust, and shared aspirations hung precariously on the brink of collapse. "What happens now?" Joseph Sullivan asked, his voice low but edged with defiance. His posture was tense, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. James Thomas inhaled deeply, his expression measured as he fought to temper his rising emotions. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm, yet laced with unshakable resolve. "Now, you have a decision to make," James said, his gaze unwavering. "You can help me repair the damage you've caused. Be honest about everything, every underhanded deal, every betrayal, or you can walk out of here and prepare yourself for the fight of your life. But understand this, Joseph, I will not stand by and let anyone, not even you, tear joint stock away from me." Joseph's eyes widened slightly at the sheer force of James's words. For a moment, an almost imperceptible glimmer of respect crossed his face, an acknowledgement of the man he had once admired and followed. "You really think you can win this?" Joseph countered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "The board is already in line with the merger. The groundwork is set, the momentum unstoppable." "Then I'll stop it," James replied firmly, his words carrying the weight of his determination. His voice did not falter, nor did his gaze waver. "I've faced worse odds than this, Joseph. Or have you forgotten how we started this company? Two men with a dream, a pile of debt, and a garage full of half-baked prototypes." Joseph stared at him, the memories clearly surfacing behind his guarded expression. Those early days, the long nights spent troubleshooting flawed designs, the endless hustle to secure funding, it had been the foundation of everything they had built. James took a step closer, his voice softening slightly but retaining its edge. "This company isn't just a business to me. It's the culmination of sacrifices, hard work, and a vision we both once shared. You may have lost sight of that, Joseph, but I haven't. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect what we built, what I built, from being destroyed by greed and short-sightedness." Joseph hesitated, his resolve faltering under James's unrelenting conviction. The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken words and the gravity of the moment. Finally, James turned away, his attention shifting to the cityscape visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The lights of Washington, D.C. shimmered in the distance, a stark reminder of the countless lives and ambitions entwined with joint stock's fate. "Think about your choice, Joseph," James said, his back to his former friend. "But know this, I won't back down. Not now, not ever." As James stood there, staring out at the sprawling city, he felt the weight of the battle ahead. It wasn't just about business anymore. It was about principle, legacy, and staying true to the values that had guided him from the beginning. No matter the odds, James Thomas was ready to fight. James Thomas's voice carried an unwavering resolve as he addressed Joseph Sullivan. "I've overcome tougher challenges than this, Joseph. Or have you forgotten how we started joint stock? Two guys, a dream, and a garage filled with half-functional prototypes." He took a measured breath, his tone sharp yet controlled. "If I could build this company from the ground up, I can certainly defend it from predators like global communications." For a moment, Joseph seemed ready to argue. But then, his shoulders sagged under the weight of the moment. Defeat or remorse, it was difficult to tell which flickered across his face. "I never wanted it to come to this, James. Believe me," Joseph said, his voice carrying a note of vulnerability. James's gaze softened, just slightly. "I want to believe you, Joseph. God knows I do. But right now, words won't suffice. I need tangible actions. So tell me, are you with me or against me?" The silence stretched between them, laden with their shared history and fractured trust. Finally, Joseph sighed and nodded, his voice barely audible. "What do you need me to do?" Relief surged through James, though he masked it behind his composed exterior. "First, I need every document, email, and shred of evidence connected to global communications. Then, you're going to call an emergency board meeting. We're putting everything out in the open." Joseph nodded again, resignation clear in his eyes. "And after that?" James's expression hardened into a steely determination. "After that, we fight. We fight to save joint stock and everything it stands for. Once the dust settles, we'll reassess where we stand." Joseph turned to leave, his steps heavy with the weight of the task ahead. "One more thing," James called out, his voice slicing through the tense air. "I need answers about Ashley." Joseph froze, his hand gripping the doorknob. "Ashley? What do you mean?" James's piercing gaze didn't waver. "The nurse from the hospital, the one who warned me to avoid the board meeting. Don't act like you don't know who I'm talking about." Joseph turned slowly, genuine confusion flickering across his face. "James, I swear, I have no idea what you're talking about. There wasn't any nurse named Ashley involved in any of this." As Joseph exited the room, James remained motionless, the gears in his mind spinning relentlessly. If Joseph wasn't behind Ashley's cryptic warning, then who was she? And how did she know about the threat looming over him? The question swirled in his thoughts, more tangled and urgent than ever. Yet one thing was clear: he wouldn't stop until he uncovered the truth. James Thomas turned his back to the tense boardroom, his gaze sweeping across the bustling Washington, D.C. skyline outside the expansive windows. The sun climbed higher, casting a golden glow over the city that seemed to mock the storm brewing within the walls of Joinstock. The enigma of Ashley Thomas loomed in his mind, an unsolved mystery that only deepened with each passing moment. But for now, James had more immediate fires to extinguish. The atmosphere in the room was taut, every creak of the leather chairs amplifying the silence. James strode purposefully to the head of the imposing mahogany table, his presence commanding. The board members avoided his eyes, exchanging uneasy glances, as though guilty whispers hung in the air. "Ladies and gentlemen," James began, his voice calm but steely, "thank you for assembling on such short notice. I've called this emergency meeting to discuss some rather troubling revelations." His words hung in the air like a storm cloud, thick and foreboding. The faint hum of city life beyond the windows was the only sound, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence inside. Joseph Sullivan, seated to James's right, shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his gaze fixed firmly on the polished tabletop. His usual confidence was conspicuously absent. "It has come to my attention," James continued, his tone unwavering, "that during my recent absence certain decisions were made without my input or approval. Decisions that, had they come to fruition, would irreparably alter the foundation of this company." Eleanor Winters, the board's elder stateswoman, cleared her throat and leaned forward, her lined face a mask of concern. "James," she began cautiously, "I assure you, every action taken was with Joinstock's best interests at heart." James's sharp eyes fixed on hers, piercing and unyielding. Was it Eleanor? Was entering clandestine negotiations with global communications for the good of this company? Was plotting a complete restructuring behind my back a show of loyalty and transparency? A collective gasp rippled through the room. The tension thickened, suffocating in its intensity. Adam Boyd, the board member James had caught red-handed with a global communications document, paled visibly. "How did you?" he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. James raised a hand, silencing him with a gesture of finality. "How I came to know is irrelevant. What matters is that I do know, and I'm giving each of you one opportunity, one chance to be honest. Lay everything on the table." Silence fell once more, heavy and oppressive. The board members exchanged furtive, uncertain glances, their guilt evident in every hesitant movement. Each face reflected a silent plea for someone else to speak first, to shoulder the burden of confession. James waited, his steely demeanor unyielding. The clock ticked in the background, each second an eternity. Finally, Joseph Sullivan broke the silence, his voice low and tinged with hesitation. "James," he started, barely above a whisper, as if the weight of his words might crush him. His gaze shifted to the polished table, avoiding James Thomas's piercing eyes. "This isn't what you think." James remained motionless, his expression unreadable, but the intensity in his eyes demanded truth. "Then enlighten me, Joseph. Explain exactly what this is." Joseph swallowed hard, his confidence cracking under the scrutiny. "When you were hospitalized, we were in uncharted waters. The investors were restless, the media was sniffing around, and we felt cornered. Some of us thought." "Some of you," James interrupted, his voice sharp and controlled. "Be specific. Who exactly decided that betrayal was the best way to manage the situation?" Across the room, Adam Boyd flinched, his hand twitching as if he wanted to raise it but lacked the courage. Eleanor Winters shifted uncomfortably in her seat, while others exchanged glances that spoke of guilt and fear. Joseph took a deep breath, his shoulders slumping slightly. "It wasn't betrayal, at least not at first. We thought we were safeguarding the future of joint stock. Discussions began about leadership contingency plans, alternative partnerships, and options we hadn't considered before." James leaned forward, his palms flat against the table, his presence towering over the room, and those discussions led to secret meetings with global communications, led to talks of restructuring the company I built from the ground up. The silence was deafening. James's words hung in the air, heavy with disappointment and unspoken accusations. Eleanor finally spoke, her voice trembling. "James, we were afraid. When you had that heart attack, it felt like the foundation of everything we've built was crumbling. We made wrong decisions. I see that now, but we truly believed we were acting in the company's best interest." James's gaze softened, but only slightly. "You truly believed the best interest of this company was to undermine my trust and make deals with our greatest rival. Did you ever stop to think what would happen when I found out? Or did you assume I wouldn't?" The room fell silent again, each board member drowning in their own regrets and fears. James straightened, his voice calm but unyielding. "I will not let joint stock fall to opportunists, whether external or internal. From this moment forward, consider this your only chance to cooperate. Come clean, provide every detail, and maybe, just maybe, I'll find a way to rebuild this shattered trust." Joseph nodded reluctantly, his expression a mix of resignation and shame. "What do you need from us, James?" James met his gaze, his resolve unshaken. "The truth. All of it. And we start now." The tension in the room eased ever so slightly as the board members began to gather their thoughts, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with accountability and hard truths. James, however, stood firm, ready to reclaim what was his and protect the legacy he had fought so hard to build. The tension in the room was suffocating. The air seemed to thicken as James Thomas's sharp words echoed, leaving the board members exchanging uneasy glances. No one dared to speak, each waiting for someone else to break the silence. Joseph Sullivan finally cleared his throat, his voice barely above a murmur. "James." He began, hesitating as though choosing his words with the utmost care. "You have to understand the position we found ourselves in. When you suffered that heart attack, it threw everything into disarray. We had to act quickly to stabilize joint stock." James's jaw tightened, his fingers drumming slowly on the table. "And acting quickly involved betraying me? Collaborating with global communications, our fiercest rival." His voice was calm, yet each word landed like a hammer. "It wasn't betrayal," Eleanor Winters interjected, her voice tinged with desperation. "At first, it was about preparing a contingency plan. But then, global communications approached us with a proposal we thought was strategic." James's piercing gaze shifted to her. Strategic, his tone dripped with disdain. "Do explain." Joseph inhaled deeply, as if steadying himself. "It was a merger, James. a merger that would combine their resources with our innovation. Together, we'd be unstoppable, a force capable of reshaping the industry. James let out a cold, humorless laugh. Unstoppable? By dismantling everything joint stock represents? By selling our values for convenience? His eyes scanned the room, settling on each member one by one. Do any of you remember why I started this company? Why we fought so hard to succeed? Joint stock wasn't built for shortcuts or cozy alliances with competitors. It was built to innovate, to lead, and to maintain integrity in every decision. The board members squirmed in their seats, avoiding James's glare. He pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase and placed them firmly on the table, the slap of paper against wood reverberating in the silent room. These, he began, his voice like steel, are copies of every email, every memo, every shred of correspondence related to your dealings with global communications. I know exactly what each of you has done. Several faces around the table paled. Adam Boyd's hand twitched, his composure faltering. So here's how this will go, James continued, his tone unwavering. This so-called merger? Dead on arrival. Any discussions with global communications end now, permanently. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. As for the rest of you, you have two choices. First, you can resign from this board immediately, walk away and save what little dignity you have left, or you can stay and help me undo this mess you've created. James straightened, his presence commanding. But let me be clear. If you choose to remain, you will be under my direct scrutiny. One misstep, one whisper of further deceit, and I will personally ensure you're blacklisted from this industry. Forever. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, each board member processing the ultimatum. James leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Now, make your decision. The room remained silent, the once confident board members now grappling with the gravity of their choices. James watched them with an unrelenting gaze, determined to restore his company and ensure that betrayal would never threaten it again. The room felt suffocating with tension as James Thomas's ultimatum hung in the air. The board members exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of his words pressing heavily on their shoulders. The moments stretched, each person battling their inner turmoil. Sharon Winters, the eldest board member, was the first to speak. Her voice wavered slightly but carried a tone of resolve. "I'll stay," she said, lifting her chin. "I made a mistake and I owe it to this company and to you to make it right." Her admission set off a ripple effect. One by one, other board members followed suit, their voices hesitant yet tinged with remorse. Not all, however, shared her conviction. Adam Boyd, visibly shaken, stood abruptly. "I can't do this," he muttered, avoiding James's piercing gaze. "I'll resign." By the time the meeting concluded, half of the original board had chosen to step down. James surveyed those who remained, his face a mixture of steely determination and grim acceptance. "Very well," he said, his tone clipped. "For those of you staying, understand this: our work starts now. We have significant damage to repair, both internally and publicly." The remaining members nodded, their expressions serious as they gathered their belongings and filed out of the room. James, standing at the head of the long conference table, watched their retreating figures before noticing Joseph Sullivan lingering near the doorway. Joseph approached cautiously, his usual confident demeanor replaced by an air of regret. His eyes met James's, filled with unspoken apologies. "James," he began, his voice subdued. "I know I failed you, I betrayed your trust, and I don't expect you to forgive me. If you want me gone, I'll resign." James studied the man before him, someone who had once been a trusted friend and partner. The betrayal still burned, but James saw something in Joseph's eyes, a glimmer of the loyalty that had once bonded them. After a pause, James spoke, his voice low but firm. "You're right, Joseph. You did betray me, and it's going to take time, if it's even possible, to rebuild the trust you shattered." Joseph nodded, his shoulders sagging. "I understand. I'll clear out my office." James held up a hand, stopping him mid-sentence. I'm not done, he said, his tone sharp. You're not resigning. Surprise flickered across Joseph's face. You're keeping me. James's expression hardened, his eyes like steel. Don't mistake this for forgiveness. I'm keeping you because you know every detail of what's happened, every piece of this mess. You're going to help me dig out the rot and fix what's broken. And let me be clear, this is your chance to prove you can still be the man I once trusted. Relief washed over Joseph's face, but it was tempered by the weight of James's words. He straightened, his voice steady. I won't let you down, James. I swear it. James nodded, but his face remained unreadable. We'll see. Now get to work. We've got a company to save. As Joseph turned to leave, James returned to his seat, the gravity of the moment settling over him. The road ahead would be arduous, fraught with challenges, but James was determined. He would restore joint stock, no matter the cost, and he would do it on his terms. As Joseph turned to leave, James Thomas's voice cut through the silence, sharp and commanding. One more thing, Joseph. I need to know about Ashley. Joseph froze mid-step, his hand still on the door handle. He turned back, a puzzled expression clouding his face. Ashley? What are you talking about, James? James's gaze narrowed, his tone steady but laced with urgency. The nurse from the hospital, the one who warned me about the board meeting. If it wasn't you or anyone on the board, then who was she? And how did she know? Joseph shook his head slowly, genuine confusion etched across his features. James, I've already told you I have no idea who this Ashley is. Maybe you misinterpreted something. You just had a heart attack, after all. Stress can do strange things to the mind. James's jaw tightened. He didn't believe Joseph was lying, not this time, but the mystery refused to unravel. As Joseph finally exited, closing the door softly behind him, James turned toward the expansive windows overlooking Washington, D.C. The city bustled with life below, the early afternoon sunlight glinting off steel and glass towers. Yet James felt an unshakable sense of unease. If Joseph and the board had nothing to do with Ashley, then who was she? How had she known about the conspiracy before he even suspected it? The questions gnawed at him, refusing to relent. He replayed every detail of his brief encounters with her, the urgency in her voice, the worry in her eyes. Ashley Thomas wasn't a figment of his imagination. She was real, and she held answers he needed. But where was she now? Why had she disappeared without a trace? The puzzle was growing more intricate, weaving itself into the larger web of betrayal and deceit surrounding joint stock. As James stared out at the sprawling cityscape, he realized this wasn't just about saving his company anymore. This was personal. Somewhere out there, Ashley Thomas was a key player in a game he hadn't fully grasped yet. And James wasn't one to leave mysteries unsolved. The journey ahead loomed daunting, filled with shadows and unknowns. Yet for the first time in days, James felt a spark of determination flare within him. He would uncover the truth, no matter how deep he had to dig or how far he had to go. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long streaks of light across his office. James Thomas stood at the crossroads of a battle that would test not just his skills as a businessman, but the very essence of who he was. Somewhere, in the vast maze of the city, Ashley Thomas carried the answers, and James was resolved to find them. The real battle was just beginning, and James Thomas was ready to meet it head-on. Standing at the edge of his desk, his resolve hardened into unyielding determination. Reaching for his phone, he dialed a number that had remained untouched in his contacts for years. Jack, James said firmly as the call connected. It's James Thomas. I need your help with something, and it needs to stay discreet. There was a pause as the voice on the other end responded with a sharp, no-nonsense tone. How soon can you meet me? James pressed. Another brief pause, followed by confirmation. James nodded to himself. Good, I'll see you in an hour. And Jack, he added, his voice steady and deliberate, come prepared. We have a mystery to unravel. As he set the phone down, James felt a complicated mix of anticipation and apprehension. The stakes were higher than they'd ever been, and the journey he was about to embark on promised to either salvage everything he'd built or shatter it into irreparable fragments. Yet, one thing remained clear: James Thomas wouldn't rest until he uncovered the truth, no matter the personal cost. The bustling streets of Washington, D.C., blurred into a haze outside the windows of James's sleek black sedan. He sat in the back seat, his posture rigid, his gaze fixed on the cityscape rushing past. Yet, his thoughts were miles away, consumed by the puzzle that had thrown his life into disarray. "Where to?" Mr. Thomas, his loyal chauffeur of many years, asked from the driver's seat. "The Gry Park Hotel," James replied, his tone distant, his mind already calculating the steps ahead. "I'm meeting an old friend." The sedan wove expertly through the crowded streets, carrying James toward what felt like the first chapter of a new and uncertain story. As they approached the stately Gry Park Hotel, its historic facade standing in quiet contrast to the chaos of the city, James straightened his tie, adjusting his suit jacket with a steadying breath. This was no ordinary meeting. It was the beginning of an investigation that could reshape his understanding of everything: his company, his relationships, and the forces at play in his world. James knew what awaited him inside wasn't just answers, it was the start of a battle for the truth. The hotel lobby exuded a quiet sophistication. Dark wooden accents and soft, muted tones enveloped the space. James Thomas scanned the room, his gaze settling on a familiar figure seated in the far corner of the bar. Jack Donovan hadn't changed much in the years since James had last seen him. Lean and wiry, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to dissect everything they observed, Jack rose from his seat as James approached. "James," Jack greeted, extending a hand. "It's been a while." James accepted the handshake with a nod, sliding into the booth opposite his old friend. "Too long, Jack. Thanks for agreeing to meet on such short notice." Jack waved away the gratitude with a casual flick of his hand. "When James Thomas calls, you answer. So what's going on?" Leaning forward, James lowered his voice to ensure their conversation remained private. "What I'm about to share doesn't leave this room, Jack. I need your word on that." Jack's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression hardening with seriousness. "You have it. Let's hear it." Over the next hour, James unraveled the tangled web of events: the heart attack, the mysterious nurse named Ashley, the conspiracy brewing within joint stock, and the unanswered questions that haunted him day and night. Jack listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each revelation. He sat back only when James concluded, letting out a low whistle. "That's one hell of a story, James. And you're sure this nurse Ashley, right, isn't tied to the board scheming?" James shook his head, frustration evident in his expression. "I've analyzed it from every angle. No one on the board seems to know anything about her. It's like she materialized out of nowhere, warned me, and then disappeared without a trace." Jack leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes glinting with focus as he processed the information. "All right," he began, his tone decisive. "Let's tackle this step by step. First, we need to figure out who this Ashley really is. You said the hospital has no record of her." "None," James confirmed, frustration creeping into his voice. "I've called multiple times, spoken directly with HR, even sent Emily to follow up in person. It's like Ashley never existed." Jack nodded, flipping open a worn leather notebook. "Okay, let's start with what you do know. Tell me everything you can remember: her age, height, anything distinct about her appearance or demeanor." James closed his eyes for a moment, conjuring up the vivid image of Ashley's face. She looked to be in her mid to late 20s. Petite, around 5'A" or 5'A", brown hair, warm brown eyes, and there was something about her eyes, familiar somehow, but I can't put my finger on it. Jack scribbled furiously, occasionally pausing to clarify details. Anything else? An accent? A specific way she carried herself? She spoke with confidence, like someone who knew more than they let on. James added. It wasn't just the words she said, it was the way she said them. Like she was trying to warn me without revealing too much. Jack tapped his pen against the notebook, deep in thought. It's not much, but it's a start. I'll run her description through some databases, see if we get any hits. Maybe she's not who or what she seemed to be. James nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Good. While you're at it, I'd like you to dig into global communications. Their sudden interest in a merger doesn't sit right with me. They've been our fiercest competitor for years, and now they're playing nice. It doesn't add up. Jack's lips curved into a knowing smirk. I was thinking the same thing. I've got a few contacts in corporate intelligence who owe me favors. I'll see if there's been any chatter about global making big moves or unusual alliances. As their conversation continued, the weight of uncertainty that had been pressing on James for days began to lift. For the first time since this storm had engulfed his life, he felt like he wasn't fighting it alone. He had an ally, someone he could trust to help uncover the truth and dismantle the web of deceit that threatened everything he had built. There's one more thing, James said, his voice tinged with both uncertainty and resolve as their meeting drew to a close. I can't shake the feeling that Ashley is tied to this somehow, not just the corporate intrigue, but something deeper, something personal. Jack leaned forward, studying James with the practiced eye of someone who had seen too many secrets unravel. What makes you think that? He asked, his tone even but probing. James shook his head, frustration flickering across his face. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. The way she looked at me, the urgency in her voice, it didn't feel like a nurse simply worried about her patient. It felt like she knew me, like it mattered to her beyond professional duty. Jack sat back, his fingers drumming thoughtfully on the table. You've always had good instincts, James. If there's a connection, we'll uncover it. I'll dig deeper into her background while we work on the rest. James nodded, the weight of the mystery pressing heavier on him, but tempered by the relief of having Jack on his side. Thanks, Jack. I trust you'll keep this discreet. Jack gave a small, reassuring smile. You know I will. We'll figure this out. As James stepped out of the elegant lobby of the Gry Park Hotel, the crisp air of Washington, D.C. greeted him. Determination burned in his chest, fueling his steps as he climbed into his waiting car. The mystery surrounding Ashley wasn't just another obstacle, it was the key to unlocking something bigger, something he couldn't yet define. The answers he sought were out there, waiting to be uncovered. And for the first time in days, James felt ready to face whatever truths lay ahead. I've learned to trust your instincts, Jack said, his voice steady as he closed his notebook. If you think there's a personal angle to this, we'll dig into it. Is there anyone from your past who might have a reason to get involved in something like this? An old flame? A family member you've lost touch with? James's thoughts churned as he sifted through the people in his past. Try as he might, nothing stood out. I can't think of anyone, he admitted, shaking his head. My parents are long gone. No siblings. I've had relationships, sure, but none that ended in a way that would explain this level of involvement. Jack gave a curt nod, his sharp mind clearly already working through other angles. All right. Let's not rule it out just yet, but for now, we'll focus on the leads we can chase down. I'll start digging into Ashley's background and see what I can uncover about global communications' recent moves. You concentrate on keeping joint stock steady and keeping your eyes open, whoever's behind this. They've already proven they can move under the radar. James stood as Jack did, their longtime camaraderie evident in the way Jack placed a hand on James's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and reassurance. We'll get to the bottom of this, James, just like the old days, huh? A faint smile tugged at the corners of James's mouth, just like the old days. Thanks, Jack, I mean it. I couldn't do this without you. Jack grinned, his sharp wit breaking the tension in the air. Oh, you owe me plenty already, James, but who's keeping track? They parted ways, each man carrying the weight of what lay ahead, but James felt lighter knowing he had Jack in his corner. As he stepped outside into the brisk Washington air, a new determination settled over him. The fight was far from over, but with Jack's help, he would uncover the truth, no matter how deeply it was buried. As James watched Jack disappear into the bustling Washington crowd, a renewed sense of purpose settled over him. The mystery surrounding Ashley and the conspiracy at Joint Stock remained tangled, but for the first time, he felt as though he was moving in the right direction. Back at the Joint Stock headquarters, James dove headfirst into damage control. He spent endless hours in back-to-back meetings, calming jittery investors, mending relationships with high-priority clients, and strategizing with the remaining board members to rebuild trust and steer the company onto a stable path. Late in the evening, James finally allowed himself a moment of respite. He stood at the wide windows of his office, gazing out at the cityscape illuminated by countless lights against the darkened sky. His phone buzzed, breaking the silence. It was a text from Jack. Found something interesting. Meet tomorrow, same place, 8 a.m. James's pulse quickened. What could Jack have discovered? Was it about Ashley, or did it have to do with global communications? The possibilities swirled in his mind, each one laced with both hope and trepidation. His eyes drifted to his desk, where a framed photo caught his attention. It was an old snapshot taken in the early days of Joint Stock. He and Joseph stood outside their modest first office, arms slung around each other's shoulders, their faces bright with the naive optimism of young entrepreneurs brimming with ambition. The photo tugged at James's memory. Something about Ashley's eyes, their warmth, their uncanny familiarity niggled at the edge of his mind. Was there a connection he had overlooked, something deeply tied to his past? James shook his head, attempting to dispel the haze of fatigue and unanswered questions. He was sure there was a critical piece missing, a hidden key that could unravel the entire mystery and bring clarity to the chaos. Tomorrow, with Jack's insight and expertise, James was determined to find that missing piece and finally begin to piece it all together. The early morning sun spilled over the streets of Washington, casting long, dramatic shadows as James Thomas made his way to the historic Gry Park Hotel. His thoughts swirled in a chaotic storm, fragments of theories, memories, and possibilities, each one tantalizingly close to revealing the truth he so desperately sought. Inside the hotel's dimly lit bar, Jack Donovan was already waiting in their familiar corner booth. A steaming cup of coffee rested in front of him, along with a thick manila folder that practically hummed with promise. "Morning," Jack greeted, sliding a second cup of coffee across the table. "Looks like you could use this." James nodded his thanks, taking a long, fortifying sip before settling into the booth opposite Jack. "What do you have for me?" he asked, his tone as steady as he could manage. Jack's sharp blue eyes gleamed with seriousness as he flipped open the folder. "I've got good news and, let's call it intriguing news. Where do you want to start?" "Let's hear the good news first," James said, bracing himself for the revelations to come. Jack nodded, extracting a stack of documents from the folder and laying them neatly on the table. "I dug into global communications' recent moves. Turns out they've been quietly expanding their corporate footprint, acquiring smaller tech firms, ramping up research and development, and most notably, lobbying heavily in Washington. They've been making power plays left and right. But here's the kicker, none of it seems to align with their usual modus operandi." James leaned forward, scanning the documents as Jack continued. "They're taking risks. James, big ones. Pushing boundaries in ways that suggest they're gearing up for something huge. That proposed merger with Joint Stock, it wasn't just opportunistic, it was strategic, calculated to align with some larger plan. But what's odd is how quickly they pivoted to target your company. Almost like someone inside was feeding them information." James's jaw tightened, the implications hitting hard. "Someone on the inside," he repeated. "That lines up with what I suspected. But why?" What's their endgame? That Jack said, tapping the folder meaningfully, brings us to the interesting news. James met his gaze, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Go on. Jack slid a photograph across the table, a single name scrawled on the back. James's breath caught as he recognized it. Ashley Thomas. The room seemed to still as James stared at the photo, his mind racing. Ashley, the mysterious nurse who had warned him the woman who might hold the key to everything. What did you find? James asked, his voice taut with anticipation. Jack leaned in, his tone deliberate. She's not just connected to you, James, she's connected to them. And I think she knows more than she's letting on. Jack nodded, pulling out a neat stack of documents from the manila folder. I've uncovered some interesting developments regarding global communications, he began, his tone measured. It seems they've been systematically acquiring smaller tech companies over the past year, firms specializing in areas that align almost perfectly with Joinstock's core technologies. James Thomas frowned deeply, the implications immediately sparking concern. They're assembling a portfolio to compete with us, James stated, his voice tinged with disbelief. Exactly, Jack confirmed, sliding the documents closer. But here's where it gets even more intriguing. These acquisitions were executed with precision, structured in ways designed to avoid drawing attention. If I hadn't been actively digging into their recent activities, this pattern might have gone completely unnoticed. James leaned back in the booth, his thoughts racing as he absorbed the information. So he began slowly piecing it together. Global wasn't pursuing a merger for synergy. They were orchestrating a complete takeover. Jack's expression darkened, and he nodded. That's exactly what it looks like. If the merger had been approved, they'd have all the assets they needed to dismantle Joinstock, stripping it for parts and effectively neutralizing their most significant competitor in one decisive move. James's jaw tightened, the weight of betrayal settling over him like a heavy cloak. The actions of his board members now seemed even more damning, their collusion aiding and abetting an insidious corporate strategy. Good work, Jack James said finally, his voice steady but laced with simmering determination. This information could be the key to protecting Joinstock and ensuring this company stays intact. We're going to need every scrap of it. Jack leaned forward, his piercing gaze meeting James's. We're not done yet. There's more to uncover, and we'll need to act fast. Global's playing a long game, but now we're ahead of their next move. James nodded, his resolve hardening. Then let's make sure their plans fall apart before they ever take shape. Jack's words hung in the air like a thunderclap, their weight settling heavily on James Thomas. He stared at the photograph, his mind struggling to catch up with the bombshell that had just been dropped. My daughter, James whispered, his voice barely audible. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the photo, examining the face that now felt both familiar and foreign. Jack nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, James, I triple-checked the records. Emily Parker is the daughter of Barbara Parker. The name hit James like a second blow. Barbara Parker. The woman who had once been the love of his life. A relationship that had ended in heartbreak and unresolved questions decades ago. Barbara, James murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Memories flooded his mind, laughter, shared dreams, and the pain of their sudden parting. He looked back at the photograph, the pieces of the puzzle finally beginning to click into place. How could I not have known? James asked, his voice rising. Why didn't she tell me? Jack leaned forward, his voice calm but insistent. James, I don't have all the answers. But I can tell you this: Emily didn't just show up at that hospital by chance. She knew who you were. She was trying to protect you. James's chest tightened, a mixture of guilt and anger swirling inside him. And Barbara, is she? Jack shook his head slowly. Barbara passed away a few years ago. Cancer. Emily's been on her own since then, putting herself through nursing school. James sank back into his chair, the weight of Jack's words crushing. She's been out there all this time, he said, his voice barely a whisper. And I didn't even know. Jack placed a hand on James's shoulder. What matters now is what you do next. Emily reached out to you, James. She risked everything to warn you. That means she's trying to connect, to bridge the gap. You have a second chance to be part of her life. Don't waste it. James nodded slowly, his resolve hardening. The corporate conspiracy, the betrayal of his board, those battles still raged. But this was personal. This was about family. I need to find her, Jack James said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions within him. I need to talk to her. I need to make this right. Jack smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with encouragement. We'll find her, James. And when you do, you'll know exactly what to say. As James stared at the photograph once more, the image of Emily Parker, his daughter, he felt something he hadn't in years: hope. For all the battles ahead, this was the one he couldn't afford to lose. The air in the room felt heavy as James Thomas stared at the birth certificate, his world shifting with each passing second. The document trembled in his hands, a concrete reminder of a truth he had never imagined. My daughter, James whispered, the words foreign and raw. Samantha. I never knew. She told me she lost the baby. Jack Donovan, sitting across from him, watched his old friend carefully, his expression a mixture of sympathy and resolve. It seems she didn't lose the baby, James. From what I've uncovered, Samantha's mother, Sharon, intervened. She forced Samantha to cut ties with you and raise Emily alone. James set the birth certificate down, his fingers tracing over the name Emily Parker. His mind was flooded with memories of Samantha, her laughter, her fierce spirit, the love they had shared during those fleeting college years. And now, learning that she had borne him a daughter, a child he had never known, left him grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. And Samantha, James asked, his voice catching, she's gone. Jack nodded solemnly. She passed away 5 years ago. Cancer. Emily's been on her own since then, working her way through nursing school. James leaned back in his chair, the weight of the revelation almost too much to bear. The thought of Emily, his daughter, growing up without him, losing her mother, and now stepping into his life under such mysterious circumstances, was overwhelming. Why would she come to me now? James asked, his voice laced with both confusion and longing. She warned me about the board meeting. Why not just tell me who she is? Jack spread his hands, his eyes filled with understanding. That's still a question we don't have an answer for. But she didn't just warn you out of coincidence, James. There's something more going on here. James's jaw tightened as his resolve hardened. I need to find her, Jack. I need to know why she came to me, why she kept her identity a secret. Jack slid a slip of paper across the table. This is her last known address. But James, Jack said gently, you need to be ready for whatever you find. This won't be easy for either of you. James took the address, folding the paper carefully and slipping it into his pocket. He looked Jack in the eye, determination blazing in his gaze. I don't care how hard it is. She's my daughter. I owe her the truth, and I owe her a father. As James rose from the table, the weight of years lost settled over him, but so did a glimmer of hope. For all the chaos swirling around him, the conspiracy had joined stock. The betrayal of those he trusted, this felt like a chance to reclaim something pure, something that truly mattered. He turned to Jack. Thank you for everything. I'll let you know what I find. Jack nodded, his voice steady. Good luck, James. And remember, whatever happens, you're not in this alone. With a deep breath, James left the hotel, stepping into the early morning sunlight. The city around him bustled with life, but for the first time in days, James's focus was clear. He had a daughter to find, and nothing corporate intrigue, personal fears, or the ghosts of the past was going to stand in his way. As James Thomas stepped out of the car in front of a modest brownstone in Washington, D.C., his emotions churned like a stormy sea. The discovery of Emily, his daughter, was a revelation that filled him with equal parts joy and sorrow. There was the undeniable happiness of finding a piece of himself he never knew existed, tempered by anger at the lies that had stolen decades of connection. And then there was the grief for Samantha, gone too soon, and for the years with Emily he could never get back. The drive had been a blur, with James barely registering the streets they passed. His hands had alternated between gripping his knees and fidgeting with his cufflinks, his mind racing through scenarios of what this moment would bring. How did one even start a conversation with the daughter they'd only just discovered? What words could possibly bridge the gap of nearly 3 decades? "Here we are, Mr. Thomas," his driver said gently, breaking into his thoughts. James nodded, his throat tight, and stepped out of the car. The brownstone stood quietly before him, its brick facade unassuming, its windows reflecting the golden morning sunlight. Each step toward the door felt heavier than the last, as if the weight of the past bore down on him more with every inch closer. Taking a deep breath, James glanced at the crumpled slip of paper in his hand, even though he had memorized the address. His heart pounded like a drumbeat as he raised his hand to knock on the door. This moment would change everything. For better or worse, he was about to meet his daughter. James Thomas took a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to focus as he stood on the steps of the brownstone. His thoughts drifted back to the hospital, to the moment he'd first encountered Emily. The familiarity in her warm brown eyes, which had tugged at his subconscious, now made perfect sense. She wasn't just a kind nurse, she was his daughter. "Do you want me to come with you?" Jack Donovan asked from the car, his voice steady, offering support as always. James shook his head, his gaze fixed on the door ahead. "No, Jack. This is something I need to do alone. But thank you for everything." Jack nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the moment. As James climbed the steps, each one felt heavier than the last, as though the years of lost time were pressing down on him. He paused at the door, his hand hovering over the doorbell. For a moment, doubt crept in. Would she even want to talk to him? What if he had already missed his chance to build a bridge? Summoning his courage, James pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed softly in the quiet of the morning, each second of waiting stretching into what felt like an eternity. Then, the door opened. There she was, standing before him. Emily Ashley Thomas, his daughter. Her features were striking, a mirror of Samantha's, yet uniquely her own. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a cascade of emotions played across her face: shock, hope, fear, uncertainty. "Mr. Thomas," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't expect to see you here." James swallowed hard, his throat tight with emotion. When he finally spoke, his voice trembled with the weight of a truth he had only just discovered. "Hello, Ashley. I think we need to talk." Her breath hitched, and tears welled in her eyes as she stepped back, her trembling hand motioning him inside. "Yes," she said softly, her voice breaking. "We do." As James stepped into the modest apartment, the air between them heavy with unspoken words, he knew this was the beginning of a conversation that would redefine both of their lives. As James crossed the threshold, he felt a palpable shift, as though stepping into a chapter that would redefine his understanding of family, love, and the true measure of success. The door clicked softly shut behind him, and he turned to face Ashley, his daughter. 28 years of hidden truths and unspoken words filled the space between them, thick with emotion. Ashley led him into a cozy living room. James's gaze swept across the space, absorbing every detail. A framed nursing degree hung proudly on the wall, surrounded by photos of Barbara Parker, Ashley's mother. The room spoke of a life carefully built, full of love and loss. James's heart ached at the nervous energy emanating from the young woman, now seated before him. "Please," Ashley said, motioning to the couch. Her voice carried a slight tremor, betraying the composure she was clearly trying to maintain. James lowered himself onto the couch, his eyes never leaving her face. Now that he knew the truth, the resemblance was undeniable. Her determined jawline, her expressive eyes, they mirrored his own. Ashley perched on the edge of an armchair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. How did you find out?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. James took a steadying breath, choosing his words carefully. I hired a private investigator after your warning at the hospital. He found the birth certificate, the connection to your mother, everything. Ashley nodded, her eyes falling to her hands. I'm sorry for the secrecy, Mr. Thomas. I didn't know how else to approach you. Please, James interrupted softly, his voice full of warmth. Call me James or whatever feels right to you. The words lingered in the air, heavy with an unspoken invitation. The word father seemed to hover just out of reach, unspoken but present. Tears welled in Ashley's eyes and her voice cracked as she spoke. I've wanted to tell you for so long, but Mom, she made me promise not to. She was so afraid it would disrupt your life or cause a scandal. James leaned forward, his tone gentle but firm. Ashley, I need you to understand this. If I had known, if Barbara had told me the truth, I would have been there. I would have been part of your life. A sob escaped Ashley's throat, and she pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. I know, she whispered. Before she died, she told me. She regretted the lie, but she was too scared to undo it. James's heart ached at the pain in her voice. He reached out, his hand hovering in the space between them before resting lightly on hers. Ashley, he said, his voice thick with emotion, I can't change the past, but I'm here now, and I want to be part of your life if you'll let me. As the morning unfolded, father and daughter embarked on the delicate, heartfelt journey of discovering each other. Ashley spoke of her childhood with Samantha, of the warmth her mother had provided, even as she faced the cruel battle with cancer. She shared the sacrifices that fueled her dream of becoming a nurse, her voice tinged with both pride and sorrow. James listened intently, his heart heavy with the weight of the years he had lost and the milestones he had missed. In return, James shared his story, how he built Joint Stock from the ground up, the sacrifices he had made along the way, and the recent betrayal within the company that had unwittingly brought them together. As he spoke, Ashley's eyes widened with realization. So my warning really did make a difference, she murmured. I overheard 2 board members at the hospital. They were talking about you, about the merger. I didn't have all the details, but I knew something wasn't right. I wanted to warn you, but I was terrified you wouldn't believe me if I told you who I was. James's chest tightened at her confession. She had risked so much to protect him, even without knowing how he would respond. As the sun climbed higher, its golden light streaming through the apartment's windows, the mood lightened. Laughter began to fill the space as they discovered shared quirks, an identical way of furrowing their brows when concentrating, the same dry humor that caught both by surprise. Looks like some things are just genetic, Ashley said with a shy smile, making James chuckle. But underneath the laughter, James sensed an undercurrent of unease. The joy of their reunion couldn't fully erase 28 years of separation, of questions unanswered and memories unshared. James leaned forward, his tone turning serious. Ashley, he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. I want you to know that. James could feel the weight of unspoken emotions hanging in the room, a mixture of pain, hope, and uncertainty. 28 years of absence couldn't be erased in a single morning, and the enormity of the moment wasn't lost on him. Ashley, he said, his voice steady but filled with emotion, I want you to know that I'm here now, if you'll let me be. I want to be part of your life. I can't undo the past, but I promise I'll do everything I can to be there for you moving forward. Ashley's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him. A tentative smile broke through her emotional facade. I'd like that, Dad, she said softly. The single word Dad sent a jolt through James's heart. It was a title he never thought he'd hear, a role he hadn't even known was his to fill. Tentatively, he reached out and took her hand in his. It was a small gesture, but the weight of it was immense. In that moment, it felt like they were beginning to bridge the gap of years that had kept them apart. As the conversation continued, the complexities of the outside world seemed to melt away. The corporate betrayals, the looming battles at Joint Stock, and even the mystery of Emily's initial warning, all of it felt distant and insignificant compared to the connection they were now building. For the first time in years, James felt something he hadn't realized he'd been missing: hope. But even as James reveled in the overwhelming joy of discovering Ashley, a part of his mind remained restless. The unanswered questions loomed like shadows on the edges of his newfound happiness. How would this revelation affect joint stock? What would the board members, already rattled by recent events, say if they learned about Ashley? And most perplexing of all, how did Ashley's warning fit into the larger conspiracy he was unraveling within the company? These questions demanded answers, but for now, James chose to set them aside. For this moment, he wasn't James Thomas, the CEO of Joint Stock, embroiled in corporate intrigue and betrayal. He was simply a father, sharing a long overdue connection with his daughter. As the morning melted into afternoon, James felt a profound shift within himself. His life had been irreversibly altered, reshaped by this unexpected reunion. The road ahead promised to be fraught with challenges, personal trials, and professional battles waiting at every turn. Yet he felt an unfamiliar but welcome sense of peace. For the first time in years, James's purpose wasn't solely tied to success or power. It was about something far more meaningful: the opportunity to build a relationship with Ashley, to recover the lost years, and to protect the bond they had just begun to forge. With Ashley by his side, James felt ready to confront whatever the future held. Together, they would face the obstacles ahead not as strangers, but as father and daughter. Ashley sat across from James, her fingers nervously tracing the edges of a worn photograph. James immediately recognized the image, a snapshot of Barbara, her youthful smile radiant and carefree. It was the same smile he remembered so vividly, now frozen in time. "Your mother," James began, his voice heavy with unspoken grief. "She told me she'd had a miscarriage. I never knew. I never even suspected." Ashley's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. "I know," she said softly. "Mom told me everything before she passed. She wanted me to understand why she made the choices she did, why she kept the truth from you." James leaned forward, the weight of the years pressing down on him. "Please, Ashley," he urged. "I need to know. Why would Barbara lie? Why would she keep you from me?" Ashley took a deep, steadying breath, her expression clouded with the burden of the story she was about to share. "It wasn't entirely her choice," she admitted. "It was my grandmother Sharon who orchestrated everything." James froze, the name cutting through him like a blade. Sharon Parker had always been a formidable presence in Barbara's life, but to think she had meddled so profoundly was almost too much to bear. "Go on," James urged, his voice low and strained. Ashley nodded, her fingers tightening around the photograph. "Mom told me that when she found out she was pregnant, she was terrified. She wanted to tell you, but Sharon had other plans. She thought you were too focused on your career, that you wouldn't have time for a family. She convinced Mom that the best thing, the only thing, was to keep the baby a secret from you." James's jaw clenched as the pieces began to fall into place. "So she lied about the miscarriage," he said bitterly. "She let me believe I'd lost everything." Ashley's voice trembled as she continued. "She didn't want to. Mom fought her on it, but Sharon was relentless. She threatened to cut Mom off, to ruin her life if she didn't go along with it. And Mom, she was young and scared. She thought she was doing what was best for me." James leaned back, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair as he processed the revelation. The betrayal cut deeper than he'd imagined, but so did the sorrow. He could see the pain in Ashley's eyes, the scars left by secrets she had no part in creating. "I'm so sorry," Ashley whispered. "For everything. For all the years we lost." James shook his head, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "This wasn't your fault, Ashley. None of it. If anything, I'm the one who should be apologizing for not being there, for not fighting harder to stay in Barbara's life." Ashley reached out, her hand trembling as it found his. "We can't change the past," she said quietly, "but we can move forward, together." James held her hand tightly, a new resolve settling over him. Together, he echoed. No more secrets, no more lies. For the first time in decades, James felt the possibility of healing, not just for himself, but for the daughter he had finally found. As Ashley began recounting the tale, James felt himself pulled into a world long past. The words painted vivid pictures, transporting him to a chapter of his life he thought was closed forever. 28 years earlier, Barbara Parker paced nervously in the confines of her childhood bedroom, her hand instinctively resting over her still flat stomach. Each creak of the floorboards felt amplified, her heart pounding as the sound of Sharon Parker's footsteps approached. The door swung open with force, revealing Sharon's sharp, unyielding presence. Her face was a mask of fury barely held in check. "Is it true?" Sharon demanded, her voice like ice. "Are you pregnant?" Barbara nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks as she braced for the storm she knew was coming. "Yes, Mom," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I'm going to have a baby. Michael's baby." Sharon's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening into something almost unrecognizable. That boy, she spat. That dreamer with his head in the clouds? Absolutely not. You will not throw your future away for some fleeting college romance. "It's not like that," Mom, Barbara protested, her voice breaking. "Michael and I love each other. He—" Sharon cut her off with a sharp gesture, her voice rising. "Love? Don't be naive, Barbara. Love doesn't pay bills. It doesn't secure a future. James Thomas is a nobody, a man chasing impractical dreams. And I will not allow you to tether yourself to a life of struggle because of him." Barbara's tears flowed freely now, her desperation palpable. "You don't understand," she pleaded. "Michael is brilliant. He's going to make something of himself. And even if he didn't, I still want this baby. I need this baby." Sharon's expression softened for a fleeting moment, only to harden again. "You don't know what you're saying," she insisted. "You're young. You're scared. But trust me, Barbara, this is not the path for you." Turning on her heel, Sharon moved to the door, her voice cold and decisive as she delivered her final words. "This ends now. You will tell Michael that you've lost the baby. He'll move on, and so will you. I'll make sure of it." Barbara stood frozen, her mother's words crashing over her like a wave. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of loss, not just for the life growing inside her, but for the love she thought was strong enough to weather any storm. As Ashley spoke, her voice trembling with emotion, James felt a searing pain in his chest. He could picture it all so vividly: the betrayal, the fear, the impossible choices. And in that moment, he realized the depth of the battle Barbara must have fought, torn between her love for him and her mother's unrelenting will. "It's not like that," Mom, Barbara protested, her voice trembling. "James and I love each other. We're going to make this work." Sharon laughed, the sound cold and devoid of any warmth. "Love," she repeated, her tone dripping with disdain. "Your children pretending to be adults. No. This ends here and now. You're going to call James and tell him you lost the baby." Barbara's eyes widened in horror, the words striking her like a blow. "What? No, I can't lie to him like that. He has a right to know. He deserves to know he's going to be a father." "A father?" Sharon sneered, her arms crossing tightly over her chest. "That boy can barely take care of himself. He's nothing but a dreamer chasing fantasies. He'll drag you down into his failures. Is that what you want? To throw away your future for a man who's destined to disappoint you?" Barbara sank onto the edge of her bed, her shoulders heaving as she sobbed uncontrollably. "You don't know him like I do," she whispered, her voice broken but resolute. "James is brilliant. He's going to change the world someday." For a brief moment, Sharon's expression softened, but her words remained unyielding, the conviction in her tone like iron. "Maybe he will, maybe he won't," she said, her voice lower but no less firm. but I won't let you gamble your entire future on a boy with nothing but big ideas and no means to back them up. You're going to finish college, start a career, and build a stable life. This baby." She paused, her voice hardening. "This is a mistake, Barbara, but we can fix it." "Fix it?" Barbara's voice trembled, barely audible. "No," Sharon said quickly, her tone firm but calculated. "I wouldn't ask that of you. But you'll have this baby in secret. We'll tell everyone you're studying abroad, and when it's born, we'll find a good family to adopt it." Barbara's head snapped up, her eyes blazing with newfound determination. "No," she said firmly. "I'm keeping my baby. You can't make me give it up." Sharon's jaw tightened, her composure cracking just enough to show her frustration. "Fine," Sharon said, her voice cold and sharp. "Keep the baby. But James can never know. If you tell him, I'll make sure you never see a penny of the trust fund your father left you. The money that's supposed to help you start your life after college gone. And believe me, raising a child on your own, with no support, is far from the fairy tale you imagine it to be." Barbara's mind whirled, her resolve shaken. The trust fund was her safety net, the means to give herself and her baby a fighting chance. Without it, she'd struggle endlessly. And James, he had dreams so grand, aspirations so boundless. Would he see her and the baby as the chains that anchored him, the reason his ambitions crumbled? "Think about it," Barbara Sharon pressed, her voice softening just enough to sound reasonable. "Let James chase his dreams. Give yourself a chance to build a future. In a few years, when you're both in a better place, maybe then you can reconnect. But right now, this is the only way to secure your future and the baby's." Tears streaked down Barbara's cheeks as her defenses crumbled. The weight of Sharon's ultimatum pressed heavily on her chest. "Okay," Mom, Barbara whispered, defeated. I'll tell James the first lost the baby." Sharon's expression softened into something resembling relief, and she stepped forward, pulling Barbara into a tight embrace. "It's for the best, darling," Sharon murmured. "You'll see. This is the right choice for everyone." Back in the present, James listened intently as Ashley recounted the painful story, each word cutting deep into his heart. The image of a young, frightened Barbara making an impossible choice under her mother Sharon's iron grip filled him with a sense of grief and anger he hadn't felt in years. "Your grandmother," James said, his voice tight with barely contained rage. "She manipulated Barbara. She used fear, control, and threats to keep us apart, to deny us a life together." Ashley nodded, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears that mirrored the anguish James felt in his soul. "Mom regretted it every single day," Ashley admitted, her voice trembling. "She wanted to tell you so many times. She used to sit with the phone in her hand, but she could never bring herself to dial." "But why didn't she?" James pressed gently, though his heart already feared the answer. Ashley sighed, her shoulders sagging under the weight of the memory. "By the time she felt ready, you were already on your way to becoming someone everyone looked up to. Joint stock was growing in Mom. She was scared. She thought you'd moved on, that telling you would only disrupt your life. She thought it was too late." James shook his head, waves of grief and frustration washing over him in an unrelenting tide. His hands gripped the armrests of the couch, as if anchoring himself to the moment. "It was never too late," James said, his voice thick with emotion. "If I had known God, Ashley, if I had known about you, I would have done everything, anything, to be there. I would have moved heaven and earth to be part of your life, to be your father." Ashley's lip quivered as she reached out tentatively, her hand trembling as it found his. James clasped it tightly, as if holding on to her would keep the years they'd lost from slipping further away. "I know that now," Ashley said softly, her voice full of the conviction her mother had instilled in her during her final days. "And Mom knew it too, in the end. That's why she told me everything before she died. She wanted me to have the chance to know you, to have a relationship with you, even if she couldn't be here to see it." James's eyes filled with unshed tears as he looked at Ashley, his daughter, the daughter he had missed, the daughter he now had the chance to embrace. For the first time in decades, he felt both the pain of what had been lost and the hope of what could still be found. As the enormity of the revelation settled over them, James felt a surge of resolve rising within him. He couldn't rewrite the past, couldn't reclaim the decades lost to Sharon's manipulation and Barbara's overwhelming fear. But he could, and would, seize the opportunity to shape the future. Ashley James began, his voice steady and filled with heartfelt conviction. From this moment forward, I'm here. Whatever you need, whatever I can do to support you, it's yours. We can't reclaim the years we've lost, but we can make every second from now on count. Ashley's eyes shimmered with fresh tears, but a smile broke through a radiant moment of hope and connection. I'd like that, Dad, she said softly. The single word hit James with a wave of emotions, a bittersweet mix of joy and an aching sadness for all the moments he should have heard it before but hadn't. Yet, in that simple acknowledgement, there was healing, a bridge to the relationship they were now forging. As the hours passed, father and daughter shared stories, their words slowly closing the chasm of time. Ashley spoke of her childhood with Barbara, the struggles and joys, and the love that had always been tempered by the absence of her father. James recounted his own journey, the triumphs and trials of building joint stock, and the recent turmoil that had brought him to her doorstep. While the bond between them grew stronger with each word, James couldn't completely silence the questions swirling in the back of his mind. The web of betrayal within his company, the shadowy motivations of global communications, and the unanswered question of how Ashley's reappearance intersected with it all loomed large. But in this moment, those concerns took a back seat. For now, he wasn't James Thomas, the determined CEO of Joint Stock, locked in a battle for his company's survival. He was a father, rediscovering a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. And for the first time in years, James felt a sense of peace, a completeness that had eluded him for far too long. The looming intrigue at Joint Stock and the threat posed by global communications felt like a storm waiting to break, yet all of it seemed secondary in the face of this newfound connection with Ashley. Ashley James said, his tone shifting to one of seriousness, I need to ask you something important. When you warned me at the hospital, how much do you know about what's happening at Joint Stock? Ashley's expression darkened, the weight of her earlier actions apparent. Not much, she admitted. I overheard two men talking during my clinical rotation. They mentioned your name and something about a takeover. I didn't catch all the details, but it sounded serious, dangerous even. James nodded slowly, his mind moving swiftly to connect the pieces. These men, he pressed gently. Do you think you could identify them if you saw them again? Ashley hesitated, uncertainty flashing in her eyes. I didn't get a clear look at them, she said, but I might recognize their voices. They were distinct. James's thoughts sharpened into a plan. The conspiracy threatening his company and the connection he'd just uncovered with Ashley were no longer separate strands, they were inextricably linked. Ashley, he said, leaning forward with purpose, I realize this is a lot to ask, especially given everything you've just shared, but I need your help. The situation at Joint Stock runs deeper than I first realized. Your perspective, your insight could be crucial in uncovering the truth. Ashley studied him carefully, the weight of his request evident on her face. What exactly are you asking of me, she asked, her voice steady but cautious. James took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. I'm asking if you'd be willing to work with me to help me unravel this conspiracy and protect the company I've built. It could be dangerous, and I won't blame you if you decide it's too much. But if you choose to help, I swear I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. The room fell silent as Ashley processed his words. Her gaze never wavered from his, a mixture of fear, resolve, and something deeper, a burgeoning trust. After what felt like an eternity, she nodded. Okay, she said firmly. I'm in. Whatever you need, I'll help. Relief washed over James, followed by a swell of pride in his daughter's courage. He reached out, taking her hand in his. "Thank you, Ashley," he said sincerely. "We'll tackle this one step at a time. For now, I think it's best if we keep our relationship under wraps. The fewer people who know about us, the safer you'll be." Ashley gave him a small, determined smile. "Understood. Let's do this." For the first time in weeks, James felt like he had a fighting chance not just for his company, but for a future with his daughter by his side. The stakes had never been higher, but he was no longer facing them alone. Together they would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. As the sun dipped below the Brooklyn skyline, painting the streets with hues of amber and gold, James lingered for a moment longer in the doorway of Ashley's apartment. He turned back to his daughter, his heart swelling with emotions he had yet to fully name. The weight of decades of absence and missed moments pressed on him, yet they were tempered by the hope of a future he never thought possible. "Ashley," he began softly, his voice steady but full of emotion, "I know I can't undo the past. I can't give you back the years we lost, the moments we should have shared. But I want you to know from this moment on, you'll never face anything alone. I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere." Ashley stepped forward, her tear-filled eyes meeting his, and wrapped her arms around him in a hug that felt like a lifetime in the making. "I know, Dad," she said, her voice filled with equal parts gratitude and vulnerability. "We can't change what happened, but we can make the most of what we have now. That's what matters." In her embrace, James felt something he hadn't experienced in years: an anchor, a sense of belonging that no corporate title or professional success could provide. The battles at Joinstock, the betrayals by his board, and the looming threat from global communications, they all still loomed large. But in that moment, they felt secondary. He had discovered something far more valuable to fight for: his family. Stepping out into the crisp evening air, James took a deep breath, the city lights casting a glow on the streets below. For the first time in a long time, he felt a sense of clarity. The mystery of Ashley's existence had been solved, but it was clear that their story was only beginning. With renewed determination and the bond of his daughter strengthening him, James was ready to face the challenges ahead. He knew the path would be fraught with obstacles, both personal and professional, but he also knew one thing for certain: he wasn't walking it alone anymore. And that made all the difference. The early morning sun painted the sleek glass facade of Joinstock in warm hues, its reflection shimmering like a beacon of ambition and resilience. James Thomas strode through the bustling lobby, his footsteps purposeful, his mind a whirlwind of strategies and next steps. The revelations of the past few days had shifted his priorities, sharpened his focus, and given him a renewed sense of purpose. As he entered the elevator, James felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a text from Ashley. "Ready when you are. Let's do this." A small smile crossed his lips. The thought of collaborating with his daughter, of finally bridging the years that had separated them, filled him with a resolve deeper than any boardroom victory ever had. This wasn't just about business anymore, it was about family. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, revealing Joseph Sullivan waiting in the hallway. His expression was tight, a mixture of concern and barely concealed nerves. Falling into step beside James, Joseph adjusted his tie, his unease palpable. Joseph began, his voice edged with urgency. "We need to discuss the upcoming shareholders' meeting. There's a lot at stake." James glanced at him, his expression unreadable but firm. "Yes, we do," he replied evenly, his tone leaving no room for argument. They reached the CEO's office, where the air seemed charged with the weight of decisions yet to be made. James paused, his hand on the door handle, and turned to Joseph. "This meeting is about more than just numbers or projections, Joseph. It's about the integrity of this company, about righting the wrongs that have been allowed to fester. I hope you're prepared for that." Joseph swallowed hard, nodding. "I understand." As James entered his office, the city stretched out before him through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a constant reminder of the empire he'd built and the stakes of what he was fighting to preserve. With Ashley's unwavering support and a new sense of clarity, James felt ready. The battles ahead would be grueling, but he had never been more determined. The stage was set for the next act in this high-stakes drama, and James Thomas was ready to face it head-on. This wasn't just about protecting a company, it was about protecting a legacy, a family, and a future worth fighting for. James Thomas's tone hardened, his words as unyielding as steel. "Here's how this is going to work," he began, his voice calm but commanding. "You're going to tell me everything, every meeting, every conversation, every individual who had a hand in this, and then you're going to help me dismantle it, piece by piece." Joseph Sullivan's head shot up in shock, his face betraying both surprise and uncertainty. "You're not firing me?" he asked, his voice hesitant. "Don't misunderstand," James replied, his tone resolute. "This isn't forgiveness. You're staying because fixing this will require every ounce of effort you've got. When we've protected joint stock and brought this to a close, then we'll discuss whether you still have a future here." Relief washed over Joseph's face, quickly replaced by a look of determination. "Understood," he said with a firm nod. James's phone buzzed. A message from Ashley Thomas flashed across the screen. "In position. Ready for your signal." Rising from his chair, James motioned for Joseph to follow him. "Come with me," James said, striding toward the door. "There's someone you need to meet." As they moved through the halls of Joint Stock's towering headquarters, James outlined his strategy. They would collect evidence, build a watertight case against Global Communications, and root out the board members complicit in the plot. At the core of this effort was Ashley, positioned where she could gather insights that James couldn't reach alone. Reaching the small conference room, James stopped at the door. He turned to Joseph, his hand resting on the handle. "Joseph," James said, his voice steady, "what you're about to learn will change everything you thought you knew. Are you prepared for that?" Joseph hesitated only briefly before nodding, a flicker of conviction shining in his eyes. "I'm ready, James. Whatever it takes to make things right." James pushed the door open, revealing Ashley seated at the table. The weight of the moment settled over him as he stepped inside, a mixture of pride and anticipation coursing through him. "Joseph," James said, his voice both firm and filled with emotion, "I'd like you to meet Ashley, my daughter." Joseph's jaw dropped, his eyes darting between James and Ashley in astonishment. "Your daughter," he stammered. "But how? When?" James exchanged a glance with Ashley, a silent understanding passing between them. "It's a long story," James replied, his tone softening. "One I'll explain later. Right now what matters is that Ashley is here, and she's playing a critical role in stopping this conspiracy." Joseph looked at Ashley, who met his gaze with a composed, determined expression. "I didn't see this coming," Joseph admitted, shaking his head. "But if she's on our side, then I'll follow her lead." James's lips curved into a small, approving smile. "Good," he said. "Because we're going to need all the help we can get." Ashley Thomas extended her hand to Joseph Sullivan, offering a small but confident smile. "It's a long story, Mr. Sullivan, one we don't have time to delve into now. What matters is that I'm here to help, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us." As the three of them settled around the sleek conference table, James Thomas began outlining their plan. Ashley would maintain her role in the hospital, using her position to discreetly monitor and gather intelligence on any conversations involving compromised board members or representatives from Global Communications. Meanwhile, Joseph would work covertly within Joint Stock, providing crucial intel and setting up situations where key discussions could be overheard or intercepted. "This won't be easy," James cautioned, his piercing gaze moving between his daughter and his longtime colleague. "What we're attempting is not just difficult, it's dangerous. If Global or the compromised board members catch wind of our plans, the fallout could be severe for all of us." Ashley reached across the table, her hand resting on her father's in a gesture of quiet reassurance. "We understand the risks, Dad," she said firmly, her voice steady. "But this goes beyond joint stock. This is about standing up for what's right and protecting innovations that have the power to change lives." Joseph nodded, his expression etched with resolve. "I've made serious mistakes, James. Let me help you fix them. Let me help us fix them." As they continued refining their strategy, discussing potential risks and anticipating roadblocks, James felt a glimmer of hope taking root within him. The path they faced would be fraught with challenges, layers of intrigue, and difficult revelations, but as he looked at Ashley and Joseph, he felt a rare sense of reassurance. This was no longer a fight he was waging alone. He had his daughter, whose courage and conviction inspired him, and a trusted ally determined to atone for his past missteps. Together, they were ready to confront the storm ahead and uncover the truth. The stakes had never been higher, but with this team by his side, James Thomas felt ready to face whatever came next. By the time their meeting concluded, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting a soft amber light through the conference room windows. The glow lent a fleeting serenity to the tense atmosphere, though none of them felt at ease. As they rose to leave, James Thomas stepped forward and pulled Ashley Thomas into a firm embrace. "Be cautious," he murmured, his voice carrying both the protective instinct of a father and the heavy weight of fear. "If anything feels wrong, if there's even the slightest hint of danger, get out immediately. Promise me that." Ashley rested her head briefly against his chest, feeling the strength of his concern. "I promise, Dad. We're in this together now, and we'll get through it." With a determined nod, Ashley gathered her things and headed out to prepare for her next hospital shift. James watched her go, his heart swelling with equal parts pride and anxiety. Turning to Joseph Sullivan, who lingered by the door, James spoke with unflinching seriousness. "You know what's at stake here, don't you? This isn't just about salvaging the company or outmaneuvering global communications. It's about protecting Ashley, my daughter, and giving us a chance to finally build the relationship we've both been denied for far too long." Joseph's expression darkened with regret, his shoulders sagging under the weight of past mistakes. But in his eyes, a spark of determination flickered. "I understand, James," he said firmly. "I know I've failed you before, but this time will be different. I won't let you down again. Whatever it takes, we'll see this through together." As they exited the room, James felt a cautious glimmer of hope. The challenges ahead were daunting, but for the first time in years, he wasn't facing them alone. With Ashley and Joseph by his side, he believed they could confront whatever lay ahead and emerge stronger for it. As they each departed to fulfill their roles in the unfolding plan, James Thomas felt a deep sense of resolve solidify within him. The enigma surrounding Ashley Thomas had been unraveled, yet he knew it marked the beginning of a new, far more significant chapter. Now, with his daughter serving as his hidden ace and his once trusted ally, Joseph Sullivan, striving for redemption, James was prepared to confront the corporate battlefield head-on. The scene was set, the key players positioned, and the stakes had never been higher. The next phase of this intricate, high-stakes drama was poised to begin. James's determination burned brighter than ever, fueled not only by his commitment to safeguarding joint stock, but also by the newfound hope of forging a future alongside the daughter he had only recently discovered. Victory was no longer just about the company. It was about reclaiming lost time, building bridges where none existed before, and protecting the legacy that now felt more personal than ever. James Thomas was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, no matter the cost. As James Thomas stepped into the cool Washington, D.C. evening, his mind churned with strategies and backup plans. The corporate world was entirely unprepared for what was about to unfold. With the united determination of a father discovering his daughter, a young woman stepping into her power, and a friend striving for redemption, a formidable force was about to be unleashed. This alliance would reverberate through the very core of the business world, shaking its foundations like never before. The game had shifted, and the stakes had never been higher. For the first time in years, James felt a profound sense of purpose, a clarity that ignited a fire within him. The fight to save Joinstock, protect its legacy, and carve out a future alongside Ashley had officially begun. James Thomas was ready to battle with everything he had, driven by love, loyalty, and an unrelenting resolve. The corridors of Mount C Hospital were filled with the steady hum of activity. Nurses moved swiftly between patients, the rhythmic beeping of machines blending with the shuffle of shoes on polished floors. Ashley Thomas navigated the bustling environment with quiet confidence, her sharp eyes betraying no signs of exhaustion from the long hours of her shift. It had been 3 days since she agreed to assist her newly discovered father, James Thomas, in his fight to expose the conspiracy threatening Joinstock. The weight of her mission hung heavily on her, but the stakes were too high to allow herself the luxury of hesitation. As she neared the nurse's station, Ashley caught a fragment of conversation that made her heart race. "Did you hear? Another board member from Joinstock was admitted last night. Stress-related, I think they said." Ashley's mind immediately went into overdrive. This could be the break they had been waiting for. She moved casually to the computer station, feigning interest in her assignment sheet, while quickly scanning the patient list. There it was, Richard Boyd. The name stood out like a red flag. He was one of the board members James had identified as being deeply involved in the deal with global communications. Suppressing a surge of adrenaline, Ashley calmly offered to take over Mr. Boyd's care for the shift. With quiet resolve, she set her course for his private room, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The plan was straightforward: gather information, remain discreet, and report back to James. However, the reality of infiltrating the world of a patient made Ashley's stomach twist with guilt and unease. She took a steadying breath, recalling the grounding techniques she'd learned in nursing school. She imagined her calm, professional persona settling around her like an armor, ready to shield her from the discomfort she felt. After another deep inhale, Ashley gently pushed open the door to Adam Boyd's room. What she saw inside was a far cry from the powerful businessman she had expected. Adam lay in the bed, pale and exhausted, his face drawn with the physical toll of stress. Dark circles beneath his eyes told the story of sleepless nights and overwhelming pressure. As Ashley stepped closer, his gaze shifted toward her, a mixture of fatigue and resignation clouding his expression. "Good morning, Mr. Boyd," Ashley greeted, her tone warm yet measured. "I'm Ashley, and I'll be taking care of you today. How are you feeling?" Before he could respond, a violent cough racked his body. Ashley quickly poured him a glass of water, her hands steady as she helped him sip, supporting his back. "Thank you," Adam murmured, his voice hoarse. "I've been better. This whole mess, it's taken more out of me than I ever imagined." Ashley listened carefully, though her expression remained neutral. "I'm sorry to hear that. Is there something in particular causing you this much stress? Sometimes talking about it can help." A bitter laugh escaped Adam. "Unless you've figured out how to reverse the cascade of awful decisions I've made, I don't think there's much anyone can do." Ashley's ears perked up at his words. She stayed silent, weighing the possibilities in her mind. The conversation had only just begun. Ashley's pulse quickened. This was the moment, the opening she'd been waiting for. She took a seat on the edge of the visitor's chair, leaning slightly forward, her body language warm and inviting. "Sometimes talking things through with someone outside the situation can be helpful," she said in a calm, gentle tone. "If you'd like to share, I'm here to listen." Adam paused for a brief moment, as if weighing her words. Then, without warning, the floodgates seemed to open. He exhaled sharply, and the words tumbled out. "I've spent my whole career building something I believed in," he said, his voice weighed down with regret. "Joinstock wasn't just a business for me. It was a dream, a vision of what could be. A chance to leave the world better than I found it through innovation. And now I've ruined it all. For what?" His voice cracked, and he turned his gaze toward the window, unable to meet Ashley's eyes. It was clear that the weight of his admission had taken him by surprise. Ashley leaned in just a little closer, her voice soft yet filled with empathy. "It sounds like you've been carrying this burden for a long time, Mr. Boyd. What happened?" Ashley listened closely, her gaze steady, processing each word with the precision she had honed over years of training. Despite the urgency of the moment, she kept her expression soft, maintaining a sense of calm and empathy. "You seem like you're carrying an immense weight, Mr. Boyd," she said gently. "Could you help me understand what happened?" Adam's eyes flickered nervously to the door, as though checking for anyone who might be listening. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper, urgent and heavy with regret. "We made a deal with the devil," he confessed. "Global Communications promised us the world a merger that would have made us unbeatable. But it was all a sham." Ashley leaned in just a fraction more, her voice coaxing yet firm. "A sham? How do you mean?" "They never wanted a merger," Adam continued, his words tumbling out, each sentence more desperate than the last. "It was always a takeover. They've been positioning themselves to dismantle tech vision, absorb our innovations, and wipe us out as a competitor. And I was part of it." The weight of Adam's admission hit Ashley like a physical blow. This was exactly the kind of damning information James desperately needed, yet as she looked at the crumpled man in front of her, she felt a wave of unexpected sympathy. "Mr. Boyd," she said, her tone carefully measured, "it seems you regret what happened, but is there anything you can do to make it right?" Adam's response was a hollow laugh, devoid of humor. "Make it right? I don't know if that's even possible. James Thomas trusted us. He built Join Stock from the ground up, and we sold him out. Even if I wanted to come clean, it's too late now. The plans are already set in motion." Ashley's thoughts spun. This was her chance to press him for more specific details, but she needed to be cautious. "It's never too late to do the right thing," she said, her voice gaining strength. "If you truly believe in what Tech Vision represents, don't you think it's worth fighting for?" Adam's gaze locked with Ashley's, a fleeting spark of hope warring with deep resignation in his eyes. "You don't understand," he murmured, his voice tinged with weariness. "The people involved in this, they're ruthless. If I speak out now, there's no telling what might happen." Ashley's heart raced, but she steadied herself. She was walking a perilous path, yet she couldn't stop now, not with so much at stake. "Doing what's right often takes courage, Mr. Boyd," she replied, her voice calm but firm. "And you have everything to fight for, not just the company, but your own integrity." For a long time, Adam didn't say a word. His gaze drifted to the window, where the Washington, D.C. skyline spread out before him, its city lights flickering like distant stars. When he finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper, the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. "Maybe you're right," he said. "Maybe it's time to face the truth. Time to salvage whatever's left of my conscience." He turned back to Ashley, his eyes searching hers as if looking for something he couldn't quite name. "You remind me of someone," he said softly. "There's something in your eyes, a resilience, a strength. It reminds me of James, actually." Ashley's breath hitched in her chest. Had she said too much? Revealed too much of herself? She quickly forced a small, light-hearted laugh, trying to deflect the moment's tension. "I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Boyd," she said, the humor in her voice a touch strained. "But let's focus on getting you back on your feet. The first step to facing any storm is making sure you're strong enough to weather it." As Ashley took the necessary steps to check Adam's vitals and adjust his medication, her mind spun with 1,000 thoughts. She needed to get this information to her father immediately. This was the breakthrough they had been waiting for. More than that, Ashley realized that Adam Boyd could be a pivotal ally in the fight to save Join Stock. The hours of her shift seemed to melt away, consumed by the endless cycle of routine tasks and fleeting moments of introspection. Every so often, Ashley caught herself thinking about what she had just uncovered, an insight that could change everything. Once she was finally off duty, Ashley hurried to a quiet, secluded corner of the hospital. Her fingers danced over her phone's keypad, her mind racing as she typed the encrypted message to James. Major breakthrough. Boyd admitted to the hospital. Confessed involvement in the global takeover. Seems remorseful. Possible ally. Need to meet ASAP. As she waited for James's reply, Ashley leaned against the cool, sterile wall, suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of everything she had stepped into. She wasn't just the daughter of a man she had only just met, nor was she merely a nurse committed to saving lives. No, she had become something far more, an instrumental part of a high-stakes corporate game, where the future of a multi-billion-dollar company now rested in her hands. Her phone buzzed with James's response, "Excellent work. Meet me at the safe house in 1 hour. We need to strategize our next move." Ashley took a deep breath, her body buzzing with anticipation as she gathered her belongings and prepared to leave. She couldn't shake the sense that everything was different now. As she passed a window, she caught sight of her reflection. The woman staring back at her was someone she didn't quite recognize. Stronger, more resolute. The transformation was undeniable. She wasn't just Ashley Thomas, nursing student anymore. No, she was Ashley Thomas, the daughter of a tech mogul with the power to change the course of history. With a final glance toward Adam Boyd's room, Ashley stepped into the cool Washington, D.C. evening, her mind spinning with endless strategies and possibilities. This was it, the game had shifted, and she was now at its center. As she hailed a cab to take her to the safe house, Ashley felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with a sharp pang of fear. There was no turning back now. The next phase of this high-stakes drama had begun, and she was determined to see it through to the end. The weight of the high-stakes drama was palpable as Ashley navigated her newfound role, determined to play her part with precision. With the support of her father, James, and a burgeoning sense of confidence, she believed they could expose the conspiracy threatening joint stock and protect the future they'd worked so hard to build. As the taxi wove through the bustling streets of Washington, D.C., Ashley's resolve grew stronger. For years, she had wondered what it would be like to be a part of her father's world, imagining the moments they might share. Now, deep in the heart of the corporate web, she was determined to prove herself. She wouldn't let James down, not now, not ever. The challenges ahead were unknown, and the dangers lurking in the shadows seemed inevitable. But in that moment, Ashley knew one thing with unwavering certainty: she was exactly where she was supposed to be. The next phase of their plan was about to unfold, and she was ready. The safe house was an unassuming brownstone nestled in a quiet Brooklyn neighborhood, its outward appearance offering no hint of the whirlwind of action happening inside. As Ashley climbed the steps, her heart beat faster, with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. She was about to dive headfirst into a world of corporate intrigue and risk. The door opened before she had a chance to knock, and James ushered her inside with a sharp glance down the street, ensuring they were still undetected. The living room, usually a place of comfort, had been transformed into a makeshift operations center. Laptops hummed with activity, documents were scattered across every available surface, and whiteboards were covered in diagrams and notes. Ashley, James said, pulling her into a swift hug. "You made it. Are you okay? Did anyone follow you?" Ashley nodded, her voice steady despite the tension building inside her. "No, I'm fine. I took a roundabout route just like you suggested." From behind a laptop, Joseph Sullivan looked up, offering a weary smile. "Good work at the hospital. What you uncovered about Boyd could be the breakthrough we needed." As Ashley settled onto the couch, James began pacing, his mind clearly ablaze with possibilities. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, but his resolve was unwavering. Every step they took would determine not only the fate of joint stock, but their futures as well. "All right, let's break this down," James said, his voice steady despite the urgency in his words. "Ashley, we need every detail. Tanner gave you everything you can remember." Ashley inhaled deeply, gathering her thoughts before speaking. She knew how important it was to get this right. As she recounted her conversation with Adam Boyd, she could see the way James and Joseph exchanged looks. Their faces hardened with each passing revelation, their understanding deepening. So Tanner confirmed that Global Communications never intended for a legitimate merger, James said once Ashley had finished. From the beginning, it was always a hostile takeover. Joseph nodded somberly, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. It fits with what we've uncovered about their acquisitions. They've been quietly acquiring companies that align perfectly with Joinstock's core technologies. If they pull this off, they'll control the entire sector. Ashley leaned forward, her brow furrowed as the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. There's more. The way Tanner spoke about the people behind this. He was terrified. He said they were powerful, dangerous. James' jaw tightened, his thoughts already racing ahead. That aligns with some intelligence I've received. There are whispers of a shadowy cabal working with Global Communications people who have influence in high places. This isn't just a corporate battle anymore, this is something far darker. The room fell into a heavy silence as the magnitude of their situation settled over them. Ashley felt a chill creep down her spine. The forces they were up against were far more dangerous than they had initially imagined. "So what's next?" she asked, her voice cutting through the tension in the room. James turned to the whiteboard, where a sprawling network of names and connections was meticulously mapped out. "We need more tangible evidence. Tanner's confession is just the beginning, but it's not enough to take to the authorities or even the board. We need documents, recordings, anything that can't be denied." David spoke up, his voice firm with resolve. "I think I can assist with that. I still have access to most of the confidential files. If I'm careful, I might be able to extract some documents that could prove to be critical without drawing attention." James nodded, his expression filled with cautious approval. "That's good, David, but you need to be extremely careful. If anyone catches on to what we're doing." "I understand," David replied, his tone heavy with seriousness. "I'll be discreet." Ashley, watching the exchange, felt an unexpected surge of protectiveness for both her father and this man who was clearly working to redeem himself. "What about me?" Ashley asked, her voice filled with determination. "How can I help?" James turned to face her, his gaze a mix of admiration and concern. "Your role is just as important, Ashley," he said softly, his words both a reassurance and a heavy responsibility. The air in the room thickened with the weight of their next steps. Each of them knew what was at stake. Every decision, every action had far-reaching consequences. Ashley met her father's gaze, her resolve solidifying. "We're in this together, Dad, no matter what happens." James placed a steady hand on her shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. Together, he affirmed. With that, the trio set their plan in motion. The tension in the room was palpable as they prepared for what lay ahead. Ashley knew, deep down, that no matter what challenges they would face, she was ready. They all were. The next chapter in this high-stakes battle was about to unfold, and they would face it head-on. Tanner had begun to trust Emily, and James saw an opening. If Emily could get him to open up even more, perhaps even convince him to testify, it could unravel the entire conspiracy that had plagued their lives for so long. Ashley's thoughts raced as she considered her next move. She recalled her training in neurolinguistic programming, pondering techniques that would deepen the bond of trust she needed to establish with Tanner. Every word, every gesture would have to be calculated and deliberate. "I'll do everything I can," she reassured James, her voice calm but filled with purpose. "But we need to tread carefully. If Tanner realizes I'm not just someone to listen, it could all unravel." James's gaze softened with concern, his voice firm as he responded, "Your safety is my highest priority. In this, there is nothing more important than keeping you safe." As they continued to plan their next steps, Ashley couldn't help but marvel at how drastically her life had shifted. Just weeks ago, she was a nursing student, buried in textbooks and preparing for exams. Now she found herself at the center of a high-stakes corporate conspiracy, working alongside the father she had only recently discovered. The gravity of it all both overwhelmed and invigorated her. The life she had known seemed so distant now. This was her reality, and she was determined to face it head-on. Hours slipped by as they carefully examined documents, cross-checked critical details, and fine-tuned their strategy. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, James called for a break, his voice a little more strained than usual. "We've made great strides," he said, massaging his temples. "But we have to pace ourselves. This is a marathon, not a sprint." As Joseph packed up his laptop, Ashley found herself alone with her father. She quietly watched him as he gazed out the window, his expression distant, lost in thought. "Dad," she said softly, surprised by how easily the word rolled off her tongue. "Are you okay?" James turned to her, offering a gentle smile that seemed to soften the weariness in his eyes. "I'm fine, sweetheart, just taking it all in. You know, after all my years in business, I never imagined I'd be facing something like this, and certainly never imagined I'd be doing it with a daughter I didn't even know I had." Ashley stepped closer, her eyes following his gaze across the Brooklyn skyline. "Life has a way of surprising us, doesn't it? But I'm really glad we're in this together." James wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close in a rare, quiet moment of connection. "So am I, Ashley. So am I. I just wish I had known you sooner. All those lost years." Ashley leaned her head gently against his side, a tightness building in her chest. "We can't change what's behind us, Dad, but we're here now working together to secure our future. That's what matters most." The weight of their words settled between them, but for the first time in years, both felt a sense of purpose and belonging they hadn't known was possible. The following morning, Ashley found herself back at Mount Si Hospital. Despite the late night spent strategizing with her father, her mind was sharp and focused as she made her way to Adam Boyd's room. She took a deep breath and reviewed the techniques she had learned, preparing herself to dive deeper into the conspiracy, all while maintaining the role of a compassionate nurse. When Ashley entered the room, Adam was awake, looking somewhat improved. The dark circles under his eyes had diminished, and there was a hint of color returning to his face. "Good morning, Mr. Boyd," Ashley greeted him warmly, her voice infused with a sense of care. "How are you feeling today?" Adam offered a faint smile, his voice soft but sincere. "A little better thanks to your help yesterday. I owe you an apology for unloading all that on you. It wasn't very professional of me." Ashley smiled reassuringly as she moved to check his vitals. "There's no need for apologies. Sometimes we all need someone to listen, especially when we're carrying heavy burdens." As she continued her work, Ashley subtly steered the conversation back to the matters they had touched on earlier. With gentle prompts and carefully placed questions, she nudged Adam to open up even more. "You mentioned yesterday that you felt like you had betrayed James Thomas' trust," she said quietly, her voice filled with empathy. "Have you thought about reaching out to him, maybe explaining the situation?" Adam's expression darkened, a shadow of regret passing over him. "It's not that simple. The people behind this, they have eyes everywhere. If they even suspect I'm considering coming clean." Ashley leaned in, her voice lowering with sincerity. "Mr. Boyd, I may just be a nurse, but I've seen enough to know that living with guilt and fear can be far more damaging than any outside threat. Sometimes doing the right thing requires courage, but it also brings its own kind of peace." The weight of her words hung in the air between them as Adam processed the offer of redemption. Ashley leaned in, her voice soft yet full of conviction. "Mr. Boyd, I may be a nurse, but I've seen enough to know that living with guilt can be far more destructive than any outside threat. Sometimes doing what's right takes courage, but it brings peace in ways nothing else can." Her words seemed to hit their mark, causing a flicker of emotion in Adam's eyes, a mixture of fear and something deeper, something that resembled resolve. "You remind me of someone who once believed in something bigger than himself," Ashley continued, matching his posture. "The way you spoke about joint stock, about its potential, about the future, it's still there, isn't it?" Adam's gaze turned inward, as though the memory of those ideals weighed heavily on his soul. He nodded slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. It is. I swear it is. I've tried to convince myself it was all for the greater good, that the choices I made were justified. But deep down, I know I've lost my way. Ashley recognized the opening and pressed gently. It's never too late to change course, Mr. Boyd. And you don't have to face this alone. For what felt like an eternity, Adam remained silent, wrestling with the conflict in his chest. His eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Finally he spoke, his voice breaking the stillness. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to face what I've done. He looked up at Ashley, his eyes searching hers, as if seeking reassurance. If I were to come forward, to tell James everything, do you think it would make a difference? Ashley held his gaze, her expression steady, calm, and unwavering. I believe the truth always makes a difference, Mr. Boyd. From everything I've heard about James, I think he's a man who values honesty and courage above all else. Adam Boyd sat back, his expression shifting as if the weight of his choices finally settled in. After a long pause, he nodded resolutely. I'll do it. I'll tell James everything. But I'll need help. The people behind this won't let it go easily. Ashley's heart raced, but she kept her composure, her voice calm and reassuring. That's a bold decision, Mr. Boyd. There are legal protections in place for whistleblowers. I'd recommend starting with a lawyer you trust to guide you through this. As they spoke, Ashley carefully steered the conversation, encouraging Adam to document every detail of what he knew. By the time she left his room, she felt a sense of accomplishment. They had made significant progress in their investigation, and the pieces were beginning to fall into place. Once she was alone, Ashley quickly typed out a secure message to her father. Adam's ready to talk. He wants to come clean but insists on legal protection. What's our next move? As Ashley waited for a reply, she felt a rush of conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was the thrill of progress, but on the other, the weight of what lay ahead was pressing down on her. Each small victory brought them one step closer to facing the powerful forces behind the conspiracy. Her phone buzzed, signaling James's response. Good work. Setting up a secure meeting. Stay close to Boyd. Things may escalate quickly from here. Ashley took a steadying breath, mentally preparing herself for the road ahead. She had done her part utilizing her skills, her knowledge, and her courage to move their plan forward. Now she needed to brace herself for the next chapter in their fight to protect Joinstock and bring the truth to light. As she moved through the hospital, continuing her rounds, a new sense of purpose surged within her. She was no longer just a nurse, or simply James Thomas's daughter. She had become an integral part of a high-stakes corporate drama, and the stakes had never been higher. The stage was set for a pivotal confrontation, and Ashley felt the gravity of what was at stake. The coming days would be decisive. This was the moment that could change everything. With Boyd's cooperation, they had a real chance of unearthing the truth and dismantling the conspiracy that had been plaguing Joinstock for so long. However, the path ahead was anything but certain. Danger lurked around every corner. Ashley knew that both she and her father would need all their wits, courage, and resolve to stand any chance of success. As the hours ticked by, Ashley remained vigilant, her senses heightened. She kept a sharp eye on the hospital's corridors, anxiously scanning for any hint that their operation had been compromised. The burden of their secret weighed heavily on her, yet she drew strength from knowing that she was not alone in this fight. Her father was by her side as they had become allies in this battle. The pieces of the puzzle were finally beginning to come together. Ashley Thomas, once just a nurse, was now fully immersed in a high-stakes struggle that could alter the fate of everything she had known. As the tension built, she knew one thing for certain: the next phase of this unfolding drama was upon them, and she was prepared to face it with everything she had. The first light of morning stretched across the glassy exterior of Joinstock's headquarters, casting long, stretching shadows. James Thomas walked briskly through the lobby, his mind teeming with plans and strategies. The past few days had shifted the very foundation of everything he had worked for, and now, with a renewed vigor, he was determined to unravel the conspiracy that threatened his company's future. As he stepped into the elevator, his phone buzzed with a message from Ashley. Ready when you are. Let's do this. A faint smile touched James's lips. The prospect of working alongside his daughter, who had become such an unexpected ally, filled him with a sense of purpose he hadn't felt in years. The elevator doors opened, revealing Joseph Sullivan standing in the hallway. His face was set with concern, his body language tense. James Joseph greeted, falling into step beside him. We need to talk about the shareholders' meeting. There are rumors circulating, and several key investors are getting anxious. James nodded, his expression betraying nothing. I'm aware of the situation, Joseph. In fact, I've been conducting my own investigation. Let's head to my office. There are some things we need to go over. As they walked into the expansive corner office, James observed Joseph's furtive glances, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for unseen dangers. It was a subtle gesture, but one that James would not have missed for the world. Take a seat, Joseph James Thomas said, motioning toward the chairs across from his desk. We've known each other for a long time, haven't we? Joseph hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Of course, we built joint stock together. James, you know I've always had the company's best interests in mind. James leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he studied his old friend's face. That's what I thought too, which is why I'm struggling to reconcile that with what I've uncovered about your recent actions. Joseph's complexion paled slightly, but he kept his composure. I'm not sure what you're talking about, James. If this is about the restructuring plans we discussed, I assure you. This isn't about restructuring, James interjected sharply, his voice unwavering. This is about secret dealings with global communications. This is about planning to sell off joint stock, dismantling it piece by piece, and handing over our innovations to our largest competitor. Joseph's facade cracked. His eyes widened, a mix of disbelief and fear crossing his features. How did you? Who told you about that? James's gaze hardened as he replied, his voice cold and measured. It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that I do know, Joseph. I know everything. Now the question is, what are you going to do about it? As they reached the unassuming conference room where Ashley was waiting, James Thomas hesitated for a moment, his hand resting on the doorknob. Joseph, what you're about to learn will alter everything. Are you prepared for that? Joseph met his gaze, a brief flicker of past loyalty visible in his eyes. I'm ready, James. Whatever it takes to make things right. James slowly opened the door, revealing Ashley sitting at the table. A wave of pride and anticipation swept over him as he watched her. Joseph James said, his voice heavy with emotion, I'd like you to meet Ashley, my daughter. Joseph's mouth went dry as his eyes flicked back and forth between James and Ashley, his shock evident. Your daughter? How? Ashley rose from her seat, offering a warm, steady handshake to Joseph. It's a long story, Mr. Sullivan, one we don't have the time to delve into right now. What matters is that I'm here to help, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. As the trio gathered around the conference table, James Thomas began outlining their next steps. Ashley would continue her clinical rotations at the hospital, listening carefully for any conversations between board members or global communications representatives. Joseph would work from the inside, feeding them valuable information and setting up meetings where they could capture crucial details. This won't be easy, James warned, his gaze shifting between Ashley and Joseph, both of whom were now integral to the plan. What we're doing is risky. If global or the compromised board members catch wind of what we're up to, the fallout could be severe. Ashley placed her hand gently on her father's, her voice steady with resolve. We know the risks, Dad. But this goes beyond tech vision now. It's about doing what's right, protecting innovations that have the potential to change the world. Joseph nodded, a determined expression settling on his face. I made a terrible mistake, James. Let me help set things right. As they continued fine-tuning their strategy, anticipating every possible obstacle, James felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. The path ahead would be tough, full of corporate deceit and personal revelations. But with Ashley and Joseph by his side, he felt prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. As the evening sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow through the conference room windows, James Thomas and his team wrapped up their tense meeting. The weight of the task ahead hung heavy in the air. As they stood to leave, James pulled Ashley into a tight, heartfelt embrace. "Be careful," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. A mixture of fear and pride, born from being a father for the first time, resonated in his words. "If anything feels wrong, if you sense even the slightest hint of danger, you leave. Promise me that." Ashley nodded, pressing her face against his chest. "I promise, Dad. We're in this together now." After Ashley left to prepare for her next shift at the hospital, James turned to Joseph, his face hardening as he spoke. "You understand the gravity of what's at stake, don't you? This isn't just about saving joint stock. This is about protecting my daughter, about giving us a chance at the relationship we've been denied for so long." Joseph's expression softened, filled with a mix of regret and determination. "I understand, James. I won't fail you again. We'll get through this. Whatever it takes." As they went their separate ways, each preparing to play their part in the unfolding saga, James Thomas felt a powerful surge of purpose. The mystery of Ashley had been unraveled, but this was just the beginning of something far larger. With his daughter now by his side as a vital ally, and his longtime friend working to make amends, James was prepared to face the corporate world head-on. He would protect what was his and take on anyone who dared to threaten it. The stage was set. The players were aligned, and the next act in this high-stakes drama was about to unfold. James knew that the road ahead was fraught with danger, but he was resolved to emerge victorious, not just for joint stock, but for the future he now envisioned with the daughter he had only recently come to know. As he stepped out into the bustling Washington, D.C. evening, James's mind raced with strategies, countermeasures, and contingencies. The corporate world had no idea what was coming for them. With the combined strength of a father, a daughter, and a man seeking redemption, a force was about to be unleashed that could rock the very foundations of the business empire. The game had changed. The stakes had never been higher. But for the first time in years, James felt more than just urgency. He felt alive, deeply connected to a purpose greater than anything he had experienced. The battle to save joint stock and secure a future with Ashley had begun, and James Thomas was ready to fight with everything he had. The early morning light filtered through the sleek glass windows of joint stock's headquarters, casting long shadows across the polished floors. Ashley Thomas walked through the lobby, her heart pounding with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Today was the day she would set their plan into motion, stepping into the very heart of the conspiracy threatening her father's company. As she neared the reception desk, Ashley took a slow, deep breath, steadying herself. She had practiced this moment countless times with James and Joseph, but now that it was here, it still sent a ripple of nervous energy through her. "Good morning," she said, her voice calm and assured. "I have an appointment with Mr. Thomas." The receptionist, a young woman with a warm smile, quickly glanced at her screen. "Of course, Miss Thomas. Mr. Thomas is expecting you. Please take the elevator to the 50th floor. His assistant will meet you there." Ashley nodded, offering a polite smile in return, though her stomach fluttered with anticipation as she made her way to the elevator. As the doors closed behind her, she caught a fleeting glimpse of her reflection in the mirrored walls. The tailored business suit and perfectly styled hair made her appear older, more polished. For a moment, she barely recognized the woman staring back at her. The elevator chimed softly, and Ashley stepped off onto the executive floor. Emily, James's assistant, was waiting for her with a welcoming smile. "Ms. Thomas, welcome to Joint Stock," Emily greeted, extending her hand. "Mr. Thomas is wrapping up a call. Please follow me." As they walked through the bustling office, Ashley's eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in every detail. Several familiar faces passed by, their names appearing in the dossier James had shared with her board members and executives, some unknowingly entangled in the plot against joint stock. Emily guided Ashley to a small, quiet conference room and gestured for her to take a seat. "Mr. Thomas will be with you shortly. Can I get you anything while you wait? Coffee, water?" Ashley smiled politely, shaking her head. "No, thank you, I'm fine." Once Emily left, Ashley's composure shifted. She quickly rose, moving with purpose to the computer terminal in the corner of the room. From her purse, she retrieved a small USB drive, inserting it with steady hands. Her mind raced as she began copying files, financial documents, emails, anything that could expose the conspiracy she and James were working to dismantle. Her pulse quickened as she worked, acutely aware that being caught would not only derail their efforts but could also lead to severe legal consequences. But Ashley pushed the fear to the back of her mind, her focus unwavering on the task at hand. Just as the transfer neared completion, Ashley heard footsteps approaching. With a swift motion, she retrieved the USB drive and tucked it safely into her purse before returning to her seat, her face composed and calm. Moments later, the door swung open and James Thomas stepped into the room. "Miss Thomas," he said in a tone that carried for anyone who might be listening, "thank you for coming in today. I trust you had no trouble finding us." Ashley stood up, offering her hand to James, her grip firm. "Not at all, Mr. Thomas. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me." As the door clicked shut, James's demeanor shifted, and his professional exterior softened. Without hesitation, he pulled Ashley into a swift, tight embrace. "Are you all right?" he whispered, his voice laced with concern. "Did you manage to get what we needed?" Ashley nodded, her voice a quiet murmur. "I believe so. But Dad, there's something else. On my way up, I overheard two men talking about a meeting tonight. It sounds like something major is about to happen." James's brow furrowed with growing concern. "Did you recognize them?" "One of them was Adam Boyd," Ashley replied. "The other I'm not entirely sure, but from their conversation it sounded like he was with Global Communications." James's jaw tightened, the weight of the moment settling in. This could be the final piece of the puzzle we've been waiting for. For the next hour, father and daughter engaged in the motions of a mock job interview, loudly discussing a fabricated position, carefully constructing their conversation for any potential listeners. But behind the surface-level chatter, in soft whispers and subtle gestures, they began to devise their next move. As Ashley stood up to leave, James glanced around the room, making sure no one was eavesdropping. He spoke with a tone designed to carry, "Well, Ms. Thomas, your qualifications are truly impressive. We will be in touch shortly regarding the position." Ashley gave him a polite smile, shaking his hand firmly. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Thomas. I look forward to hearing from you." As she walked back through the bustling office, Ashley could feel the weight of the USB drive nestled in her purse. It felt like a tangible weight, heavy with the potential to shift the balance of everything they had been working toward. Yet, despite the significance of what she carried, she knew their task was far from complete. The true challenge had only just begun. That evening, Ashley found herself back at Joint Stock's headquarters, now disguised in the plain attire of the cleaning staff. Her pulse quickened as she pushed her cart through the deserted hallways, heading straight for the executive conference room where a covert meeting was about to unfold. As she neared the room, she could make out muffled voices through the thick wooden door. Ashley positioned herself just outside, pretending to tend to her task, all the while straining to catch the conversation. "The shareholders' meeting is in 3 days," she heard Adam Boyd's voice, laced with urgency. "If we're going to make our move, it has to be then." A voice that was unfamiliar to Ashley responded, its tone icy and calculated. "Everything's set. By this time next week, Joint Stock will be nothing more than a subsidiary of Global Communications. James Thomas will be on the streets, where he belongs." Ashley's stomach twisted, her heart racing as she absorbed their ruthless words. They spoke as though her father's legacy was nothing more than a business transaction. She inched closer, her breath caught in her throat, desperate to overhear the next crucial detail. "How about the other board members?" Adam Boyd asked, his voice tinged with a rare trace of uncertainty. "Some of them are still loyal to James." A cold, calculated chuckle came from the unfamiliar voice. "Leave that to me. By the time I'm finished, they'll be begging to hand over their shares. And if any of them refuse to comply, well, I have ways of making them see things our way." Ashley's hands trembled as she absorbed their chilling conversation. This wasn't just about a corporate takeover, it was a ruthless plan, one that would stop at nothing to secure their success. The lengths they were prepared to go to filled her with dread. Suddenly, the door to the conference room creaked open. Ashley's heart skipped a beat, panic rising as she quickly busied herself with her cleaning cart, her eyes cast downward in an effort to avoid detection. Adam Boyd stepped out first, followed by a tall, commanding figure Ashley had never seen before. As they walked past her, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the stranger's face. His sharp features were starkly cold, his eyes devoid of warmth, and his lips curled into a cruel, almost sinister smile. "Remember," Tanner the man's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. "There's no turning back now. You're in this for the long haul, one way or another." Ashley's breath caught in her throat as the weight of the danger they faced became undeniable. She had to warn her father before it was too late. As the sound of footsteps receded, Ashley exhaled sharply, her breath shaky with the weight of what she had just overheard. Every second counted. Now she needed to get this vital information to her father without delay. The danger had escalated, and time was slipping away. Her hands, trembling with urgency, reached for her phone. She quickly typed out a secure message to James, her fingers moving faster than her racing thoughts. "Meeting overheard. Global's plan is in motion. They're targeting the shareholders' meeting. Serious threats made. We need to act immediately." Ashley waited anxiously for a response, her mind whirling with the implications of what she had learned. The conspiracy was more extensive and sinister than they had ever imagined. Her phone buzzed, and she didn't hesitate to open the message. It was from James. "Get out of there. Meet at the safe house in 1 hour. Be cautious." Ashley's pulse quickened as she quickly made her way out of the building, the weight of her new reality pressing heavily on her chest. She had always dreamed of forging a relationship with her father, but never in her wildest fantasies had she imagined that their bond would be formed through corporate sabotage and high-stakes danger. As the cool night air hit her face, Ashley's fear was replaced by something else: resolve. This was her family now. She would stand by her father and do whatever was necessary to protect the future they were building together. The next 3 days would decide not only the fate of joint stock, but also the future of Ashley's newfound relationship with James. As she stepped into the taxi, Ashley braced herself for the challenges ahead, her resolve hardening with each passing second. This was the final chapter of their high-stakes game, and she was committed to seeing it through, no matter what the cost. The taxi navigated the late-night streets of Washington, D.C., the skyline sparkling in the distance. As Ashley gazed out the window, the weight of their mission settled heavily in her chest. Somewhere in the city, unseen forces were aligning against James and everything he had fought for. But what they didn't understand was the power of a bond of a father and a daughter united, even after years of separation. Ashley's fingers brushed against her purse, where the USB drive lay, its contents holding the key to everything. They had the information. They had the will. And now they were racing against time. As the taxi pulled up to the safe house, Ashley exhaled slowly, gathering her strength. She was no longer just Ashley Thomas, a nursing student with hopes for a future. She was Ashley Thomas, a daughter fighting to protect the man who had only just become her father. And she would do whatever it took to safeguard their future. With a deep breath and renewed determination, Ashley stepped out of the taxi and walked toward the safe house. The final confrontation was on the horizon, and she was ready to face it head-on. Armed with the unwavering support of her newfound family and the drive to right the wrongs that threatened to unravel everything they had worked for, She knew this was the pivotal moment in her life. The pieces had fallen into place. The players were positioned and time was slipping away. Ashley Thomas was prepared to play her role in the most critical battle of her life, fully aware that the fate of joint stock and her bond with her father rested in the balance. The bustling atrium of joint stock's headquarters hummed with anticipation. Journalists, analysts, and onlookers crowded together for the impromptu press conference. For days, rumors had swirled about a significant announcement from the tech powerhouse, and the atmosphere was thick with speculation. James Thomas stood just behind the curtain, his heart racing as he reviewed his notes for the final time. The past 72 hours had been a whirlwind and exhausting, relentless effort to gather evidence, strategize, and prepare for this pivotal moment. He stole a glance to his left, where Ashley stood, her expression unwavering. "Are you ready for this?" James asked softly, reaching out to clasp his daughter's hand, the weight of the moment pressing in on them both. Ashley nodded, her eyes gleaming with a mix of anxiety and determination. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this, Dad." On James's other side, Joseph Sullivan shifted uneasily, the burden of his past mistakes and his involvement in the conspiracy pressing heavily on him. "James," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Are you certain about this? Once we step into the light, there's no going back." James's jaw tightened as he turned toward his old friend, his voice steady and resolute. "We're sure, Joseph. It's time to expose the truth. Are you with us?" Joseph drew in a deep breath, squaring his shoulders as if to lift the weight of everything he had carried. "I'm with you all the way." At 10 a.m., Emily, James's assistant, stepped onto the stage to introduce him. The low hum of conversation in the room faded as anticipation swelled. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO and founder of Joint Stock, Mr. James Thomas." With commanding confidence, James strode onto the stage. His every step seemed to draw the room's collective gaze, the weight of countless eyes now focused on him. Camera flashes illuminated the space, and the soft hum of video equipment buzzed in the background. "Good morning," James began, his voice strong and unwavering. "I appreciate you all coming on such short notice. I've called this press conference to address some very serious matters regarding joint stock and the challenges that lie ahead." He paused for effect, allowing the gravity of his words to settle over the room. Silence blanketed the audience, every listener eager for his next statement. "For the last few weeks, I have been investigating a conspiracy within Joint Stock, a covert plan to betray our company, to sell our innovations and future to our largest competitor, Global Communications." A gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a flurry of whispers and reporters scribbling furiously in their notebooks. James raised his hand, commanding silence. "I realize the severity of these claims, but I stand before you today with irrefutable evidence. Evidence that implicates not only members of Joint Stock's board, but also senior officials at Global Communications." He pointed to the large screen behind him, where a series of emails, financial records, and transcriptions of clandestine conversations began to flash across the screen. "What you're seeing here is just a fraction of the evidence we have gathered. It outlines secret meetings, undisclosed financial dealings, and efforts to manipulate Joint Stock's share price to facilitate a hostile takeover." As James Thomas continued to present the damning evidence, the atmosphere in the room shifted into chaos. The reporters clamored for answers, their voices overlapping in a frenzy of questions and demands for clarification. Industry analysts scrambled to take notes, their fingers dancing furiously across their tablets as they tried to process the explosive revelations. "Mr. Thomas," a reporter called out, cutting through the noise. "Are you claiming that members of your own board were involved in this conspiracy?" James's expression hardened as he met the reporter's gaze. "Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying," he replied, his voice unwavering. "And let me make one thing perfectly clear, this is not just about corporate politics. The individuals behind this plot were prepared to go to great lengths, including using threats and intimidation, to achieve their aims." Another reporter rose from their seat. "And what about Global Communications? How deeply does their involvement run? James paused for a moment, steadying himself before he answered. Our investigation has uncovered that this conspiracy stretches all the way to the top of global communications, he said, his tone resolute. We found evidence implicating their CEO, Jonathan Ryder, who has been personally orchestrating key elements of this hostile takeover. James Thomas continued to address the barrage of questions, his voice steady and commanding. Ashley watched from the sidelines, her heart swelling with pride and admiration. This was the moment they had worked tirelessly for the pinnacle of their efforts to safeguard joint stock and reveal the truth. Out of nowhere, a disturbance at the back of the room drew Ashley's attention. She saw Adam Boyd pushing through the crowd, his face contorted with a mixture of fear and rage. Thomas, Adam shouted, his voice cutting through the air. You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to ruin everything. Security quickly moved to intercept Adam, but James raised his hand, signaling them to hold back. Let him speak, he said, his tone calm yet resolute. As Adam approached the front, James faced him directly. Mr. Boyd, would you care to add anything to the information I've presented today? Perhaps you'd like to clarify your role in this conspiracy. Adam's face drained of color as he grasped the full weight of James's knowledge. For a moment he seemed ready to deny everything, but then something inside him seemed to crack. This wasn't supposed to go this far, Adam confessed, his voice trembling. We thought we were acting in the company's best interest, but it spiraled out of control. Ryder's got connections, powerful people behind him. He made it clear that if we didn't cooperate, there'd be consequences. A collective gasp swept through the room. The reporters leaned forward, eager to capture every word, while cameras clicked relentlessly, immortalizing the dramatic moment. James's gaze softened ever so slightly as he addressed Adam. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Boyd. It's not too late to make things right. Will you agree to provide a full statement to the authorities? Adam nodded, his shoulders drooping in what seemed to be relief. Yes, I'll tell them everything. As the security team escorted Adam out of the room, James turned back to the gathered press. What you've witnessed today is just the beginning. Joint Stock is committed to full transparency as we work to eradicate this corruption and restore the trust of our shareholders, employees, and the public. James Thomas paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Let me make something clear, Joint Stock is more than just a company. It represents a vision for the future, a commitment to innovation capable of transforming the world. We will not allow the actions of a few corrupt individuals to derail that vision. As James continued to outline Joint Stock's ambitious plans for the future and their unwavering commitment to ethical business practices, Ashley felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to find Joseph Sullivan standing behind her, his face pale but resolute. It's time, he whispered. Ashley nodded, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. This was the moment they had worked so tirelessly for, the final piece in their plan to expose the full extent of the conspiracy. James concluded his statement, gesturing toward the side of the stage. Before we open the floor to questions, there's someone else who needs to speak. Someone who has been integral in uncovering this conspiracy and bringing the truth to light. Ashley stepped forward, her heart racing but her steps resolute. As she approached the podium, she felt the weight of countless curious gazes from the press, wondering who this young woman was and what role she had played in the unfolding drama. James placed a reassuring hand on Ashley's shoulder, a silent gesture of pride and solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Ashley Thomas, my daughter. A ripple of astonishment passed through the room, followed by an outburst of questions and exclamations. Ashley raised both hands, signaling for quiet, her voice calm and unwavering as she began to speak. Good morning, Ashley began. My name is Ashley Thomas, and until just a few weeks ago, I was a nursing student with no connection to Joint Stock or the corporate world, but a chance encounter at the hospital where I worked led me to uncover a plot that threatened not only this company but also the very values of progress and innovation it was built upon. As Ashley recounted her involvement in the investigation, detailing the risks she had taken and the evidence she had uncovered, the room was spellbound. She spoke of overheard conversations, secretive meetings in hospital rooms, and the moment she realized the true depth of the threat they were facing. I stand here today not just as James Thomas's daughter, but as someone who believes in the power of truth, in the importance of doing what's right even when the cost is high. Ashley's final words rang out with a conviction that resonated through the room, leaving an undeniable impression on all who listened. As the press conference progressed, James Thomas and Ashley Thomas handled the barrage of questions with composure, revealing the full scope of Joinstock's battle against corruption. The weight of the situation was becoming clear. Reporters pounded their laptops, typing furiously, while news anchors spoke in fast-paced sentences, delivering live updates to their networks. By the time the conference wrapped up, the tech world had irrevocably shifted. Joinstock Exposed was trending across social media platforms, sparking heated debates about corporate ethics and the power of whistleblowers. The world had been thrown into a frenzy of discussion, and the truth could no longer be hidden. As they descended from the stage, James and Ashley were greeted by Joseph, who had been standing quietly in the wings, watching the unfolding drama. "You did it," Joseph said, his voice thick with awe and relief. "You really made it happen." James nodded, a look of pride and exhaustion on his face. Pulling both Ashley and Joseph into a firm embrace, he replied, "We did it, all of us together." In that moment, as they stood in the midst of the chaos left in their wake, Ashley felt an overwhelming sense of closure. What had begun as a mysterious tip in a hospital room had led them to this pivotal point. They had unveiled the truth. But even as the world watched, Ashley knew their journey was far from over. The fight for justice, for what was right, had only just begun. It all began in a hospital room, a place Emily could never have imagined would lead her to this pivotal moment. As she and her father, James Thomas, along with Joseph Sullivan, parted ways, fully aware that their work was far from complete, Emily's gaze drifted to a familiar face in the crowd. It was the man she had seen with Adam Boyd, the one with cold, calculating eyes and a smile that sent a chill through her. His gaze was fixed on them, a subtle yet unnerving expression on his face. It was clear to Emily that although they had won this battle, the war was far from over. The forces working against them were powerful, and their reach extended farther than they had anticipated. Emily felt the weight of the challenge they still faced, knowing that those who opposed them would not accept defeat so easily. Sensing her unease, James gently squeezed her hand. "Are you all right?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern. Emily forced a smile, nodding. "I'm fine, Dad. Just processing it all." As they made their way through the crowd, managing to field congratulatory remarks and dodge the relentless questioning of reporters, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were teetering on the edge of something far larger than they had originally thought. The truth had been revealed, but at what price? What further trials awaited the newly united Thomas family and the company they had poured everything into protecting? When they finally stepped out into the bright sunlight of Washington, D.C., Emily knew one thing with certainty: whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The bond between father and daughter, forged through the fires of conspiracy and truth, had become unbreakable. It was stronger than any corporate threat or shadowy figure lurking in the background. The next chapter of their journey was about to begin, and Emily Thomas was prepared to meet it head-on. Armed with the truth, the unwavering love of her family, and a determination to see justice prevail, she was ready for whatever came next, no matter the cost. The aftermath of the press conference was a whirlwind, sweeping through Joinstock like an unstoppable force. The once vibrant halls, filled with the hum of routine corporate chatter, now buzzed with a different energy, one tinged with shock, confusion, and the unmistakable presence of fear. James Thomas stood in his office, staring out over the Washington, D.C. skyline. The late afternoon sun stretched long shadows across the city, casting a golden glow on the streets below. The events of the past few hours replayed in his mind, each revelation and confrontation vivid and etched into his memory, as if they had just happened moments ago. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called, turning as Ashley stepped into the room. Her face was a blend of exhaustion and unwavering resolve, as if she were holding herself together despite the weight of the world. "Dad," she said, quietly closing the door behind her. "Have you seen the news?" "It's everywhere." James nodded, motioning for her to join him by the window. "I've seen it." The story spread faster than we could have imagined. They stood side by side, gazing out at the city, still stunned by the force they had unleashed. Just weeks ago, Ashley had been a nursing student, her life far removed from the world of corporate secrets and intrigue. Now her image flashed across news channels around the globe, celebrated as the whistleblower who had exposed one of the biggest corporate scandals in recent history. "Are you okay?" James asked, his voice soft as he placed a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. "I know this isn't what you imagined when you first warned me about the board meeting." Ashley turned to him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Honestly, I'm not sure. It's all moving so fast, but I don't regret it, not for a second. We did the right thing." Dad. James's eyes glistened with pride as he pulled Ashley into a tight embrace. "We did, sweetheart, and I couldn't have done it without you." In that moment, the weight of everything they had gone through seemed to lift, replaced by the quiet realization that they had not only uncovered the truth, but had also built an unbreakable bond in the process. Together, they had not only saved Tech Vision but had also found something far more significant: the strength of their family. Their brief moment of silence was abruptly interrupted by another knock on the door, more urgent this time. Joseph Sullivan entered in a hurry, his complexion pale, his eyes wide with a mix of panic and disbelief. "James, Ashley," he panted. "You need to see this." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed the remote from James's desk and switched on the large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. The screen flickered to life, and the news anchor's tense voice filled the room. "Breaking news." The anchor announced, her voice strained. "Reports are flooding in about a fire at the Washington, D.C. offices of Global Communications. Witnesses describe multiple explosions." The three of them stood frozen, staring in stunned silence as the camera showed thick smoke pouring from the upper floors of a sleek, modern skyscraper. The wail of fire trucks echoed in the background as firefighters battled the raging flames. Ashley's hand flew to her mouth in shock. "Do you think this could be connected to our press conference?" James's jaw tightened, his eyes never leaving the screen. "It's too much of a coincidence. David, get me everything you can on this. Find out who was in that building, what floors were affected, everything." As Joseph rushed out to gather information, James turned to Ashley, his expression grim. "This is moving faster than we anticipated. Whoever's behind this conspiracy won't back down without a fight." Ashley nodded, her thoughts racing. "What's our next move?" Before James could respond, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. The name on the caller ID sent a chill through his body. Jonathan Ryder, CEO of Global Communications. He hesitated for a moment before answering, putting the call on speakerphone. "Ryder," James said, his voice cold and controlled. "You really have done it now." Thomas Ryder's voice crackled from the speaker, a dangerous mix of fury and something akin to begrudging respect. "I have to give you credit. I didn't think you had the guts." James's brow furrowed. "What's this about, Ryder? If you're calling about the press conference," Ryder interrupted with a sharp laugh. "That's old news. I'm talking about the fire at my office. I didn't think you'd go this far." James's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying we had something to do with that fire?" "That's insane, Ryder. We're not responsible for that." Ryder's voice turned venomous. "Cut the crap. You've declared war, Thomas, and believe me, you have no idea what you're up against." The line went dead, leaving James and Ashley staring at each other, processing the weight of Ryder's words. Ashley's voice was shaky as she asked, "What did he mean by bigger than anything you can imagine? What have we gotten ourselves into?" James shook his head, his mind racing as the pieces began to fall into place. "I don't know, sweetheart, but I'm afraid we're about to find out." James shook his head, his thoughts spinning in a storm of uncertainty. "I don't know, sweetheart," he said quietly, his voice tense. "But I have a feeling we're about to find out." Just then, Joseph rushed into the room, his face drained of color. "James, Ashley, you need to see this right now." Without wasting a moment, he handed James a tablet, the screen displaying an encrypted message board they had been monitoring for days. James's eyes skimmed the screen, his expression darkening with each word he read. "What is it?" Ashley asked, stepping closer, her eyes flicking nervously to the screen. James's voice was low and filled with foreboding as he read aloud. "Project Phoenix is compromised. Initiate Protocol Omega. All assets to go dark immediately. The syndicate will not be defeated." Ashley frowned, confusion creasing her brow. "The syndicate? What is that? What does it mean?" James set the tablet down, his mind racing as the weight of the message settled in. "I'm not entirely sure, but I think we've just uncovered a much larger operation than we realized. This conspiracy, it's deeper than we could have ever imagined." As the full gravity of the situation began to sink in, the lights in the office abruptly flickered and went out. The hum of computers and electronics fell silent, leaving only an unsettling stillness in the air. What the Joseph began, but James held up a hand, signaling for silence. "Nobody move," he whispered urgently. "This isn't a simple blackout. We're under attack." Ashley's heart pounded as she strained to see through the thick darkness. The distant echoes of running footsteps and muffled voices outside the office made her breath catch in her throat. James acted swiftly, gripping Ashley's hand and pulling her toward a hidden panel in the wall. "There's a secure elevator behind this," he murmured, his voice low. "It leads to a safe room below. We need to get there now." As James worked frantically to unlock the hidden door, Ashley turned to Joseph, urgency in her voice. "Come on," she urged, her hand reaching for him. Joseph shook his head, his face pale, yet filled with determination. "No," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "I'll stay. I'll buy you both some time. It's the least I can do." After everything. Before Ashley could argue, the office door burst open with a force that echoed through the room. Dark, looming figures flooded in, their faces concealed by masks, moving with alarming precision. "Go," Joseph shouted, throwing himself toward the intruders in a desperate attempt to hold them off. James quickly pulled Ashley into the hidden elevator, just as the office erupted into chaos. The last image burned into Ashley's mind before the panel slid shut was of Joseph, grappling with one of the masked figures, his expression a blend of resolve and redemption. As the elevator plunged downward, Ashley clung to her father, her heart hammering in her chest. The rapid descent mirrored the whirlwind of emotions that tore through her mind. "Dad," she whispered, her voice barely audible, trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "What's happening? Who are they?" James's jaw tightened, his face set in a determined grimace. "I don't know, sweetheart," he muttered, eyes fixed on the descending numbers. "But I have a feeling we're about to find out just how far this goes." The elevator came to a screeching halt, its doors sliding open to reveal a high-tech safe room, designed to withstand any threat. As they stepped inside, the heavy door sealed shut with a loud, final thud, isolating them from the chaos outside. James moved swiftly to a bank of computers, his fingers dancing over the keys as he brought the system online. The monitors blinked to life, each screen showing live feeds from the building's security cameras. Ashley's breath caught as the images revealed the pandemonium unfolding on the executive floor. Masked intruders like shadows moved with calculated precision, ransacking offices while terrified Tech Vision employees scrambled for safety or attempted to fight back. "We need to act," Ashley said, her voice tight with urgency. "We can't stay here and do nothing while our people are out there fighting for their lives." James's face darkened as he glanced at the monitors, his voice steady but full of resolve. "You're right. But we can't rush in blindly. We're up against something we don't yet understand." As they watched the feeds, each new scene adding weight to the growing sense of dread, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling that this moment was just the beginning. What had started as a corporate scandal was now spiraling into something far more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. The press conference had shaken the very foundation of their company, but it had also attracted the attention of hidden forces, shadowy organizations with agendas of their own, ones that were willing to do whatever it took to maintain control. Standing side by side in the secure bunker, James and Ashley knew the battle was far from over. The stakes had reached unprecedented heights, and the enemies they now faced were more formidable than they had ever expected. Yet, even as the weight of it all pressed down on them, Ashley felt an undeniable surge of determination. They had come this far, and there was no turning back. They weren't about to falter now. The next phase of their fight had just begun. Together, father and daughter, they would not rest until tech vision and the truth were protected at any cost. They had set this course in motion, and no matter the cost, they were committed to seeing it through to the end. James worked tirelessly at the computer, his hands moving quickly over the keys as he coordinated with security, desperately trying to regain control of the situation. The pressure mounted, but he remained focused, determined to protect everything they had fought for. Ashley's mind raced, her thoughts spinning with questions. Who were these mysterious intruders? What exactly was the syndicate, and how deep did this conspiracy really run? The answers felt just beyond her grasp, like a shadow lurking in the distance. One thing was undeniably clear: their lives, and the world they knew, had already changed forever. What had started with a chance encounter in a hospital room had escalated into a conspiracy that stretched far beyond their expectations. Now, as they stood on the edge of this monumental revelation, they realized they were caught in the middle of something that could shake not only the corporate world but everything they had ever known. The alarms rang loudly in the background, their shrill sounds slicing through the tense silence. More masked figures flooded the building, and Ashley's resolve only strengthened. There was no turning back. She had found her father, uncovered a massive corporate plot, and helped bring the truth to light. Now she knew they would have to face the repercussions of their actions. But deep within her, a fire burned, a determination to press on and uncover the full extent of the shadowy forces at play. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold. Ashley Thomas was ready to meet it head-on, her heart filled with the love of her newfound family, the strength of her convictions, and the unwavering resolve to see justice done. No matter the cost. The quiet hum of computers and the rhythmic beeping of security systems echoed through the underground safe room. James Thomas and his daughter Ashley sat close together, their eyes fixed on the array of monitors before them. The screens displayed an unsettling scene unfolding at Joinstock's headquarters. Masked intruders, moving with chilling precision, were sweeping through the building. Tech Vision employees, some trapped and trembling, others bravely resisting, fought for their lives. "We can't just sit here, Dad," Ashley said, her voice tight with urgency. "We have to do something. Our people are in danger." James nodded grimly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a frantic effort to regain control of the security systems. His mind was racing, calculating the best course of action. "You're right, sweetheart. But we have to approach this carefully. We're facing forces we barely understand." As if to underscore his words, one of the screens flickered to life. A new image appeared, and Ashley's blood ran cold. It was the man, the same one she had seen with Adam Boyd, the one with the chilling eyes and that cruel, mocking smile. Now on the screen he glared directly into the camera, his gaze cold and confident, a blend of victory and disdain etched across his face. "Mr. Thomas," the man's voice crackled from the speakers, smooth yet ominous. "I believe it's time we had a little chat." James's jaw tightened as he leaned toward the microphone, his voice steely. "Who are you? What do you want?" The man's laugh echoed through the speakers, devoid of any warmth or amusement. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters, Mr. Thomas, is what I represent. You've stumbled into something far beyond your comprehension. The syndicate does not take kindly to interference." Ashley's thoughts raced as she tried to absorb the gravity of the man's words. The syndicate, the very same shadowy organization mentioned in the encrypted message they had intercepted earlier. This wasn't just a corporate takeover. What they were up against was far darker, more complex, and far more dangerous than they had imagined. "What is the syndicate?" James Thomas asked, his voice surprisingly calm despite the tension in his posture. And what does it have to do with joint stock? The man on the screen grinned, the smirk twisting his features. The syndicate is the future, Mr. Thomas. We are the architects of a new world, one where the distinction between corporations and governments, between nations and global empires, is a mere formality. Tech visions innovations, just a small part of a much grander design. Ashley felt a sharp surge of indignation rise within her. So this whole thing, the takeover, the threats, the violence, it's all for some twisted vision of the future. The man's gaze shifted to Ashley, his eyes narrowing with cold calculation. Ah, the prodigal daughter. You've proven yourself quite the thorn in our plans. I'll admit, we misjudged you. James instinctively moved to stand between Ashley and the screen, a protective gesture. Leave her out of this. This is between you and me, and between you and joint stock. The man's tone sharpened, growing more menacing. Oh, but Miss Thomas has made herself a key player in this. And now, you both have a choice to make. The screen flickered and split, revealing several live camera feeds from around the building. Ashley gasped as she saw the familiar faces of their colleagues' TechVision employees, bound and terrified, held at gunpoint. The fear on their faces was palpable. You have 1 hour, the man's voice continued, chillingly calm. Surrender yourselves, come to your office, Mr. Thomas, and we can discuss terms. Refuse, and he waved his hand toward the hostages on the screen. I think the consequences are clear. The feed abruptly cut out, leaving them staring at the darkened screen, their own reflections staring back at them. Dad, Ashley whispered, her voice trembling. What are we going to do? James turned to his daughter, his face a blend of grim determination and undeniable fear. We're going to fight, sweetheart. But we're going to be smart about it. The clock was ticking. The stakes had never been higher. But with his daughter at his side, James was prepared to face whatever came next. Together, they would take on the shadows, threatening to destroy everything they had worked for. For the next 45 minutes, James, Thomas, and Ashley worked with quiet urgency, piecing together their strategy. They sifted through building blueprints, security protocols, and every shred of evidence they had collected about the conspiracy. The weight of the moment was heavy, yet they remained focused, knowing they had only one chance to act. As the deadline drew near, they prepared themselves to leave the sanctuary of the secure room and face the forces threatening everything they had worked to protect. Remember, James said, his voice steady but filled with an intensity that made Ashley's heart skip a beat. Stick to the plan no matter what. We do this together. Ashley took a deep breath, her pulse racing as she nodded. Together. She affirmed, her voice resolute. The elevator slowly ascended, and as they rose through the building, Ashley's mind flashed back to the fateful moment in the hospital when she had made the decision to warn her father. It was a choice she never could have predicted would lead her down this dangerous path, a path that had revealed the truth of her heritage, uncovered a vast conspiracy, and now brought her face to face with the shadowy forces that sought to control it all. When the elevator doors finally opened, they revealed the hushed, tense atmosphere of the executive floor at joint stock. The air was thick with uncertainty as they stepped out, every instinct on high alert. As they approached James's office, the door suddenly swung open, and the very man from the video feed appeared before them in person, his cold eyes and cruel smile confirming their worst fears. The man was even more intimidating, in person, tall, imposing, with an air of cold authority that seemed to swallow up the space around him. Mr. Thomas, he said smoothly, his voice dripping with calm menace. How thoughtful of you to join us. Please come in. As they stepped into the room, Ashley's gaze quickly took in the transformed office. What once had been a space of innovation and collaboration now felt like a fortified command center. Armed guards stood rigid, their eyes scanning the room, while rows of computers displayed live data and surveillance feeds. In the corner, Joseph, Emily, and Sharon were visibly guarded, their every movement monitored by the masked figures who flanked them. Now the man continued, settling into James's chair behind the desk, a smug smile tugging at his lips. Let's have a conversation about the future of joint stock, shall we? James stepped forward, his demeanor unwavering, his voice calm yet firm. Before we discuss anything further, I want assurances that my people will be kept safe. The man waved his hand dismissively, his expression almost condescending. Of course. Of course. We're not savages, Mr. Thomas. Once we've come to an agreement, your employees will be free to go on the condition they understand the importance of discretion. Of course. Ashley's heart raced as she watched the exchange unfold. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, scanning the room for any vulnerability they could exploit. As her eyes skimmed one of the computer screens, something strange caught her attention, a subtle flicker amidst the data streaming across the monitor. In an instant, it clicked. The fail-safe code they had embedded in the systems during their hasty preparations. It was active, waiting for the right moment to be triggered. She met her father's eyes, giving him a barely perceptible nod. James didn't flinch, but Ashley could see the slight tension in his shoulders relax. He had noticed it too. James Thomas's gaze hardened as he confronted the man behind the desk. You speak of the future, he said, his voice steady but tinged with disgust. But what you're proposing is little more than tyranny disguised as corporate progress. The syndicate, with all its lofty ideals, is merely a group of power-hungry individuals trying to force the world to conform to their warped vision. The man's eyes darkened, a dangerous glint flashing within them. You're underestimating us, Mr. Thomas, the man replied, his voice cold. The syndicate has been behind world-shaping events for decades: wars, financial crises, and technological revolutions, each step meticulously planned to lead us to this moment. Tech vision is just a small piece of the much larger puzzle we've crafted. As he spoke, Ashley shifted closer to one of the computer terminals. Her movements were deliberate and calm, carefully avoiding any sudden motion that might draw attention. She felt the small device tucked in her pocket, the one key that could turn everything around, the trigger for their fail-safe plan. And why would we ever agree to be a part of your twisted puzzle? James demanded, his anger rising. Tech vision was founded on principles of innovation, ethics, and progress. We won't become pawns in your schemes. The man's laugh was chilling, empty of humor, full of mockery. Principles, ethics, he scoffed. Such quaint, outdated ideals in the face of true power. You still don't understand, Mr. Thomas. You don't have a choice. The only question now is whether you'll join us and thrive in the new world order we're building, or resist and be crushed beneath its unstoppable force. Ashley saw her opening, her heart pounding in her chest. With a quick, confident motion, she slipped the device from her pocket and plugged it into the nearest terminal. The room seemed to hold its breath as the screens surrounding them began to flicker and distort. What's happening? The man demanded, rising from his seat as the sound of alarms filled the room. The plan was set in motion, and the tide of their struggle was about to shift. James Thomas's voice carried a cold satisfaction as he spoke, his words deliberate and firm. That would be us. Choosing option 3, fighting back. The room erupted into pandemonium as their fail-safe plan clicked into motion. The building's security systems spiraled out of control. Doors slammed shut and then swung open again, locking and unlocking in a disorienting frenzy. Armed guards struggled to maintain their grip on the situation as their communications were severed, adding to the chaos that seemed to take on a life of its own. James and Ashley moved swiftly, each step purposeful, driven by a shared resolve to fight for their lives, their company, and their future. James rushed at the nearest guard, swiftly engaging in a brutal struggle for the weapon he'd just lost control of. Ashley, meanwhile, had already turned toward the hostages. Her voice rang out with urgency. Run, she commanded. She worked swiftly, undoing their restraints with practiced hands. Get to the lower-level safe room, she urged, her eyes scanning the room to assess the danger. She could feel her heart racing, but her focus was razor-sharp as she freed Emily and Jack, pushing them towards safety. As the hostages fled, Ashley's eyes darted to her father. He was locked in a desperate struggle with the leader of the syndicate, a battle that seemed to embody everything they had fought for. Their movements were a blur of strength and determination as they fought for dominance. Her heart pounded as she searched the room for anything that could give her an edge in the fight. Her gaze settled on a heavy paperweight sitting on her father's desk, a globe, symbolizing Tech Vision's far-reaching dreams. Without a second thought, she grabbed it, and with all the force she could muster, slammed it down onto the syndicate leader's head. The man crumpled to the ground, momentarily dazed, giving James the opportunity to stumble back, panting. His face a mix of relief and concern. He looked at Ashley with gratitude etched in his features. "Are you okay?" he gasped, the adrenaline still surging through his veins. Ashley nodded quickly, her breath quickening but steady. "I'm fine, Dad. But we need to get out of here." They knew their victory, however brief, wouldn't last forever. There was no telling how long their fail-safe would keep the syndicate in disarray. The sound of shouting and hurried footsteps coming from the hallway echoed through the chaos, a harsh reminder that the battle was far from over. The syndicate's forces were regrouping, preparing to strike back with greater force. The tension in the room was palpable, every moment thick with the weight of what lay ahead. James Thomas nodded solemnly, his expression hardening. "You're right, but we can't just walk away from this." His gaze shifted to Ashley, the resolve in his eyes unwavering. "We need to get to the server room. That's where the key to everything lies," he added. The information there could bring down the entire syndicate operation. Ashley's mind raced as she processed the gravity of the situation. The server room was 3 floors below them, and the building was swarming with hostile forces. "If we can access that data," James continued, his voice steady despite the pressure mounting around them, "we may be able to expose not just the conspiracy, but the very foundation of this entire organization." Ashley took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "Okay," she said, her voice filled with unwavering determination. "Let's do it together." With quiet precision, they stepped over the still form of the syndicate leader, who lay unconscious on the floor, and made their way toward the exit. Ashley glanced over at her father, her heart swelling with emotion. The events of the past few weeks had turned her world upside down. She had unearthed that hidden family, uncovered a dangerous conspiracy, and now found herself facing stakes that seemed unimaginable. Yet, in this chaos, Ashley knew one thing for certain: she was exactly where she needed to be. They would face whatever dangers lay ahead, not as separate individuals, but together. The sound of heavy footsteps approaching pushed them into action. Without exchanging a word, James Thomas and Ashley Thomas locked eyes, each filled with unwavering resolve. They knew the stakes today. They would stand their ground against the syndicate and fight for Tech Vision's survival. As they sprinted down the hallway, the blaring alarms only added to the chaos. It was a race against time, and they were fully aware that the most crucial part of their mission had just begun. The truth about the syndicate lay within reach, as did the power to reshape the future. But survival was the first challenge they had to conquer. If they could endure long enough, victory might just be theirs. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting eerie shadows as they descended the emergency stairwell. The incessant shriek of alarms and the distant shouts of their pursuers filled the air, a harsh soundtrack to their desperate flight. James glanced back every few moments, checking to ensure Ashley was still with him and that they hadn't been overtaken by the enemy yet. Their every step was measured, but they both knew it wouldn't be long before the chase escalated. 3 more floors, James panted, his breath ragged. The adrenaline coursing through his veins helped mask the fatigue, but the weight of the past few days was catching up with him. Every muscle in his body screamed for rest, but there was no time for weakness. Ashley nodded, her face set in a mask of determination, and didn't say a word. Her thoughts were a blur as she relived everything that had led them to this point. Each footfall echoed in her mind as they pushed forward, closer to the answers they desperately needed. But ahead, an even greater unknown awaited them. With every step, they drew nearer to the truth. And with it, the impending danger grew ever closer. The rush of adrenaline surged through James Thomas, propelling him forward. He could feel the weight of the past few days pressing on his every movement, yet he didn't allow himself to slow down. Ashley, her expression unreadable and set in steely resolve, nodded without speaking. Her mind raced, replaying every pivotal moment that had led them to this point. The truth about her parentage, the web of corporate deceit, and the shadowy organization known as the Syndicate, it was all too much to digest, yet it was undeniably real. As they reached the landing near the server room, James motioned to Ashley. He leaned in, pressing his ear against the door, listening for any sign of movement on the other side. "I think it's clear," he whispered, slowly turning the door handle. Stay alert. We don't know how many are left inside. He cautioned. They stepped into a dimly lit hallway, where the shadows of the emergency lights stretched along the walls like silent witnesses to their every move. At the far end, the reinforced door of the server room stood as their goal. With a calm, controlled breath, Ashley focused on the rhythm of her breathing, pushing aside the mounting tension. She visualized the success ahead the moment she and her father would access the servers and unlock the information that could change everything. But just as they were halfway down the hall, a noise from behind them stopped them in their tracks. The unmistakable sound of the stairwell door opening echoed through the stillness. Quick, James whispered urgently, yanking Ashley into a nearby office. They pressed themselves into the shadows, holding their breath, knowing their next move would be crucial to their survival and their mission. Inside the dimly lit office, they crouched behind a heavy desk, their bodies tense and still, trying to control their breathing. Outside, a gruff voice broke the silence. They have to be here. Another voice followed, colder and more commanding. The boss wants Thomas and his daughter now. Ashley placed a calming hand on her father's arm, silently urging him to stay composed. Her heart was hammering in her chest, the pounding in her ears almost drowning out the sounds around them. The door creaked open, and the beam of a flashlight sliced through the dark, sweeping the room with methodical precision. The light hovered just inches from where they hid, as if searching for the slightest movement. For what felt like an eternity, they remained frozen, the air thick with tension. Finally, the beam moved away, and the door clicked shut. The footsteps of the intruders faded as they moved down the hall. James exhaled shakily, his voice barely a whisper. That was too close. Ashley didn't respond immediately, her mind racing. She simply nodded, her resolve hardening. We need to move now, James said, pulling her gently to her feet. Together they crept from their hiding place, their every step deliberate as they approached the server room. The dim light from the hallway cast long shadows across the walls, adding to the sense of urgency that filled the air. The keypad on the server room door glowed faintly, a soft reminder of what was at stake. Let me. Ashley whispered, a quiet determination in her voice as she gently pushed her father aside. Her fingers flew over the keys with practiced ease, entering the code she had memorized under pressure. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The tension in the room thickened, the silence almost unbearable. Then, with a soft beep, the lock disengaged. The door slowly creaked open, offering them a glimpse of the world they were about to face. Ashley's fingers hovered over the keypad, her mind steady despite the pounding in her chest. She had memorized the code after days of preparation, and now was the moment to use it. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. The silence in the room felt suffocating, the weight of their task pressing heavily on her shoulders. Then, with a faint beep, the lock released. The door creaked open, revealing a darkened room alive with the soft hum of servers. Flickering lights bathed the space in an unsettling glow, as if the very air was charged with anticipation. James moved with purpose, his steps swift and practiced as he approached the central terminal. His fingers danced over the keyboard, inputting commands, accessing the data they needed to stop the syndicate once and for all. Keep an eye out, James instructed, his voice low but firm. This will take a few minutes. Ashley, her posture tense and alert, positioned herself by the door. Her mind wandered briefly, the gravity of the moment sinking in. She thought of Barbara, her mother's strength, and the secret she had kept from her, of Sharon's profound impact on her life and choices. But most of all, her thoughts were with her father, standing resolutely before the terminal, determined to put an end to the storm they had found themselves in. Emily James called softly, breaking her reverie. "Come here." Ashley stepped forward, her eyes widening as they scanned the screen. Scrolling before them were files, documents detailing the syndicate's far-reaching plans. Names of compromised officials, blueprints for global manipulation, and far darker schemes filled the screen. This is incredible, Ashley breathed, her voice thick with awe. James's face hardened. "With this, we can expose them all," he said grimly. "And that's exactly what we're going to do." Ashley's resolve solidified. They had found the key to undoing the monstrous web the syndicate had woven. But they weren't done yet. The real fight was just beginning. James Thomas retrieved a high-capacity drive from his jacket pocket, his hand steady despite the weight of the moment. He quickly plugged it into the terminal, initiating the data transfer that would either make or break their fight. The soft hum of the machine was interrupted by a faint noise outside the room, a sound that immediately sent Ashley's heart racing. "They're coming," Ashley said, her voice tight, betraying the anxiety she fought to suppress. The progress bar on the screen crawled forward, painfully slow. 25%, 40%, 60%. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder with each passing second, and the tension in the room was palpable. Time was slipping away. Ashley's mind worked frantically, trying to find a way to buy them precious moments. Then it hit her. "Dad, the fire suppression system," she urged, her eyes wide with urgency. "Can we trigger it remotely?" James's gaze flickered with a spark of recognition, his expression shifting from grim determination to something closer to hope. "Brilliant," he said, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "It won't hold them off for long, but it'll buy us the time we need." Just as the progress bar hit 85%, the shrill sound of alarms pierced the air, followed by the hiss of the fire suppression system flooding the room. Confusion erupted in the hallway outside as shouts rang out. "It's working," Ashley murmured, a flicker of hope igniting within her as she watched the download bar inch closer to its completion. 90%, 95%, 98%, it was almost there. Then, with a sudden, bone-jarring thud, the door shook. A booming voice, full of menace, followed. "Johnson, open up or we'll blow the door." James's jaw clenched with renewed resolve as he muttered under his breath, "Come on, come on." Another heavy slam on the door rattled the room, but the download finally completed. Without a second's hesitation, James yanked the drive free, clutching it as if it were the key to their survival. "We've got it," he said, his voice trembling with a mix of triumph and fear as they braced for whatever would come next. James Thomas's voice was filled with a quiet determination as he said, "Now, we just need to get out alive." Ashley's mind raced, her eyes scanning the room, calculating their next move. She knew every second counted now. "The main door isn't an option," she stated firmly. "But there's a maintenance shaft and access panel in here." James nodded with approval. "Good thinking. Let's find IT." The two of them searched the room in a blur, their urgency palpable as the pounding on the door intensified. Each heavy strike made the metal shudder, threatening to break through. "Here," Ashley called, her fingers brushing against the edges of a hidden panel. Her heart raced as she pried it open, revealing a narrow shaft that led into the unknown. A ladder descended into the darkness below. "You first," James said, his voice calm but resolute as he helped Ashley carefully climb into the opening. "I'll be right behind you." Ashley hesitated for only a moment, the weight of their situation heavy on her shoulders, before descending into the pitch-black abyss. As she climbed down, her thoughts swirled. The stakes were beyond anything she had ever imagined, the pressure suffocating, but deep inside, she felt a flicker of something stronger than fear: resolve. She wasn't alone in this. They were in it together, and together they would fight to survive. The syndicate might have the power, but they didn't know the strength that came when a father and daughter stood united. Ashley's heart raced in her chest as she began her descent, each step down the ladder feeling heavier than the last. The metallic sound of the server room door crashing open above them echoed in the shaft. James scrambled down after her, swiftly pulling the panel shut, sealing them from their pursuers. The sounds of the chaos above gradually faded, but the pressure of time still pressed against them. The narrow shaft was dimly lit by the occasional flickering emergency light. Emily's arms ached from the effort, but she pushed herself forward with unwavering determination. They were running out of time, and everything hinged on their escape. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the bottom. A small access door revealed a maintenance corridor just beyond IT. "This way," James urged, taking the lead with quiet urgency. "There's an emergency exit up ahead." Ashley followed, her mind whirling with 1,000 thoughts. They had what they came for: the data that could expose everything. But the burning question remained: what came next? Who could they trust with the explosive information they now possessed? As they reached the emergency exit, the door before them bathed in the soft glow of a red exit sign. James pushed it open, and the cool night air rushed in, carrying the sounds of distant sirens and the remnants of chaos that had engulfed the building. Ashley turned to her father, her voice shaking with the weight of everything they had just accomplished. "We did it, Dad. We actually did it." James pulled her into his arms, his voice thick with emotion. "We did, sweetheart. But this is just the beginning." They both understood. The battle was far from over, and what lay ahead was the real fight, the fight for truth, for their future, and for everything Tech Vision stood for. The two of them merged seamlessly into the bustling streets of Washington, D.C. The city's lights reflecting off the pavement like a sea of stars. Ashley felt a surge of determination as they moved forward. They had taken on a corporate titan and won the first skirmish. The data they carried was more than just information. It held the power to dismantle the syndicate and expose the corruption that had been allowed to fester in the shadows. The weight of it was heavy, but Ashley knew the consequences. With power came not only the promise of change, but a torrent of danger and responsibility. The syndicate would not back down quietly. Ashley could feel it. She had witnessed firsthand how ruthless they could be. By taking action, she and James had made themselves prime targets. As they vanished into the night, a shared resolve strengthened between them. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges that neither of them could predict. The fight for Tech Vision's survival had only just begun, and with it, the battle to reshape the global power dynamics that had allowed the syndicate to flourish. Ashley stole a glance at her father, seeing the worry that tugged at the corners of his features, lines that time and stress had carved into his face. She squeezed his hand, grounding herself in the moment. Her voice, though soft, was steady, a promise between them. "Whatever comes next," she said, her words unwavering, "we're in this together." James met her gaze, his expression softening into a quiet smile. Together he affirmed, his voice thick with both pride and determination. They both knew that no matter how daunting the path ahead, they would face it side by side. As the first light of dawn bathed the city, James and Ashley navigated the quiet streets of Washington, D.C., their steps steady, but weighed down by exhaustion. The night had been a blur, spent slipping between safe houses, always on the move, always looking over their shoulders. Now at last they were nearing their final destination, a journalist townhouse in the heart of Brooklyn. Ashley glanced up at her father, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Are you sure about this, Dad?" she asked. "Once we give this to her, there's no turning back." James didn't hesitate. His jaw tightened, and he gave a firm nod. "We're sure, sweetheart," he replied, his voice carrying the unshakable resolve that had gotten them this far. "Nicole Butler is the best in the business," he added, a rare flicker of confidence in his tone. "If anyone can expose this without falling prey to threats, it's her." Before James could even lift his hand to knock, the door swung open, and there stood Nicole, her sharp eyes scanning them, as if evaluating their every move. "Mr. Thomas," she said briskly. "Come in quickly." Inside, Ashley couldn't help but marvel at the organized chaos that filled Nicole's office. Papers, sticky notes, and files were strewn across every surface, and the hum of multiple screens illuminated the room, displaying news feeds and a constant flow of data. It was a world in motion, a constant battle for information, and it was clear that Nicole was in control of it all. "You said you had world-changing information," Nicole remarked, her voice blunt and to the point. "That's a bold claim. I trust you can back it up." James didn't falter. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a small, unassuming drive. "Everything you need is on here," he said with unwavering conviction. "It details a global conspiracy at the highest levels of power." Nicole's piercing gaze softened just a fraction as she took the drive from him. "Let's see if this really is the game changer you claim it to be." Ashley exchanged a look with her father, her heart pounding. This moment, the culmination of everything they had fought for, had arrived. Their fates, now irrevocably tied, hung in the balance. James Thomas gripped the small drive firmly, his hand steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Everything you need is on here, Ms. Butler," he said, his voice calm but filled with urgency. "Files that detail a global conspiracy, one that reaches every corner of the world," he continued, his words heavy with meaning. The organization goes by the name the Syndicate, he concluded, his gaze unwavering. Nicole Butler's eyes flickered with surprise at the mention of the Syndicate. Her brows arched, and a sharp intake of breath escaped her. "I've heard whispers, but I've never seen proof," she said, her voice laced with skepticism. "You're telling me you have concrete evidence of their existence?" Ashley Thomas, standing beside her father, stepped forward with quiet determination. "Not just proof, Ms. Butler," she said, her voice unwavering. "We have detailed records of their operations." She paused, glancing at her father before continuing. "Lists of compromised officials, their plans to manipulate the global stage." She explained, her tone both calm and resolute. Nicole's piercing gaze moved from Ashley to James, her curiosity growing. "And who exactly might you be?" she asked, her voice measured and composed. "This is my daughter," Ashley James said with unmistakable pride. "She's been instrumental in uncovering this conspiracy," he added, his words firm and filled with admiration. Nicole inserted the drive into her computer, her fingers working with practiced precision. As the files began to load, James and Ashley recounted their story. From the first warning in the hospital to the daring escape from joint stock, they shared everything. Nicole listened intently, processing the enormity of what they were revealing. Time seemed to stretch as the trio worked together, piecing together the far-reaching operations of the Syndicate. Its influence spread across governments, corporations, and industries, its grip tighter than anyone could have imagined. Nicole sat back, her eyes wide as the magnitude of the information before her sank in. "This is unbelievable," she murmured, barely above a whisper. "If even half of this is true," she continued, her voice growing quieter with awe, "it will change everything." James nodded, his face etched with determination but also exhaustion. "That's why we came to you, Ms. Butler," he said quietly. "The world needs to know. The Syndicate must be exposed." With those words, the weight of the task ahead loomed over them, but they knew there was no turning back. They were in this together now, and the battle for the truth was just beginning. As the morning sun ascended, they began crafting their strategy. Their approach would be methodical, releasing the story piece by piece to ensure it had the greatest impact. "We need to tread carefully," Nicole cautioned, her voice steady but filled with concern. "The Syndicate won't sit idly by. They'll retaliate with everything they've got." Ashley felt an icy shiver trickle down her spine as Nicole's words sank in. The weight of their mission pressed down on her, its magnitude nearly suffocating. This wasn't just about revealing a corporate scandal, they were challenging the very fabric of global power itself. James Thomas, sensing his daughter's growing anxiety, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We knew the risks when we began this journey," he said softly, his tone filled with a quiet resolve. "But we are doing the right thing. The world deserves to know the truth." Ashley nodded, her heart steadied by her father's unshakable determination. Her thoughts wandered back to the hospital, the place where everything had begun. That one simple choice to warn him had set this entire chain of events into motion. And now, as they stood at the precipice, the course of history was within their grasp. The world was on the brink of being forever changed, and they were the ones who would bring that change to fruition. Nicole began meticulously composing the first piece of what would become a groundbreaking series of articles. Meanwhile, James Thomas pulled Ashley aside, his voice lowering, filled with a sense of contemplation that made her instantly aware of the seriousness of the moment. "There's something we need to talk about," he said, his words weighted with thought. Ashley's brow furrowed with concern as she turned to face her father. "What is it, Dad?" she asked, her voice calm, yet laced with curiosity. James took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and quiet uncertainty. "Joint stock wasn't just a company to me, Ashley," he began slowly. "It represented everything I worked toward, my life's vision for a better future." He explained, the weight of those words lingering between them. Ashley listened intently, the silence pressing in around them as her father continued. "But after all we've uncovered, I'm not sure I can return to it," James admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Ashley's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat at the gravity of what he had just revealed. "What are you saying?" she asked, the uncertainty in her tone betraying her shock. James paused, searching his daughter's face before speaking again. "Maybe it's time for a new beginning," he said softly. "A fresh start. A chance to build something completely new, something that aligns with the truth we've uncovered," he added, his voice tinged with hope despite the storm they faced. Ashley met her father's gaze, understanding the monumental shift he was considering. They had already changed the world together, but now, with the weight of the truth in their hands, a new chapter was on the horizon, one that would challenge everything they had ever known. James Thomas looked at Ashley, his gaze steady and filled with resolve. "We need to create something new," he said, his voice unwavering, carrying the weight of his conviction. "Something that can protect the world from threats like the Syndicate," he added, his words laced with determination. As he outlined his vision, Ashley listened, hanging on every word, her heart beating faster with each passing sentence. "A company that values privacy, exposes corruption, and empowers individuals," he explained with quiet intensity. "This is more than just business, it's a mission." Ashley's chest tightened, a wave of excitement rushing through her as she absorbed the magnitude of what he was proposing. "This could be our way to keep fighting," she thought to herself. The possibility of continuing their battle for justice fueling her every breath. James turned toward her, his eyes alight with pride and something deeper, something that made Ashley's heart swell. "I want you to be a part of it, Ashley," he said, his voice warm with sincerity. "Your insight, your unwavering resolve, it's been invaluable," he added. "I can't imagine doing this without you by my side." Ashley's breath hitched, her eyes stinging as tears threatened to spill over. Just weeks ago, she had been a nursing student with no connection to this vast world of power struggles and global conspiracies. And now, she was being offered a chance to shape the future, to be part of something greater than herself. "I don't know what to say," she stammered, the weight of his words almost too much to bear. Without hesitation, James pulled her into a tight embrace, his arm steady and comforting. "You don't have to say anything," he whispered, his voice gentle. "Just know whatever you choose, I'm proud of you," he added. "We've been through hell together," James continued, his tone filled with deep emotion, "but we've come out the other side stronger." Ashley closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the depth of their bond, and knew, in that moment, that no matter the challenges ahead, they would face them together. Jessica's voice pierced the quiet as she looked at the screen, urgency in her tone. "You need to see this," she called, drawing Michael and Ashley's attention. Rushing to her side, their eyes locked on the headline that dominated the monitor. "Global Communications CEO arrested in dawn raid." Ashley's breath caught in her throat as the weight of the moment settled over them. Michael's gaze hardened, yet there was a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "It's beginning," Jessica said, her voice a mix of excitement and caution. "The first dominoes are falling." Ashley could feel the tension in the air, thick with the anticipation of what was to come. "Once we release our story," Jessica added, "it's going to ignite a firestorm." The gravity of her words hit Ashley like a wave. This was no longer just an abstract battle for justice. It was real, unfolding right in front of them. As the significance of the moment sank in, Ashley could feel the fire of purpose burning brighter inside her. They had started this journey, and now the truth was finally breaking free. Michael gave her hand a quiet, reassuring squeeze. His grip was firm, unwavering. It was a gesture that spoke volumes, offering silent strength as they stood at the crossroads of a world-changing revelation. Together, they had pulled the strings of a dangerous conspiracy and laid bare the truth. And though they had just set everything in motion, Ashley knew one thing: the journey ahead would be perilous. But they had begun. The fight for a better, clearer future had truly begun. As Nicole worked swiftly with her team of journalists, organizing the next steps, James and Ashley shared a rare moment of quiet. Ashley spoke softly, her voice laced with reflection. "When I first decided to warn you about the board meeting, I never could have imagined it would lead to all of this." Her words hung in the air, thick with the weight of the events they had experienced. Finding you, uncovering the Syndicate, and potentially changing the course of the world, it all feels like something out of a dream. James gave a small, wistful smile, his expression thoughtful as he considered her words. Life has a way of leading us down unexpected paths. He replied, his voice steady but touched with a hint of wonder. I spent so many years pouring everything into building joint stock, believing that was my calling. But now, I realize my true legacy isn't tied to a company or a product. He added, his tone gentle yet full of conviction. James turned to Ashley, his eyes soft with affection. It's you, the daughter I never knew, and the partner I never expected. Ashley felt a rush of emotion at his words, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. His acknowledgement, the bond they had forged through their shared journey, filled her with a renewed sense of purpose. She had found not just a father, but a partner in this fight, a partner who had shown her the power of truth, determination, and the unwavering strength of family. With her father's words still lingering in the air, Ashley's resolve only deepened. Together they had faced the impossible and emerged stronger. Whatever lay ahead, she knew they were in this together. The path before them was fraught with uncertainty, yet both knew they were prepared. The shadow of the syndicate still hung over them like a dark cloud, its presence looming with undeniable weight. Though challenges awaited them, Ashley felt a sense of calm wash over her. She stood resolute beside her father, and in that quiet moment, she realized that the promise of change lay just ahead. The Barbara Parker Foundation was no mere cause, it was a calling. It represented the unwavering power of truth and the unbreakable bond of family. Together, James and Ashley stood united in their purpose, hearts aligned, ready to face whatever obstacles would emerge in their journey. As they stepped into the vibrant streets of Washington, D.C., the pulse of the city around them seemed to mirror the fire that burned within them. This was just the beginning. Their fight for justice had only begun. And though the road was uncertain, they would walk it together, side by side. The golden Argentine sun stretched across the vast estate, casting long, soft shadows over the manicured grounds. As James and Ashley stood before the tall wrought iron gate, a quiet tension hung between them. Are you certain about this? James asked, his voice low and filled with concern. Ashley's gaze never wavered. Her resolve was unshakable. We've come too far to stop now. With a deep breath, James pressed the intercom. A brief silence followed before a hesitant voice answered. Ashley spoke, her voice steady, though her nerves betrayed her. Grandma Sharon, it's Ashley. We've come to see you. There was a pause, followed by the soft buzz of the gate unlocking. Without another word, they made their way up the winding drive, the weight of emotion swirling in both of them. As they approached the door, James couldn't help but marvel at how life had led them here. Every step they had taken, every decision, had converged in this one pivotal moment. The door creaked open, revealing Sharon Parker. Time had etched its marks on her, but her sharp blue eyes still held recognition. Sharon, James began, but it was Ashley who stepped forward, her heart pounding. Grandma, she whispered, her voice carrying a lifetime of unspoken words. For a long moment, silence enveloped them, the past hanging heavy in the air. Then Sharon stepped forward, pulling Ashley into a tight embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. James stood back, watching the reunion unfold, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Hope flickered within him, cautious and fragile, but undeniable. The grand sitting room exuded an air of quiet luxury, the heavy silence lingering between them. The soft light filtering through the windows highlighted the delicate furniture and the heavy weight of unspoken words. It was Sharon who broke the silence, her voice steady but filled with years of regret. You have questions, and I owe you answers. Ashley sat forward, her demeanor calm and filled with understanding. We didn't come here to accuse you, Grandma. We came to heal. James watched his daughter, a sense of admiration swelling in his chest. In her, he saw Barbara's quiet wisdom, the ability to approach even the deepest wounds with compassion and grace. For hours, the conversation unfolded like a delicate tapestry, each thread revealing truths long buried. Sharon's hands trembled as she spoke, her voice breaking as she recounted the difficult decisions of her past. Tears welled in her eyes as she explained the choices that had shaped their lives. Ashley listened intently, her heart not clouded with anger, but with a deep empathy that seemed to fill the room. She didn't seek to judge instead, she sought understanding. James, too, felt the weight of his past resentment slowly lifting. It was as if the years of bitterness had dissolved in the light of Ashley's unspoken forgiveness. As the sun's warm rays bathed the room, a fragile bond began to form, tentative yet hopeful. The distance that had once separated them seemed to shrink, and though the road ahead was uncertain, the first steps toward healing had been taken. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the room, a quiet sense of determination settled over them. The past, with all its pain and unresolved questions, could not be erased, but the possibility of healing now hung in the air like a fragile promise. Ashley gently reached for Sharon's hand, her touch warm and steady. A soft smile spread across her face, genuine and filled with quiet strength. "We'll move forward together, Grandma," she said, her voice rich with conviction. James, standing just behind Ashley, spoke with the calm authority of someone who had carried the weight of a lifetime of struggles. "There's still much to rebuild," he acknowledged, "but we'll do it as a family." In that moment, the silence in the room shifted. What had once been a space heavy with regret and uncertainty now felt full of possibility. It was as if a door had opened, and the future, while still uncertain, seemed a little less daunting. Together, they had begun the hard work of forgiveness, of untangling the knots of their shared history. Their mission was clear: to seek truth, to heal, and to build something stronger than the fractures of the past. As they stood there, united at last, James, Ashley, and Sharon felt the first glimmers of hope. A new chapter had begun, one not defined by what they had lost, but by what they were ready to rebuild. James glanced at Ashley, her unwavering determination sparking something deep within him. Together, they had already faced challenges beyond anything they had ever imagined. What's one more obstacle to overcome? James thought to himself, silently acknowledging their shared strength. As they reached their hotel, Ashley's phone buzzed, pulling her attention away from their surroundings. "Dad," she said, her voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. James leaned in, his curiosity piqued. As Ashley read aloud the news alert, "Global Tech Summit announces Thomas and daughter to keynote." A slow, satisfied smile spread across James's face. "It seems the world is ready for us," he said, his tone resolute. Ashley returned the smile, her own expression radiating both joy and a fierce sense of purpose. They had come a long way, and now the world was watching. The warm Argentine night enveloped them as they stepped into the quiet streets. James and Ashley stood side by side, a sense of resolve between them, ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The Barbara Parker Foundation had grown into something powerful, touching lives across the globe, and it was just beginning. Despite the looming threat of the syndicate, they felt no fear. Together, they had endured countless trials, uncovered truths that many had tried to bury, and emerged stronger than ever. As they gazed forward, the horizon seemed full of hope and endless possibilities. They knew that the future would be shaped not by secrecy or greed, but by innovation and integrity. Above all, the strength of their bond, the power of family, had triumphed over the divisions of the past. And with that foundation, they knew they could face anything the world might throw their way. This journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. From uncovering a global conspiracy to reuniting a fractured family, we've witnessed James and Ashley's determination to stand up against overwhelming odds and fight for justice. With every twist and turn, they've proved that the power of family, truth, and innovation can bring about monumental change. The bonds they've formed, the challenges they've faced, and the battles they've won together have inspired us all to believe that no matter the obstacles, we can rise above them with strength and resilience. If you've been moved by their journey, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and share this video. Your support helps spread these important messages of hope and determination. Every share brings this inspiring story to someone else who might need it, and together we can create a world driven by compassion and truth. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the story. What part of their journey resonated with you the most? How did James and Ashley's determination inspire you? Drop your comments below and let us know what you think. Your feedback means the world to us. Thank you for being part of this incredible adventure. And don't forget to stay tuned for more powerful stories of courage and transformation.